Hello, it's Romania Black, and welcome to Season 4, Part 2 Recap, Review, and R.I.P. I had to be our Burger King for this one, and I've had to unfortunately take this crown and make it not show the logo, but what a season, right? I'm going to take this off because I don't like hats, and so that's over. Just, my gimmick is complete. So, I'm really nervous and excited to be recording this because I've actually already pre-recorded 2 parts of this, and it's like almost 2 hours worth of stuff already. So, we've got a lot to get through. But yeah, wow, so this season, it's been different doing this recap and planning this recap because as of June last month, it has been a year that I've been watching Attack on Titan week to week, an entire 52 weeks, which is kind of crazy. So back in June of 2021, I started watching Attack on Titan. In the first 4 weeks, I watched 1 episode a week for the first month and then realized I can't just do that. So I watched 2 episodes per week from then on up through April and caught up with Season 4 Part 2. And it has been a very rewarding, stressful, and mentally taxing experience. But it's been a lot of fun, especially breaking down things and getting caught up. And then the last 12 weeks I've taken off of my normally scheduled time to start playing the recap, to rewatch Season 4 Part 2, which was a trip, and then to do Attack on Titan Junior High. So it's still been Attack on Titan up until now, but I am going to do the audio drama for the high school cast, the little AU that we see brief glimpses of in Two Brothers when Eren transfers to the paths. There's an audio drama, it's like 2 episodes that I'm going to do a reaction for next week for that, to kind of keep our Attack on Titan train moving. And then from there, we'll talk at the very end about the manga and bracing for Season 4 Part 3. We'll talk about that, but I'm going to save that towards the end. But first and foremost, obviously, there's going to be spoilers for Season 4 Part 2 throughout this entire video. I'm going to talk about it in great detail, and we're going to introduce everything here in a second. But there's going to be spoilers, but also thank you to everyone, not only for getting me to watch this show and becoming obsessed with it, but also for not spoiling me. I did it. I caught up without spoilers. I'm like, yes! There's other series I'm watching now that I am begging people not to spoil me. You all did an amazing job of not only moderating the comment section, but being like, we're not going to spoil you because we want you to experience it. And I'm like, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm so glad. When I started this series a year ago, I knew how big it was, and I was so terrified because people were like, you're going to get spoiled. And I was like, So I've done everything I can to not have that happen, and to make it this far and not be spoiled by what's going to happen, I think is a pretty big accomplishment. So thank you all for making that possible, because I couldn't do it without it. So, but yeah, it's morning. I was like, I got a full day of recording, even though I've done those first 2 sections. I've already recorded the timeline, and I've already recorded my reaction to the OP and ED. So those 2 parts are already recorded. The timeline for reasons that we'll get into when you actually see that segment. There's a reason I had to record that ahead of time. But then the OP and ED, I always save it towards the end. And I feel like by the end of this reaction, if I've been recording for like 5 hours straight, I'm exhausted. And so I just decided I'll go ahead and do it. And so I'll be up fresh and upbeat. And I'm actually glad that I did. I'm glad that I reacted to the lyrics of the OP and ED before starting this. So, man, let's just start talking about this series and introduce everything for the recap. So, man, I remember when we were getting towards the end of Season 4 Part 2, and people were like, they're not going to be able to include everything that happens in the manga in this part. They're going to have to either make a 3rd part or a movie. I was trying to be as neutral as possible, and I get why some people would really want a movie. The idea of an Attack on Titan film on the big screen is very appealing, and just the fact of what Mappa could do with that is enticing. But honestly, the teacher in me and the English instructor in me wanted there to be a 3rd part, because if you're looking at the 3-act structure, you have Season 4 Part 1 setting everything up. Season 4 Part 3 is when shit goes down, and Season 4 Part 3 is probably when more shit's going to go down, but then when you get the resolution. So for that reason, the 3-act structure, I wanted there to be a 3rd part of the anime. But also because even a movie, a 2-hour movie, you could probably fit everything from season 4 part 3 into a movie, but I like the episodic format. I think that the manga, what we've seen so far, and from what people have said, is better adapted to an anime format than a movie, and it's more accessible for people. There's more hype to it. Movies are not accessible to everyone. For myself, for example, I live in a very rural area. There's no major theater that plays anime movies. I think the closest one is an hour and a half away. So for someone in my area to even go and see the film, you'd have to drive an hour and a half just one way just to go see it. And it's not accessible for everyone. And then if you wait for streaming, that's like 6 to 9 months ahead of that. So there's even more wait time. So movies are not the most accessible format. And plus there's a hype, right? I finally caught up. I can watch week to week with you all. So there's going to be that to take into consideration. I've not watched Attack on Titan week to week. I got very close. I was like 2 weeks off of catching up with y'all for the finale, but now I'm going to be able to watch week to week with you all and do 1 episode a week, so my brain won't hurt nearly as much. I'm very excited by that. And so I'll be reading the manga to catch up with season 4 part 3 to just re-go over everything. So that'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, this season made me physically ill. I'll be honest. Episode 28, Dawn of Humanity, there's aspects of it that when I first watched it, I was sick to my stomach with anxiety. And it's very rare for me to watch something and feel uncomfortable. And not uncomfortable like for the content matter, but just the emotions that it invokes for me to be like, ugh. Just like, I have thoughts, and it's like, ugh. So I am glad that I could take some time off and just kind of brace myself for rewatching and just go through it and script this all. For the record, though, my season 4 part 1 script was 18 pages. This is 26. So, and part of those 18 pages in the last section were OP and ED lyrics that I was breaking down. I'm not breaking those down in this, so there's a lot of content to go through, so this is going to be a long one. So buckle in. Hope y'all had nothing to do on your Tuesday or Wednesday when this is going to come out. I hope you had nothing to do to brace yourself for this. But yeah, so it is going to be nice watching 1 episode a week. I'll be honest, when I decided to do 2 episodes a week to catch up, people were like, oh, do 3 or 4. And I was like, there's no way. Like, my brain will explode. And doing 2 for season 4. Season 3 and season 2, it was fun doing 2 a week. I was like, all right, we're checking through. Season 4 gets really dense and heavy. And by the time I got to it, I was like, man, this is taxing. So, because it usually end up being like 3 to 4 hour recording and editing segments. And I'd be like, okay. But yeah, rewatching the season was fun. Obviously, I think at this point, I'll just say that I'm going to try to be as neutral as possible because this was a very divisive season. Both parts 1 and part 2. Isayama's message about war and peace and humanity and how complicated it all is and how we as people can be so easily divided over the littlest things. And the thing of it is, I think one of Isayama's biggest messages in this is that no one is entirely right and no one is entirely wrong. Like, there are shades to all of this, right? So I'm going to try to stay as neutral as possible, but I'm also going to share my opinions in this commentary on our characters and situations because I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think I can share my opinions, but I'm also going to be understanding if you disagree. So first and foremost, I can just picture the comment section now being like, you are wrong, and me being like, hashtag Taurus life, don't care. So that's kind of my view on it. I'm like the worst person to try to convince something. And if you believe in astrology, you can say it's because I'm a Taurus. But I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not easily swayed by anything. So once I get my opinion about something, I'm pretty firm. But I do understand that shows like this are complicated. So I'm also like, okay, well, if you have a different opinion than me, totally cool. Definitely understand it. We're all coming at this series from highly different perspectives and experiences, which I think is kind of Isayama's intent. Someone on the Discord was like, I think it was Catman, said, this is all a big social experiment. I'm like, yes. I think Isayama was like, how are people going to react to this? I'm going to do it and see. And it's like, oh my God. So yeah. So let's talk about the structure of this whole jam as I'm 10 minutes into this already. The structure is going to be, we're going to recap the plot and the timeline, which like I said, I've pre-recorded and you will see why in a minute. We're going to do questions that were answered and unanswered from season 4 part 1, expectations and surprises. Got a whole big theory segment on Eren, so buckle in for that. There's like 6 pages worth of notes on Eren. Themes and symbolism. I'm going to be ranking the episodes. I decided to do a top 20 overall because top 10 is not enough. And then the ships, character ranks and discussion. OP and ED reactions, and then the conclusion with season 4 part 3 predictions. So we've got like 10 segments in this sucker to go through, and I'm pretty darn excited about it. But yeah, you know what? Before we dive into the timeline and get into all that, we have our RIP toast number 1. Now, it's early morning, and I cannot really drink a lot of alcohol at all, but especially in the morning. So instead, y'all seem to like my giant cup from episode 28. So it's back, baby! My giant coffee cup that I have put in. Nick46 in the Discord recommended this brand of coffee called Marley Coffee Company. And I was like, I'm not sponsored by anybody, especially not Marley Coffee. I wish I was. But I decided it'd be pretty thematic if I get a bunch of Marley coffee and make it. So I did. I've got Marley coffee in my cup. There may be other things in this to make it more interesting for the toast. Some special creamers. But in any case, we're going to do our first RIP toast, which is to both Colt, Grice, and Nile from episode 19. There was a lot of death in episode 19. I had to break it up. But episode 19, 2 brothers, what an episode. Rewatching it was a trip. We'll talk about it. But yeah, Colt, Grice. I feel bad for Colt because I feel like Colt had so much potential. Colt and Falco are like the most pure characters in season 4, part 2 and part 1, especially Falco. But Colt was just trying to be a good brother. 2 Brothers is such a great episode for a lot of reasons thematically, but Colt just wanting to protect Falco. And at the very end, when he was about to turn into a Titan, like just embracing his brother and showing him that he loved him no matter what, even as he was transforming into a Titan. And all the potential that Colt had. He was set up to become the Beast Titan after Zeke, which I think from that point on, we all knew that that was not going to happen with Colt. But I don't think it was predictable how he was going to die until it got down to the wire. But just speaking him protecting Falco and trying to show his love towards him and kindness and compassion as a brother. But then you have Nile, who showed compassion and kindness towards Falco as well. Like recognizing, it's funny you have Colt as a brother showing love and you have Nile as a father showing love. Because Nile, whose character went on a journey. I started out this series not liking Nile at all in season 1. I thought he was a prick. I thought he was a jerk. I was like, what is he doing? And we get little glimpses of his past with Erwin, and I was like, oh, I don't like Nile at all. Like in the courtroom scene, I think I dogged him a lot, and I remember everyone in the comments were like, oh, don't get on the Nile, and I was like, why not? and then, 2 seasons later, I'm like, oh, this is why. So Nile becomes this weird kind of symbolism of a father figure, because there aren't a lot of good father figures in Attack on Titan at all. I'm noticing this rewatching. I'm like, wow, there's like no great father figures. Like Isayama has like a complex against his dad, apparently. Maybe not, but he's like, there's no good father figure in this series aside from really Nile. Nile is talking about like not being able to see his daughters anymore. Well, Sasha Browse's dad is the other example. So Mr. Browse and Nile are like the only good father figures in Attack on Titan, really. I mean, Grisha, we'll talk about Grisha, but he's kind of a mixed bag. But in any case, I like the idea that Nile, being a father, knows how it must feel for a child to be scared. And so for him to comfort Falco and try to like make him feel better, while they're detained, and talking about him lamenting not being able to see his daughters anymore, that he's going to become a monster and that he doesn't want to see them like that, but he wanted to talk to them one more time. And then him helping Falco get back to Colt and knowing it was the right thing to do. And then even leading up to Nile sadly turning into a Titan and being killed by Gabby, of all people. It's such a journey that Nile's character goes on, and he went from somebody that I was not like happy or compassionate towards at all to a character that I really came to empathize. Like Isayama has the ability to do that with his characters. You start out not liking them at all, and then by the end you're like, man, he was a really cool character. So I feel bad for Colt, Grice. I feel bad for Nile. 2 characters that had so much potential and did so much good in the series and were sadly taken out too soon. So thanks, Zeke. Thanks, Zeke, for killing off both of these characters that I really came to enjoy. So to Colt, Grice, and Nile, we give you our first RIP toast. We will miss you both. So I decided to record this timeline a little bit separate from all the other videos because this is Conspiracy Board Sama, and I am sitting on the floor. So to give you an idea of how big this board is, I confiscated it for work. They were going to throw it away, the wasteful people. And I was like, no. So explaining to my coworkers why I was stealing a 6-foot by 4-foot bulletin board was quite interesting. I'm like, oh, I'll have uses for it, and left it at that. So they'll never see this video. They'll never know that I'm using it to explain the timeline of Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 2, because Isayama just decided, let's make things as complicated as possible. So I have on Conspiracy Board Sama here. It was too much for Whiteboard Kun to handle, so we had to bring in the big guns. I'm excited to be able to use this bulletin board, by the way, for other series. I have a feeling that there's a couple others that may find use of this in the future. But as you can see here, I have my Charlie It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia style. I'm just missing a cup of coffee in my hands to explain the timeline as it's developed. Now, going through this, we are not obviously going to talk about what we've talked about in previous recaps with the timeline, which would include literally everything leading up to this. So we've talked about the timeline of Paradis, we've talked about Karl Fritz, we've talked about pretty much everything leading up to Season 4 Part 2's actions. And Eren in Season 4 Part 1 was a big mystery box because we weren't exactly sure of all the events of the timeline. And then Season 4 Part 2 decided, you know what, let's just make things even more complicated. So this timeline here is going to kind of go all over the place, and so I'm going to try to start in a linear format and just kind of work our way back around. And it would actually seem, you would think I would start way over here on the left-hand side, but no. We're going to wrap this all becomes a circle. We're going to wrap all the way around this. We need to start at episode 1 of season 1. We need to start from there and kind of work our way around. And things get a little complicated. So I did find a site that had 3 different versions of the timelines. I think it'd probably be best to explain those at first. There is the Founder Form Timeless Connections and Attack Titan Remembers feature. And you guys can probably find this online. I'm sorry I'm not referencing whoever made this brief timeline. Thank you. If you're out there, thank you. And then there's the past and the present. So all these things kind of influence each other. The Attack Titan's powers are a thing. And we're going to talk about that when we get to themes and symbolism and things like that. But with that being said, let's just start at the basics. So the thing about the Founder Form's Timeless Connections is that Ymir and the Founding Titan, it's been 2,000 years. And so it kind of connects back. The idea of Zeke, our dear sweet Zeke, gaining the full dominion over Ymir, including connection to the flow of memories. So the idea is that in Two Brothers, Zeke had been there long enough, waiting on Eren to wake up from being decapitated, that he was like, yeah, I figured out I'm not connected to Karl Fritz, so I'm not bound by the vow renouncing war. I've gotten rid of all that jazz. And so yeah, I've pretty much figured out how to control Ymir since I'm of royal blood. There we go. And so he decides that he's going to connect with Eren to unlock Grisha's memories, which is the Attack Titan's past memories. So that's its own little timeline jaunt. We'll come back to that. And then we obviously have in the past Grisha receiving glimpses from the future of the Attack Titan for the first time when he sees Zeke. We have Grisha has 2 glimpses from the future, somehow seeing himself holding the key, and he's bothered by this. Yeah, Grisha looks pretty disturbed throughout most of Memories from the Future. As it goes on, he gets more and more disturbed. Then, putting together the occurrences, Grisha realizes that this was the moment the Attack Titan had led to. The Attack Titan had led him to Frida Reese and the Reese family. And then Grisha experiences the future memory of Eren, talking to Grisha's memories, and it enters his head. Here's Eren, and he's filled with rage. Finally, Grisha gets to express his anger and chooses the future and takes responsibility for the story he started, according to Eren. So we got that. That's in the past. In the present timeline, Eren discovers that Grisha receives, this is all when Zeke takes him to go see his father's memories. He discovers Grisha receives glimpses of Eren's future memories by seeing Zeke's from Eren's point of view. We'll touch back on that. Eren intentionally faces Grisha to let Grisha see himself holding the basement key. Eren talks over the memory of Grisha, which is an indirect action. And then with Grisha remembering his future, Eren's feelings are transmitted along with his words, which is the direct connection. Yet Eren's pissed at the Reese family. So that's brief. We're going to get into a little bit more comprehensive here, but what we really need to do, you could start at different places in the timeline. It's really, where do you want to start? Do you want to start at the moment that Eren and Zeke butted heads? Do you want to start back at season 1, episode 1 and loop back around to it and then go from there? Do you want to start at Eren kissing Historia's hand? Do you want to go there? You can go different places. I think there's 3 different nodes that you could start with the timeline, and it will all loop back around in the weirdest of ways. You can either start with Zeke and Eren butting heads and going into Grisha's memories. You can either start with Eren waking up in season 1, episode 1, or you can start at Eren kissing Historia's hand. Those are the 3 major events that I think this series kind of is founded on. So I'm going to start linearly and work our way from there. And so linearly, we're going to start right here in the middle with season 1, episode 1, Eren crying. And so I've got the little, you can't really quite see it. I'm going to kind of go back through and have a close-up of all of these and kind of rotate around it so you can see it better. But I'm like sitting on the floor because this board's too huge. And so Eren crying in episode 1 is related to the fact that it's the very day that Eren uses the power. The very first episode of season 1 has so much more context now. We've been having this mystery of Eren dreaming and waking up from the dream and the sequence of events of saying, what am I doing here? I feel like I've had a really long dream, and Mikasa asking why he's crying. That's been with us like the entire time, and now in season 4 part 2, it all makes sense, right? Because yeah, it's related to the fact that that day, season 3, episode 20, that day, is not just referring to the whole events in Marley with Grisha and the Restorationists. No, it's referring to that whole day when Eren wakes up from the dream. Lots of shit goes down that day. You not only have Shig and Sheena's walls collapsing, you have Grisha basically going and killing the Rhys family, and Eren indirectly encouraging him to do so. And then later, either that night or the following day, you have him giving Eren the attack titan and like fulfilling the cycle. So lots of stuff happens in this 24-hour period that's kind of insane, right? And so it's amazing that Isayama circled all the way back around to this moment. It's like, wow, Isayama, you planned this out pretty well. But Eren crying in episode 1 is related to the fact that it's the very day that Eren uses the power of Ymir alongside Zeke to set things in motion through his father's memories. Yeah, at the same time all this is happening, at the same time in Grisha's memories, when all this is going down, in the present time, Eren is about to activate the rumbling. So this whole day is kind of transcending layers of time. So you have the past where Eren wakes up from his dream crying, but then in the future, during the same time period, Eren is activating the rumbling. So Eren crying in this moment kind of makes more sense because he's about to activate a power of Ymir that's going to destroy the world. It's just happening in a time period removed from this particular space. So time travel is always weird in narratives, and it's hard to pin down. I know some people are going to be like, well, if you break down the physics of it, I am not a physics student. Far from it. So we could break down the whole physics of time travel and how that theoretically will work. Again, theoretically, we don't actually do time travel, so we can't say it's factual completely. But it also marks the day, this particular one, that the dream of his personal freedom seemingly ends as he becomes a slave to saving his friends and going to any length to do so, even destroying the world. So, fun times for Eren on that day, right? So we'll start from there and go from there. So then we cut to the moment back in season 1, episode 1, where Eren talks at the table about how things are bad outside the walls, but that shouldn't mean that they shouldn't be free for themselves to find out. That freedom of information, that freedom to go beyond. And during all this, something with Grisha happens, but we'll tie back to it, right? Then we're going to skip a couple things to go over here. We're going to skip a little bit of this timeline here. We're going to crawl back to it, don't worry. Where Grisha ends up giving Eren the attack and founder titans, basically sealing his fate, which we'll touch back on. And we'll talk about the events of, basically it's interesting because we talk about how you could alter fate and change things, but you can't really because in fact, by giving Eren the attack and founder titans, it pretty much seals time, the paradox in a, Huckleberry's gonna probably get in this. He's like, on my level now. He's like, look at you, winch. So it kind of seals things in motion, because if Grisha had not gave Eren the attack and founder Titans, then basically the whole events of Trost would probably be drastically different. So he ends up saving Trost through having these powers. Which leads Eren to revealing a bit about the basement, which in turn leads to them going to find the basement, being via the expedition that happens in seasons 2 and 3. So yeah, that you can't not have Eren get the attack and founder Titans for this whole timeline to work. So Grisha giving him the powers, you know what would have been funny? If Grisha had done everything Eren wanted and then just said screw it and gave the attack and founder Titans powers to somebody else. He's like, hey Keith, you want this? And then just messed up all of the timeline. Would that have even worked? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that later on in the discussion. But the idea of things being set in stone or not set in stone in the future, we're like, okay. But yeah, I mean, basically Grisha seals Eren's fate by giving him the attack and founder Titans. It makes it all come full circle. If this one event hadn't happened, everything would be destroyed. The timeline would probably crumble, and existence and parody would, time would break apart and everything, how that goes in narratives. But yeah, so basically him giving Eren the attack and founder Titans led to the saving of Trost and the subsequent expeditions in seasons 2 and 3 to go find the basement, which makes everything come full circle. So speaking of which, we get to the events of Season 3, Part 2. I did want to make note that Eren sees Zeke in Season 3, Part 2. He briefly sees what he looks like, which I think is a pretty important event to note. It doesn't seem like it, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, well, if he hadn't seen Zeke and didn't know what he looked like, maybe finding him would have been a little bit more challenging, or he would have had to question things a little bit more, because Eren probably would have been suspicious in Marley of anybody claiming to be Zeke. So I do think it's important that he met him. I think briefly it is important. It is also important because at that time, Zeke says that he's going to save Eren, which will tie back way over here to when he tries to save him from his father's horribleness back there, right? So I think it is important to mention that he does see Zeke. Zeke claims that he's going to save him, and we go from there. So next we go to Eren and crew go to the basement, to the books, and to where Eren goes back into his father's memory. And there is a parallel post that where Eren wakes up from the whole memories. He accesses the memories from his father, and so he sees that the whole thing with Dinah happens, where she becomes a Titan, and he wakes up and says basically the same thing he did in Season 1, Episode 1. He says, where is this? And says he feels like he woke up from a long dream. And then we get bedhead Mikasa, who is saying, are you crying, Eren? So yeah, parallels. Isayama loves them a lot, especially in this story. So after going to the basement, we have our second major node in the story, which is him kissing Historia's hand. Because she's royal family, it's able to unlock even more memories through the paths. Eren kisses Historia's hand at Erwin's memoriam. It opens Eren to the memory of his dad. But I want to make note, not the wall falling or the rumbling itself. We'll tie back to that. Just Eren gets with Zeke to see his father in the future and sets everything in motion and creates this paradox. So Eren sees all this stuff, and I like that we have the grimace, the famous grimace that Ymir has, that Eren has. Also, I will note this later when we talk about Eren as an antagonist, that whole theory 5.0. The idea that Isayama, every time we go back to this scene, this is the original, kissing hand scene, but every time we go back, Isayama draws Eren a little bit more grotesquely. Every time we go back in time, it's like Eren's vision of himself gets worse and worse and more monstrous. I think that's important to note. So by kissing her hand, Eren realizes that he has to move forward to meet Zeke, no matter what. But like Grisha, as we'll talk about here in a little bit, Eren tries to open up the ideas for other options. He spends a few years trying to be like, is there anything else we can do other than this future that I think is going to happen? Is there any other options? But those options keep being denied to him. They don't work out. And so in the meantime, Eren's like, well, until somebody points out something better, I guess I'm just going to keep moving forward and going towards the goal, because I don't see any, no one's giving me any of the other options, and I'm not being able to find any that's going to work. So what can I do? So from there, we have the events of Season 4, Part 1. And so we have post Erwin's death, we have Yelena and Anyan show up, Eren meets with Yelena and Flock, as we come to find out, to set his plan in motion to go over to Marley and meet with Zeke. He meets with Historia before he leaves. Contextually, it's a little out of place, right? And we'll talk about that with episode 28 here in just a second. We're gonna touch base on that. I've got a comment from a viewer that I want to point out. But he meets with Historia, explains what his plan is, just like he did with Flock. Historia meets him with some resistance. He's like, nah, still gonna do it. And so Historia decides, well, maybe I can help you somehow by getting pregnant. Would that help? Would that help solve the problems? And so we go from there to Marley. And from that point, Eren goes along with Armin, Mikasa, and Co. to Marley. And so in episode 28, we have the events of that. So that's kind of where we are in the timeline. And Sasha notes that for Mikasa, we see everything in her story through a very linear lens, like from chronologically from point A to point B. We follow her linearly. But throughout season 4, part 2, I think that a lot of confusion with the timeline is because we are seeing things, Eren is viewing things through not only his own memories, but his father's, through Ymir's. During episode 28, we cut back to Ymir's memories for a second. It's all over the place. And I like that Sasha noted out that maybe Eren needs to remember the events out of order to create a cohesive narrative for himself. Like, this whole timeline can go in so many different directions, but it all loops back. At some point, we're going to loop back to all this over here that I skipped at the start of this, because it all just connects, right? And so I like the idea that Sasha pointed out that maybe Eren, he's not thinking of things linearly. He's looking at things kind of as a whole and piecing it together in his own way, because that's the only way to keep the narrative cohesive for himself. So he doesn't go insane like the rest of us. So, you know. And then Eren, we cut from the events in the tent with the refugees. We cut from that scene where Eren enjoys one final moment of peace with his friends before he knows. Eren can see the writing on the walls that he's going to destroy these people. We get a glimpse at that point. At this point by episode 28, even though it's taking place before the events we've already covered in episodes, in Memories of the Future and From You 2,000 Years in the Future, we'll get to those, which happen season-wise before this. We do get the idea that Eren, by this point at the refugee tent, he had seen enough of his own future to know that the rumbling was going to happen and to know that he was going to destroy Marley. So, with that being said, Eren goes to see the subject of Ymir support group talk. He's not happy by what they say. They had been their last lifeline. Eren's not pleased by any of it. It does not meet up to his expectations. He thinks it's a failure, and he decides to leave everybody in that moment and go find Zeke. He's like, screw it. I'm just going to go see him. Bye, guys. I'm out. And decides to go find Zeke and discuss Zeke's euthanization plan. So from there, we get Eren telling Zeke back at Marley that what his fathers did was a mistake, and possibly, here's the thing, that whole thing with the mistake in Grisha, we'll tie back around up here to it, but thinking about it and rewatching the episode, I wonder if the mistake, if there was some truth in that. We've had the discussion about there being some truth in lies. We talked about that in season 4, part 1. And I wondered if possibly the mistake was him originally not being able to go through with his plan. If that was it, because Grisha did make a mistake. According to Eren, he didn't want to go through with it. At first, Eren had to coax him into doing it. And so maybe that was the mistake he was talking about. Regardless, it's why Eren decides to help Zeke already knowing what is going to happen. That's probably the craziest part about all this, is that by the time Eren has the conversation with Zeke with the baseball glove, Eren knows exactly what's going to go down because it's already happened in this hand-kissing scene that he's seen the future. So Eren already knows what's going to happen, but here's the thing, he's not privy to every little bit and piece of the future. As Zeke notes, he's like, well, you couldn't possibly know this, this, or this, so you're not totally... Eren's not omnipotent, which is the best thing about this whole timeline. If Eren was an omnipotent being that could see all into the future, it'd be a little ridiculous. But I like that Isayama makes it to where not every future memory has transported. Eren knows the rumbling is going to happen. He knows he's going to kill the refugees and all the people of Marley. He knows that he's going to work with Zeke to get to this point, but Eren is not privy at this point to what is going to happen when he gets with Zeke. He knows he's got to make contact with Zeke, and that's going to be the key to activating all of this. He just doesn't know how it's going to go down or what's going to happen when he contacts Zeke. He doesn't know exactly the Grisha timeline that we're going to get into here in a little bit. but he knows that he has to go through with it in order to achieve the end goal, which is the rumbling. And we'll talk more about beyond the rumbling at the end of this. So from that point of talking to Zeke with the baseball, where he doesn't catch the baseball, and he's like, oops, it slipped, and kind of gives a little bit of a hint that Eren's maybe not totally on board with the euthanization plan, but Zeke maybe doesn't quite get that at that point. He's just like, oh, okay, weird. But he's so desperate to have like a brotherly connection that he's like, oh, it's fine. He probably just is sluggish. It's like, no. So we have where he kind of gets in contact with Falco through the hospital. He uses Falco to contact Armin and the others to be like, hey, I know I went MIA. Here's where I am. Come get me. Come pick me up, guys. My ride left, you know. And so he also stages for Falco to let him meet Reiner. Poor sweet Reiner, which I included a little picture from Declaration of War because I like to torment Reiner further. And so then Armin and co decide to rescue Eren, who caused his own kidnapping at this point, and return to Paradis. It's funny, every season we've had an Eren kidnap moment. And in season 4, part 1, it was Eren's own kidnapping. He kidnapped himself and held himself hostage from the group. How about that, right? And I guess you could refer to season 4, part 2. Eren's done it again. He's holding himself hostage in the Founding Titan form, away from everybody else, and they have to go rescue him from the fate he thinks he has to have. So, man, Eren has either been kidnapped or caused his own kidnapping in every season of Attack on Titan. It's funny because he's our shonen protagonist and he's the one getting kidnapped. You know, usually you have a rescue arc, but it's where, you know, like in Bleach, there's the Rukia rescue arc where Ichigo rescues Rukia, but here it's the rescue Eren arc, just every season's iteration. Fun times. So after they return to Paradis, there are the events leading up of episodes 10 and 11 in season 4, part 1. And basically from there, we get to after Above and Below, where Reiner and Marley show up to come and find Gabby and Falco. And at this point, Colt and Porco and Pyke have joined in the fray. And all the warriors in Magath and the forces of Marley have descended on Paradis to try to get Gabby and Falco back and to attack Paradis before things get even more out of hand. Lol, too late. So from there, we have Eren versus Reiner versus Porco. We get the events of setting up in Sneak Attack and Two Brothers, where Zeke shows up. He defeats Levi for the moment and shows up. Nile takes Colt to meet with Falco. Falco has his confession to Gabby, and then Zeke's scream happens. Reiner holds off Falco, which is then left to eat Porco. Gabby shoots Eren, and Eren's head flies off, but at the last minute is grabbed by Zeke. So we'll touch back. We'll come back to that. We'll wrap back around to that. So, because Eren's head touched Zeke's hand and made contact before Eren lost consciousness from having his head blown off, they were able to transport into the coordinate at the paths. And at this point, Eren runs to get Zeke. His head's blown off by Gabby. He manages to get into Zeke's hands before the end. And Zeke decides that he's going to save Eren, which I didn't do a thread, but I could have done a thread tying back to that moment in season 3 where Zeke was like, I'll come rescue you and save you from our father. And it's like, yeah. So, like, you don't even know. I think one of the most savage moments in Memories of the Future is when Eren's like, oh, do you want to go back and see where I eat our dad? Would that make you happy? And I'm like, just God, Eren, what a savage. Brutal. So yeah, Zeke decides, he's like, I'm going to save you, little bro. And before I, you know what? If Zeke had just done the euthanization plan and didn't try to save Eren, this would have all been quite different. But, you know, hubris and all that jazz, right? Some may call it a plot inconvenience. I call it in character for Zeke, because Zeke wanted to save his brother, and it was established back in season 3. It needed to happen, so I'll give Isayama props. I could see where someone, if they were getting really nitpicky, would be like, well, why didn't Zeke just activate the euthanization plan and use Ymir? Would have stopped all of this. You are correct, but I like that Isayama cleverly plants that tiny little seed back in season 3, part 2, when Zeke finds Eren. He's like, I'll save you one day. You've been brainwashed by our father. I'll come back and save you. And that ties back all the way to Memories of the Future and Two Brothers. I give Isayama props for tying that all back together. It's a tiny little moment, but it is justification of Zeke's character, and it makes a lot of sense. So, cool. Eren and Zeke touch foreheads using the Founder's power, and they're able to go back and see. And the clever thing about all this is that we don't go too far back, right? We only go back to Eren being born and Eren being a baby because it's Eren's memories, but it is also Grisha's memories as well, which is very clever. I like that the show, we're technically going back to the start of Eren's memories as a baby and moving forward, but at the same time, we're double dipping. We're not only getting Eren's memories. It's funny because Eren's memories are allowing us to see all of these events I'm about to go over, but because Grisha is there throughout all of them, we're able to influence Grisha and have these moments with him. So it's very clever. But yeah, so basically from here, we go to the idea of seeing Eren in his infancy and seeing and Huckleberry's decided to join me for a brief second. But we see Eren through his infancy, him and Grisha, and then we go and see Grisha. I'm going to skip over some of the parts where we see Grisha being a loving father and Zeke being kind of disturbed by that, to going to the part where Zeke seems like he has the upper hand against Eren. He's like, oh, well, look, Grisha as a doctor, he's like, look at how awful our father is. He's getting information, he's doing espionage and getting information on the royal family. Isn't that terrible? And Eren admits what Zeke wants to hear, but Zeke doesn't end the journey through the memories there. And that line, I got chills rewatching it, where he was like, we have all the time in the world. I was like, again, it's so funny to look at Zeke's character because he had a second opportunity to stop this whole timeline from happening, right? He could have stopped it by just going through the euthanization plan. Wanted to save Eren. At this point where he's really sarcastic and you can tell Eren's kind of being an asshole, where he's like, yes, my father was shit and he was a really terrible person. Are we done? At this point, Eren does know that it's going to happen, right? He does know that he's going to, get through with the rumbling. He just doesn't know exactly how yet. He hasn't figured out how he's going to make it work. But he's just he doesn't want to concede to Zeke. And if Zeke had just said, okay, let's go euthanize everybody and been done in that moment, none of this would have happened. That's kind of the crazy thing, is that we view this situation as it being inevitable and there being no choice. But what I like about it is, as much as Isayama gives us that kind of narrative, at the same time, Isayama's also saying, no, not only one person's decisions, but many people's decisions affect this as well. And Zeke is an integral part in all of this. Yeah, Eren uses him, but Zeke had some free will in this. If he had just been like, okay, and just popped out of the memory, then none of this other stuff would have happened. But curiosity kills the cat. Zeke can't resist trying to find a moment in which Grisha is truly awful to convince Eren. And he can't get over the idea that Grisha has totally changed and was a great father the second time around. So it's funny to see Zeke's character kind of be the catalyst of all of this as well. If anything had gone just slightly different, it could have changed everything. But woulda, coulda, shouldas, right? So from here, they go to the part where they see that Grisha getting documents, maybe a tip-off from Kenny. We get like a little cameo with him, fun times. And then he's led to the king in the chapel. He goes to the chapel, but he can't go through with it. He can't yet do it. He doesn't have the resolve anymore to go through what he set out to do from Kruger. I want to touch base on Kruger just a brief moment. We'll come back to him. But he remembers, the original restorationist mission from Kruger was going to Paradis, starting a family, and having someone you could give the Titan powers to once your time was up. Because Kruger told him he only had a limited time as the attack Titan. He would have to pass those powers on to someone. We'll touch back on that. But yeah, Grisha basically can't go through with it. And so he goes back to the basement. And at this point, this is kind of the big thing. At this point, it's interesting to note that they see Grisha not being able to go through with it, and Zeke and Eren are both kind of surprised. They're like, wow, he went here the first time and he decided not to. Okay. So we go back to the basement where Grisha wakes up and sees Zeke in front of him through Eren's eyes. And that moment lets Eren know, oh, this is how I can connect to my father. This is how I can put two and two together. This is how the attack Titan can get one set of memories to the next person. That's how this is going to work, right? He knows that he has the power to possibly influence Grisha. And Eren immediately wants to leave with Zeke, before Zeke realizes what's happening. At the time watching the episode, I was like, oh, Eren's just he's mocking Zeke, because Zeke, for the rest of this moment, Zeke is always like, every moment that Eren and him have gone through and Eren's seen like his family and seen how loving they were, Zeke would always cut it off and be like, nope, it's time to go. No, let's leave. Let's not waste time here. And Eren would always like linger on his parents. And there's a myriad of things he could be thinking in those moments, but he would always linger on them. And here, when you first watch the episode, you think that Eren is kind of mocking Zeke, being like, because Zeke has, for the first time, like a genuine realization of the connection with his father, and was like, oh, okay. And Eren's like, no, let's go. And there's that, right? But when you watch it a second time, you're like, oh no, Eren realized what he had to do, and he didn't want Zeke to catch on. So he's like, no, let's leave. Let's go now. Let's go. Next memory. Before Zeke could realize what was happening. It's genius. So yeah, from there, we go to Eren being 9 years old, to being friends with Armin. Zeke sees that Eren had killed a man to save Mikasa, and him and Grisha both look horrified by it. And Eren concedes to Zeke, he's like, no, I've always been this way since I was born. I've always been this way. It's my nature. I wasn't molded by my father, I had a great childhood. This is just how I am. And we'll talk about that in the Eren antagonist theory, but he's like, no, this is just how I am. We're going to have to deal with it. It's like, ugh. So yeah, there's that. And so then, I do want to make note by Be Happy, back in season 1, episode 6. I want to make a note. Be Happy commented about this in the Discord, and so I want to bring it up. Is that there is a moment where Grisha is shocked when Eren said he had to save Mikasa. And this ties back, I should have made a red line, but this ties back to the Owl's words, where Eren Kruger says that he has to save Armin and Mikasa. He tells Grisha that right before he leaves to go into Paradis. So this moment, there's a screenshot that Be Happy shared where Grisha was like looking at Eren kind of in shock and realizing that it was connecting back to that moment. So that could have been a clue to Grisha as well, that the Attack Titan was reaching back to him as well, even before he truly understood the powers of the Attack Titan. Again, and so I had to theorize, and we're going to tie this back at the very end of the video and in theories later on, but the idea that are Armin and Mikasa key to saving Eren? And that's why he's made sure that even as far back as Kruger, he knew to tell Grisha that saving them was paramount. Again, we don't know how far and what all Eren has seen at this point, or if it's just a feeling that he wanted to express towards Grisha and Kruger because he's closest to them, wanting to save them. So we as the audience at this point in the series don't know whether or not Armin and Mikasa are going to be key to saving Eren and maybe stopping him in the rumbling. We don't know that. Or if it's just the fact that to Eren, Armin and Mikasa are the most important people to him. So he wanted to make sure, even from back in Kruger's days, that he was letting Eren know, or he's letting Grisha know, that it was important to keep them safe. We'll see. But I thought that was a really interesting moment back from season 6 of episode 1 to bring up. And we'll talk again about that moment one more time. We'll come back to it. I really love that picture, and we'll talk about it here in a little bit. But anyway, from that point, we cut to the events. We've circled all the way back around to Eren waking up from the dream. We've circled back to that. And the talk of Eren at the kitchen table. And at this point, Grisha finishes his books. He locks them in the basement, and he sees Eren in front of him holding the key to make sure he knows to tell Eren about that key. Because if Eren didn't know about that basement key, then we wouldn't have had the expeditions back in seasons 2 and 3 start. We wouldn't have gone to look at the basement to look for the key. We wouldn't have gotten to Erwin dying. We wouldn't have gotten to Historia's hand being kissed, and we wouldn't have started this whole chain of events. So it's all just making sure that events happen that have been set in stone by time, that it all ties back to it. So did Eren cause Erwin's death? We're not going to focus on it. But anyway, so Grisha leaves Shiganshina that day. He goes to find the royal family. Huck has joined me again. And Grisha pleads at the underground chapel for Frida and the Rice family, however you say it, to save Shiganshina. But Frida, under the vow of war, makes the same argument as Zeke, that the power of the Titans and Eldia don't deserve to live. She makes the exact same arguments, and Eren is enraged at this concept and Frida, saying that Eldians deserve death and atonement. And Grisha notices in that moment Eren beside him and his rage. So So fun times. We get a little bit of callback that Grice is aware that Eren is there, or that he feels this presence during this moment. But then, here's the thing. Grice reveals that each Titan has a unique trait. And the attack Titan is that it cannot be controlled by the king, which we'll tie that back to the Ackermans in the theory part. We're going to tie back to that, so I'll remind myself. Yeah, I'm doing an Eren thing. I'm reminding myself I'm recording this before the rest of the recap, so I'm going to remind myself via Eren philosophy here to go back and talk about that in the theories. But that they cannot be controlled, and that it's the part, which makes sense, it's the part of Ymir that goes against the king, which makes perfect sense, because then when Eren makes his impassioned speech to Ymir about her just being a human, not a god or a devil, it makes so much sense, because it's just, that's the attack Titan, right? It makes so much sense, because at that point, it's just, at this point, he's basically the part of Ymir that is that side not controlled by the king, that is that rebellious side. So it makes sense. And then that this is the moment all of our memories have been leading us to for generations. This moment has been led to since Ymir. Basically, she's been waiting for Eren to come along and have all this happen, which makes me think, going back and rewatching, that Eren is the last attack Titan. Now, what that means for the story and why Eren is the last attack Titan is the part that we, the audience, don't understand, right? Because, I mean, the only other exception is that somebody beyond Eren was influencing Eren, but I don't know if that's the case, right? I'm not sure that's exactly right. But in any case, Eren, basically, the Attack Titan's powers offers us brief glimpses into the lives of those yet to inherit, and allows us to witness events in the future. So they get to inherit memories and voices in their head from future Attack Titans to kind of influence and show them the future, which he's been doing that with Eren this whole time. Ta-da! So, but in the end, despite all of that, despite Grice telling Frida and them that the Attack Titan's powers allow them to do so, he decides that he wants to end the royal bloodline, but he can't go through with it because he says he's a doctor and he doesn't want to kill children. Even though those children are pretty awful and say like they are screaming at Frida to murder him and they're kind of the worst, he's like, I can't do it. I can't kill children. This is my moral. He has a Shinji moment, old Grice does. It's kind of funny. If I'm going to do an obligatory Neon Genesis, I'm going to find the way my camera works. Neon Genesis Evangelion reference. There we go. Obligatory Neon Genesis Evangelion reference. It's kind of funny because we have a reversal moment. In one of the episodes of Neon Genesis, Shinji is told that he has to kill someone, to kill a child, and he can't go through with it. He's like, nope, that's against my principles. And his father, Gendo, is like, well, no, screw you, you're going to do this. I'm going to make you whether you like it or not. We kind of have that moment reversed where instead of the father telling the son, you're going to do this, you have Eren, the son, telling the father, no, we're going to set things in motion and this is what you're going to do. And you started the story, now you have to end it. So it's kind of a funny little reversal there that Isayama does from Anno's original narrative, kind of the idea of responsibility in that moment, but just thought I'd bring that up. So end Neon Genesis spoilers there. But Eren tells him that he had a reason for coming, though. That his sister was killed by Marley, his comrades died, and that Kruger and Dinah died as well, and that he needs to avenge them and keep moving forward. And then the line, even if you die, even after you die, this whole ugly story started with you. You have to see it through. So yeah, which is funny though, because this whole story started with you. Yes, I'd say that Grice leading Faye past the walls and her getting killed was kind of the catalyst to all of this. It really was. And all that was in that moment was just Grice wanting to have freedom. The one moment that Grice wanted to have freedom outside of the walls of Marley's internment camp to take his sister to see something that was beautiful outside of their imprisonment. The one time he decides to do that is when not a Titan, but monsters as awful as Titans, the men of Marley and their dogs, killed the sister, and that was the price to pay. And that spurred Grice to become part of the Restorationist movement, which spurred him to meet Kruger. But here's the thing. Grisha did start the story, but you could go back and say the moment that Eren kissed Historia's hand and the moment he gained his father's memories back, we go back. This is one of my favorite shots in the whole series, is when we see Grisha talking to Kruger, but in place of Kruger is Eren. It's one of my favorite shots. I love it because it is Eren, right? It's Eren influencing the attack, using the influence of the attack titan through Kruger, who is a previous inheritor, a previous holder, to tell Grisha about needing to move forward and needing to carry on the story and go to Paradis and start another family, because Grisha didn't want to do that. He wanted to stick around and wait for Dinah, who was a titan at this point. So, did Eren influence his own birth? Yes. Which is crazy. He was born this way, right? He's been this way since birth. And we've talked about it in the previous seasons, if Grisha having the attack titan when Eren was conceived had some play in that. It could have. But the fact of the matter remains that Eren was born to be the attack titan. He was meant to be from the start. It's all been planned. It's crazy. I'm not usually a fan of that, it's all been planned from the beginning narratives, but Isayama does it in such a clever way with this that I'm okay with it. I'm like, yeah, no, this is actually fun. It works. And I say fun loosely. It's actually terrifying. But yeah, so Grisha in that moment is basically told by Eren that, nah, you're going to do this because I said so. And Eren's always right. So he ends up killing the family, and his memory is the one that Eren jumps to when he kisses Historia's hand. Coming full circle and seeing what is going to happen with Grisha in the chapel. Which, to be honest, if Grisha had not, again, we get to him giving Eren the attack titan and founder titan powers. We come full circle with that. If that hadn't have happened, then at that moment, the events leading up to like Trost and all that, Armin and Mikasa probably would have died along with everyone else inside the walls. So it was kind of essential that Grisha, in a way, this whole timeline is sort of needed. You have to go through it up until the rumbling. Talk about up until the rumbling. I would say everything leading up to the rumbling has to happen. Eren has to get the attack and founder titan powers, because otherwise everyone dies and the events of the story just end incredibly tragically, and Marley just destroys Paradis. So in order to save them at that point, you have to go through with everything, which is crazy. Which means, though, that you have to go through with all the events leading up to Memories of the Future. It's like everything in Two Brothers has to happen to let Zeke and Eren make contact. Which is crazy, right? And the whole thing about it is that bringing Zeke over, there were so many opportunities. Again, the future itself is influenced not only by Eren Yeager, but also by Zeke, but also by everyone else on Paradis. Because, yeah, they had Zeke and Eren separated, but if they had brought Eren and Zeke together before Reiner and them showed up, then would Falco and would Colt have died? Would Porco have died? Would Falco have become the Jaw Titan? Would, all these other events, would Nile and them have died? Pyxis have died? If Eren and Zeke had been allowed to make contact beforehand? That's the crazy thing. And that does make me a little bit mad at Eren a little bit, because I'm like, if you'd communicated with everybody what you were going to do, I mean, even if he lied, because he kind of lied anyway. He didn't tell them anything, but that's kind of like a white lie in itself. It's like, oh, well, I didn't communicate with them what I was going to do, so I wasn't lying. It's like, well, yeah, no, you kind of are, because you didn't tell them what you're going to do. But I'm like, if Eren had lied to them and said, yeah, no, I'm going to stop Zeke from doing his plan, and then activated the rumbling once he was inside there, sure, yeah, he would have lied to them, but it would have saved all those people's lives. So there's that. I'm just saying the events of Two Brothers could have been avoided. But the problem is, it would have taken Eren communicating with everybody, telling a lie, everyone getting on board with the lie, and then Zeke being led to meet up with him. So there's that. But my point, not only in saying that a lot of things in Two Brothers could have been avoided, but also saying that the idea that multiple people influence the future. It's not just Zeke and Eren. It was the actions of Levi, the actions of Hanji, the actions of Flock, the actions of Yelena and Anyan Kapan and the volunteers. Multiple people had a hand in Eren and Zeke meeting up the way that they did. And it could have been altered or a little bit different if people had acted a certain way. But that is that. But still, looking back, I'm like, we'll talk about Eren and the whole communication thing, but I'm like, if you had lied and communicated a little differently, then maybe things would have been a bit different, but we'll save that conversation. The point is that everything ties back full circle, and then at that moment we get the whole thing with Ymir. We leave the memories. At that point, Grisha tells Zeke, this timeline branches to the linear version of what happens with season 3, part 2, but at the time, once Grisha gets out of the chapel, we cut over here to him telling Zeke, because he can see Zeke now through Eren's point of view, telling Zeke that he's witnessed Eren's memories, he knows what's going to come for humanity, and that he sees Zeke in front of him because Eren sees Zeke in front of him. So he's basically like, I've seen. He laments that Eren didn't show him the fall of the walls. He didn't know if Carla was safe, and asks if there wasn't, quote, any other way to move forward. And was this the right choice? Was it the right choice? We go into a lot of options with that. So yeah. But basically lamenting to Zeke that he's like, and that Eren has not shown him everything. So he tells Zeke that he needs to stop Eren and that he's about to move forward and pass on the attack titan. He tells him he's about to do the events up here. And Zeke sees Eren's face as he kissed Historia's hand. Coming full circle, and then us moving back to the events where they get booted out of the memory lane. And so then we have Eren with the founder, the original founder, the source of all living matter, connecting to Eren's head creepily like a damn bug. And so Eren becomes the founder titan form and takes off with the colossal titans from within the walls to go activate the rumbling and destroy the world. And linearly, from there, around the same time, I should have made a little string attaching this, around the same time that Eren versus Reiner versus Porco was happening, way back 20 minutes ago, we had Anyan Kapan releasing Armin and crew from the jail and them deciding to help Eren. So they actually decided to help Eren around the time that Gabby shot off his head, leading to these events. So as Eren takes off during the rumbling, Armin and crew, we have Connie taking off with Falco, we have them chasing after them, we have them running into Annie, all that stuff takes place. Armin and co teams up with the Warriors and Magath and decide that they need to go to Asmobito's boat and plane and use it to go find Eren. And Flock, of course, tries to stop them along with all the Jaegerists, and we get the events of Traitor and Retrospective. So, from there, we're going to cut over here to, again, coming full circle, Eren moving through Marley with the rumbling. Armin and co are at the Asmobito base, which is kind of an offshoot from Marley, and are trying to plan out their next move as season 4 part 2 ends. And I made a connection between to this next part, and then from where Zeke tells, where Grisha tells Zeke that he's witnessed Eren's memories, I tie it back down here. We're going to end with this little part right here, where we don't know at this point all of what Eren has seen. Like Zeke said, he couldn't have seen everything at this point. He's not omnipotent. He hasn't seen everything because there's parts and pieces that Eren himself doesn't understand what's going to happen. So, which begs the question, meaning his future self did not show him for a reason. Now, it could have been, I mean, future Eren probably did not have a guide manual and was like, here, this is how you access your dad's memories through Zeke, and gave him like a PDF file and was like, here, follow this step by step. No, Eren had to kind of piece it together himself. And plus, like we've said, there's the factor of different people being involved, right? So it's not just a matter of you do X, Y, and Z. You could do X, Y, and Z, but then there's all these other factors coming at you from all different angles. The Attack Titan can predict the future to an extent, I believe, but he can't predict how other people are going to act. And we're going to talk about that in the theory thing, about how other people's reactions and actions post the rumbling. There's things that I'm sure Eren can't possibly have predicted would go down. We'll talk about that. But so there's still some mystery left in store for what Eren doesn't know and for what we, the audience, doesn't know. And it begs the question of why the Attack Titan in the future doesn't want Eren to see all of these things. So I don't know if the Attack Titan is like, look, you're going to get saved, Eren. Eventually, you just have to get to this point and then you'll get rescued. We just have to get you there. So that's kind of where we leave off. But yeah, this is the very simple, very simplified, easy to understand, totally not hard or complicated timeline of Eren and the Attack Titan and what it's led through in season 4, part 2. And I didn't really talk about Ymir. I didn't really talk about her timeline and all of this. This is mainly just Eren centered. But we have the timeline of Ymir and basically her becoming the slave, the pig getting let loose, which is the catalyst of everything in this entire series, and the king basically sentencing her to death, her encountering the founding Titan, becoming Titan herself, and then the king using her and making her have children for him, and then the children cannibalizing on their own mother after she dies from a broken heart, and then it all just kind of expanding from there. So, fun times. But yeah, so I went ahead and recorded this early, and so hopefully you all enjoyed that. But now back to our regularly scheduled recap. Huh. So that was the timeline. Yep. So we're gonna do our next RIP toast. And I know that this character did not die technically in episode 19, but the moment they became a Titan, it was pretty much set in stone that they were gonna die. I know that there's like, Jean wanted to sacrifice Falco to bring Pyxis back, but not Pyxis. I think his technical death was in Two Brothers when he became a Titan. So man, Pyxis. I'm really sad that he's gone because he was probably the first character in Attack on Titan that I simped for. The very first character that I simped for in Attack on Titan, and that's really, really sad. I'm gonna put an honorary, Anka in on here because we don't know if Anka's alive or dead. We don't ever really see her after this, so at least, unless she shows up in part 3, I mean, we'll put a little question mark around Anka, and if she doesn't technically die in here, I guess we'll bring her up in the next recap. But Pyxis, man, he was such a great character throughout this series. Like, starting out, coming into season 1, being this really cool, badass voice of reason amidst all this fear and panic that, Warman and them had towards Eren. And Pyxis just taking this calm and cool approach and being like, hey, Eren, you can help us. And just always having this, not a parental kind of presence, but just this leaderly presence that was not rooted in fear or corruption. I think that's what I like about Pyxis the most, is he was never really a corrupt figure. He had a drinking problem, which led to his downfall, but he wasn't actively trying to go the corrupt route. He was just doing what he thought was right for his position. And I think that Erwin and Hanji and other leaderly characters in this series, he kind of taking that mentality of trying to be a leader and do the right thing, but understanding collateral and what it will cost to do the thing that you believe is right. And what I liked about Pyxis, especially season 1, compared to someone like Erwin, Erwin in season 1 had a hard row for me to get to like him, because in season 1 I was like, Erwin, you're killing off people left and right, you just don't care. And Pyxis was kind of a counter to that. He was sort of like, okay, I know that we have to do this one thing and that people will likely die, but I want to try to minimize the casualties as much as we can. And I think that characters like Armin and Jean really took from Pyxis and learned from him and respected him. And it's funny you have Eren, who I think respected Erwin a lot, which is speaking for his character. And we'll talk about Erwin, don't worry, in this at some point. But Eren really respected Erwin's character, but then you have Jean and Armin, who I think respected Pyxis' character more. And just Pyxis being just a badass with his flask, and just being so unapologetically cool. And then throughout the entire series, I got to where I looked forward to seeing him. And I was glad he wasn't just a season 1 standalone character, and that, Rico, who we don't know who went MIA since season 1, but I'm glad he stuck through the other seasons and was an integral player, in the part with the coup in season 3, him and Erwin's interactions, his interactions with other characters, and then in season 4, him rallying everybody together. And his speech once he realizes that he's likely going to die, and he still pushes his men to do what's right and to protect the city and do everything, what a badass. I'm so sad that he's dead. And I really am gonna miss his character for the remaining part 3, because I'm that's the case with a lot of these characters that died this season. I was like, man, they're not gonna be in part 3, no! And so when we get later down the road to some other characters, I'll be like, man, that sucks. But Pyxis, he was the first Attack on Titan character I simped for, And he's not been the last, but he holds a special place in my heart. And so I'm very sad to see him go. So we toast to you. It's not wine. Wine Chan will probably come out in season 4, part 3, just for you, Pyxis. But for now, it's not wine, but we'll toast you anyway. So to Pyxis, the first simp of Attack on Titan and badass daddy who just was really, really awesome. And I'm sad that he's gone. So questions answered and unanswered from season 4, part 1. Man, I honestly didn't have a lot of questions going into part 2 because we just had a big lore dump from season 3 and we'd gotten so much on Marley's side in season 4, part 1 that I wasn't really sure what questions to ask. So at this point, it was just kind of like, I feel like going into part 3, it's just tying up loose ends and questions that haven't been answered or expanded on, trying to get some like final information on that. Isayama's done a pretty good job throughout of answering most of our questions and giving us enough information that questions we did have no longer matter. I think that's a big point in this. So, questions that were answered. Will Annie have a role? Yes. She finally does get thawed out, and now she's with Armin and Co. So I assume she's going to have a role in helping Armin and Mikasa to get to Eren. Especially, I like that the very last scene of this really ties to Annie's character. And we'll talk about Annie throughout this recap, but ties to her being like, I don't want to kill anybody anymore. She's like, I'm done. Like, even she goes on a journey in this season knowing from saying that she's just doing everything for her father to knowing that he's probably dead and being like, I'm just tired of fighting. I don't want to do it anymore. And so her agreeing to help them get to Eren to figure out what to do and to try to talk him down off of his founding Titan. Or someone on Discord today this morning said that Isayama said in some interview that Eren's Titan is called either Titan of the End, which I instantly tied to Seraph of the End, so I was like, I don't know if I like that, or the Final Titan, and I'm like, that seems very apocalyptic, so how fitting. But yeah, so, or the Final Titan form, however you want to call it. But yeah, so Annie finally gets thawed out. She gets a role in this season. Glad that she's back. Did Eren confront the founder? Well, yes, or at least its first host, Ymir. Yeah, Eren could arguably be influenced by the source of all matter, the founder. Being born from a Titan shifter as well, Grisha, could have something to do with a lot of things. But we finally do get to see the source of all matter, and we get to learn about Ymir's tragic backstory to an extent. So, fun times. The next question, did anyone from the squad become a Titan shifter? Well, Falco did. He's not really from the squad. He's not from the cadet crew, but Falco does. He eats Porco and defies all of my expectations. So, fun times. We'll talk about that in the surprises portion. Are the Titans in the wall getting released through the rumbling? Oh, do they? All of them. Every single one. They're all out. Why settle with just one wall when we can get 3 walls worth? Why do that? Will Armin and Paradis join forces with the Warriors in light of the plan? Yes, they actually did join them. I was like, okay, but it wasn't because of the euthanization plan like I thought. It was actually because Eren's destroying the whole world. So why not get everybody together? And we'll talk about that with Eren here in a little bit. What will Armin and Co. do in light of knowing the plan and with the Warriors against them? If Eren succeeds in the euthanization plan, these questions I had from part 1 are great. What will they do then afterwards? Well, he didn't succeed in the euthanization plan because he didn't want to. But we do see that they decide to say no to genocide, at least to confront Eren and try to change his mind and do something. That's been my big thing with season 4, part 3, with part 2, and we'll talk about it with Eren, but the idea that they were just going to sit around and not do anything while he destroyed the world, I'm like, no, you know your friends, and we'll talk about that too. They can't sit around and just wait for him to come back home after destroying the world. How is Eren going to find Zeke? Oh, well, Zeke came to him. He didn't have to go find Zeke. Zeke met him in Paradis. Well, they did have to find him in Marley and bring him back, but that was in part 1. But in here, yeah, no, Zeke gets away from Levi and manages to find Eren. Fun times. And then my last question that gets answered was, who is going to die? Lots of people. Lots of people died in this part. We had a couple episodes where nobody died, and then a couple episodes where a lot of people died, and then a couple episodes where no one dies, and then at the very end it's like, oh yeah, millions are dying, so... Lots of things. So I do have some unanswered questions from season 4, part 2, which will probably carry on into part 3 that I want to keep asking. So this is the second Titan War, but it's the other Titan shifters versus Eren instead of being divided. Well, depending on what Armin will do and who he sides with. Eren has labeled him as the savior of humanity, not himself. Does he still believe that? So yeah, that question doesn't really get addressed in this part. Armin is part of the ensemble in part 2 and not really as much of a standout. He kind of is, but kind of isn't. So I am curious going into part 3 if Eren still believes Armin is the savior of humanity and what that means. Because when Eren first said that about Armin, it was back at Midnight Sun. It was before Eren kissed Historia's hand. It was before he found the basement in Grice's memory. So Eren believed that Armin was the one that could be the better person and unite humanity before all of that happened. So now that all that's gone down, does Eren still believe that? I don't know. I don't know what that's going to entail. Is that something that the Attack Titan has shown him visions of the future of Armin saving humanity? What does that look like? We don't know. We'll have to wait till part 3, but I thought that question was still worth bringing up. Why are there 9 Titan shifters? That part's not been explicitly explained unless we're going to find out more of her. I feel like we're not done with Ymir's backstory. I feel like there's still little pieces of Ymir that we don't quite have explained to us, and it's going to tie to Eren, and it's going to tie to part 3, and it's going to come out at some point. We just haven't tied back around to it. So I feel like it's going to happen. We're going to get to it. But the part about the 9 Titan shifters, I know that a lot of people in the comments are going to be like, well, there's 3 daughters and it just kind of split out from there. But I'm like, why 9? Why just 9 pieces? And that may never be explained. It just may be something Isayama's like, it's just the 9 traits of Ymir and her kids got it and they just passed it down and then it became passed down to other like guards or affiliates to the daughters and we just went from there. And if we never get a solid explanation on it, I'm fine with that. You can kind of make an assumption of why that's the case, but it's just a question that's not been explicitly answered, so I felt like keeping it in there. What will Falco and Gabby's role in all of this be? Well, we know part of it. We know that Falco becomes the Jaw Titan, but for Gabby, we don't exactly know entirely. Gabby's role is interesting in this because she's kind of been she's been a little opposite side of Eren. She's kind of like when she starts out in season 4, part 1, she's sort of an Eren equivalent, not exactly the same as Eren, but she's very similar to him. And she's gone on this journey, and the results of this journey have been the opposite of Eren. Like her mentality going into season 4, part 3 is quite different from Eren's, which is interesting. And we'll talk more about it when we get to themes and symbolism. But I feel like there's going to be more that Falco and Gabby can do in part 3. And I want to see what their end story is. Like, are they going to die in part 3? Are they going to be able to live on? What are we going to do with that? So I'm curious to see what's going to end up happening as we move forward. So those are my unanswered questions. Again, not a whole lot. We'll talk more about predictions when we get to the conclusion of this. But expectations in season 4, part 2. What did I expect was going to happen and did it go down? Reiner versus Eren round 5? Yep, we got that. And we got Reiner facing others too. Like Reiner got to do things in this part 2. He got to not only face Eren, but then at the very end, he faced the Jaegerists in retrospective and traitor. So that was interesting. Reiner slowly maybe bouncing back to a place of stability. I want that for him. So there we go. Annie getting released. Yes, she did. And she got to battle too and had an existential crisis. So Annie's getting all kinds of character development. It's just 3 seasons in the making. So Levi versus Zeke rematch a 3rd time. Sadly, not yet, but I feel like part 3, we'll talk about this later in predictions, but I feel like Zeke and Levi are going to face each other one more time. I feel like it's Isayama likes that rule of 3, so I feel like it's going to happen a 3rd time that Zeke and Levi are going to see each other. Now, the result of that, we'll talk about that later, but I think it's definitely going to happen. My predictions that Falco will turn into a Titan and eat Zeke. Will he do it before Eren and him connect? Well, he technically drank Zeke's spinal fluid and ate Porco, so he kind of ate Zeke. I'm still floored that I really wanted Falco to become the Beast Titan because I thought that was going to be really cool. I thought it was going to happen like after Eren and Zeke connected so that the founder thing would have worked. I'm glad the story went beyond my expectations in a good way. But Falco kind of becomes a beast titan because he drank Zeke's spinal fluid. He has the little bird parts to him in the jaw titan. So he's kind of a beast titan. He's like a little chimera. It's fun. Historia will have a baby, but I'm not sure what that will be like. At this point, it's like you're waiting for Frodo to throw the ring into Mount Doom. You're waiting for you've been following Historia up the mountain of Mordor, and you're just waiting for her to chuck that baby in the lava. Like, she's still pregnant, but we still don't know anything about Farmhand Coon, and I'm a little bitter about it. Give us a face, Isayama. Give us a face. Show us he's at least hot, and she at least got it on with a good-looking guy. He seems nice enough. I'm so baffled that Isayama gives us this plethora of characters with depth and layers and complexity, and even Demo Reeves gets some complexity. But the baby daddy of Historia, Queen of Eldia, the baby daddy of her child, we know nothing about, other than that he chucked rocks at her, was a farmhand, felt bad about it, and is kind of a nice guy. It's about as flat as you can get for a character, and I'm like, you won't even give us a face. Now, maybe in the manga it's different, but I'm a little salty about Farmhand Coon taking a back seat during this series. Part 3, if he's the reason Eren goes down, I'll welcome it with open arms. If we just get more complexity with him. We better at least see him holding that baby and see his face. Show us your face, Isayama. Don't be a coward. No, Historia has not had that baby yet. It's going to be like at the climax of the series. Like, everything's going to go down, and like as the founding titan or the final titan crumbles or something, or as all the colossal titans disintegrate, or there'll be some grand epic thing, she's going to have that baby, and Farmhand Coon's going to hold it up in the air, and they're going to do the Circle of Life playing. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll talk about Historia when we get to the character part. Expectations. The term enemy is just thrown out the window. Hatred and violence is the enemy. Yeah, pretty much. As we explore that in part 2, our protagonists, they enact the grandest acts of violence upon themselves and upon the world. But is it fueled by hatred? Not necessarily. We at least see hatred tackled in this series in other ways, in various ways. So hatred still exists in this world, but in season 4, part 2, we find out that a lot of the violence happening is not just because of hatred at all. It's because of a sense of not only duty, but because of love, which is the most twisted, messed up thing. The idea that these characters are enacting violence not out of hatred, but out of love, is probably the most jarring thing Isayama's done with this series. And we'll talk about it in Themes and Symbolism, but it's definitely, it takes the themes of this show and kind of twists them in ways that have been set up, but are kind of explored in ways that are interesting, right? So Armin and Mikasa trying to reach out to Eren one more time to save him. They're still trying, only now there's more distance between them. There's a lot more distance between Armin and Mikasa and Eren, but they're still trying to reach out to him, and I have a feeling, I think they're going to connect with Eren at some point in season 4, part 3. They have to reach him. Now, the question is, what's going to be the result of that? But we don't know. But I think they are going to reach out to him and reach him. But now, what's going to be the cost to get there? How they're going to get there? What's going to be the result once they do get there? That part is all a big mystery box. And I don't want spoilers, but I'm pretty excited to get to that and see what's going to happen. And everyone said going into this part that I was not ready. You all were correct. I was not. And thinking about season 4, part 3, I am still not ready. So there we go. Expectations there. And then surprises. Levi losing his fingers and going through all that hell. And it's not surprising that he survives because, he's an Ackerman. But the amount of damage that was done was pretty surprising. And then Hanji jumping into the river to escape Flock and the others to save him. That part was pretty surprising. And the fact that he's kind of out of commission it's a smart move by Isayama to take your OP character and make him kind of out of commission for most of this season. When things go down, it gives your other characters time to shine. So I see why Isayama did that. I'm glad he did that, but it's very interesting. Zeke's rebirth through the Titan using Ymir's powers, the Titan putting him in the womb and rebirthing him. Oh, the symbolism, right? Oh, the symbolism, especially because Zeke's the one that wants the euthanization plan. Yeah, and then seeing more of Zeke than was expected. I was like, of all characters you give fan service to and show us naked, had to be Zeke, huh? Fitting. And then obviously the introduction of the paths and the coordinate. Like, we've had that word coordinate thrown around all series, like since season 2, we've had the word coordinate thrown around, and it took us 2 seasons to finally see what the point of the coordinate was, literally, and to see the paths. It was all very rewarding. So I like that surprise a lot. Also, tiny little minor thing. The fact that the Warhammer Titan's powers are finite and that energy is used up quickly. Because I talked about that in season 4, part 1. I was like, man, the Warhammer is a pretty nice little handy deus ex machina. If you just want to get out of a situation, Eren can just use the Warhammer Titan powers. And then I debated about, in season 4, part 1, I was like, okay, well, why doesn't Eren use those powers more? And then in season 4, part 2, when he turns into the final Titan form, it's like, well, why doesn't he use the Warhammer to escape underground? And I talked about that in the episodes, like, well, maybe when he's in that form, he's not actually in that body, he's like underground, like how Lara Tiber was. But the fact that they established that the Warhammer Titan doesn't have a lot of energy and it wears out quickly, so you have to kind of be sparingly with how you use it, it adds a lot of things together. It makes sense why the Tibers didn't want to go into battle, because the Warhammer Titan is easily expendable. It establishes why Eren doesn't use the power very much, because he can easily get wore out. Like, it's a nice, again, a writing choice Isayama makes to be like, oh, here's this kind of Swiss Army knife of a Titan form, but you can only use it for a very limited amount of time, so I'm not going to use it very often. It's a nice writing decision as an author. You're like, okay, this is how I wrote myself out of having to use the Warhammer Titan, which a lot of people will probably chide me as being like, well, why don't you use it more? Makes sense. Really interesting. Annie showing emotion through the second half of this season. Just her showing that she doesn't want to kill anyone anymore, particularly Eren. The fact of her explaining her life philosophy and backstory to Hitch. She was like, why are you giving me sudden backstory? Don't you die? And then just her showing genuine emotion for her father, a character that, up until season 4, part 1, when we get to see him again, you kind of get the impression that he's just a really bad guy. But then going into season 4, part 2, and Annie realizes just what he was trying to do for her, and that in his own way, he did care a lot about her. It's so intriguing to see her display these emotions, because she's always been this kind of heartless, cruel, distant character, seemingly, throughout the series. And then you finally get to see her like deconstructed and broken down. And it's like, okay, you're no different than anybody else. You have feelings and emotions just like the rest of us. So that was really good to see throughout this second part. Falcon's bird titan body and him eating Porco. That part was rough rewatching, I'm not gonna lie. The first part, Two Brothers, was really hard to rewatch. I was like, here we go. And even when you know what's gonna happen, it's heartbreaking. I will say, I rewatched this season in the English dub only because I was taking notes and doing my structuring while I was rewatching. And so it was much easier for me to do that while the English dub was playing, because I didn't have to look at the subtitles the whole time. The English dub is fine. Just a quick side note, another surprise, the English dub is surprisingly fine. I've never really watched the English dub for Attack on Titan because I'd heard mixed reviews about it, so I just didn't kind of watch it. I love Matthew Mercer. He's a great actor, and I didn't know he was the voice of Levi, so I was like, oh, cool, he does great as Levi. He's great. The voice actor for Eren in this season was really good. I actually went back and rewatched a few episodes from season 1 just to hear him play Eren when he was younger, and I was like, oh wow, cool. Your voice, he does a really good job of making his voice totally different for Eren in season 4 than from prior seasons, which is great. I was like, that's kind of a hard thing for a dub actor to do, and he does it really well. Zeke's voice actor in the English dub is like, okay. I love the voice actor for him in the Japanese sub, because he's like Dio, and he's the guy from Neon Genesis, and he's Adam from Skate. So I was like, you know, the English dub actor for Zeke is fine. He just doesn't have that special quirkiness to him that I like from the Japanese sub actor. The only dub actors I really don't like in the English dub, Hanji's doesn't fit at all. I'm like, Hanji's is just, it's not. Romy Park does such a good job of doing that kind of androgynous feel to Hanji that it works really well. The English dub actress, she tries, but it's just, it's not, I don't like it. And then Gabby's English dub actress, she's really miscast. I think nothing against her as a dub actress. She does the best with what she can, but I just don't like her in that dub. I'm like, maybe that fuels people's dislike of Gabby from the English dub, but I'm like, she just was kind of miscast. I'm like, she just doesn't sound, the English dub the Japanese sub actress for Gabby sounds like a kid, and it works. She sounds like an adult playing a kid in the English dub, and it's like, it just doesn't sound natural enough. So, but no offense to her, I'm sure she's a great dub actress in other stuff that she does. Attack on Titan, I'm like, it just doesn't sound right. But yeah, so I've been watching the English dub for this rewatch, and it was still hard to watch Falco turn into a pure Titan and get attacked and attack Reiner, but then him eating Porco. Porco's dub actor sounds great in the English dub, and he does that part where he's like, gives Reiner, he's like, I was always better than you. That final line worked out really well. Other surprises. Gabby point blank shooting Eren's head off. I think that was probably the biggest surprise of season 4 part 2, being like, oh, I think we could have made all the predictions of how Eren and Zeke were going to meet up. All the predictions. I think we could have gone, I'm sure that all of you in discussion forums and on Discords and in comment sections were just debating, how is Eren and Zeke going to meet up? What are the challenges they're going to face? How is it going to go down? But I don't know anybody that called and was like, oh, Gabby's going to shoot Eren's head off with an anti-Titan rifle. I don't know. If anybody ever predicted that, I think you were either lying or I was like, you're Nostradamus. Like, start predicting who's going to win the World Series for me, please, so I can make my bets now. Because I did not see that coming at all. And then everything that happens from the rest of Two Brothers on into Memories of the Future and from you 2,000 years in the future, I could not have predicted that. So huge surprise. Memories of the Future was a big surprise. That was crazy. But I hate that those of you reading the manga had to literally see Gabby shoot Eren's head off, and that was the hard cut into the chapter, and you had to wait a month to see what happened next. You all deserve medals, cookies, paid vacations, all of the things for having to suffer for a month. I can't imagine the discussion forums throughout that entire time period. I'm sure it was the most bonkers, maddening experience. I still need to go back and try to find some archived discussion forums when all this series is over and read some of the posts that people made. I hope it's archived somewhere because I want to read it. I cannot imagine the theories people were pumping out around that time. It probably was really, really good. The trippy acid scene when Eren first goes to the paths. If you told me, I think I debated, I was like, who are these extra new characters that Eren's seeing in his memories? And all of you were like, oh, they're from like an alternate universe high school thing that Isayama created. He just put it in for the lulz. And I'm like, what? Getting interdimensional travel. I mean, it makes sense. They kind of go to an alternate dimension where the paths are. So the fact that Eren sees into other dimensions as he's traveling to it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I'm okay with it. But Eren not going along with Zeke's plan was not surprising. I was like, it doesn't seem in character for Eren to go along with Zeke's plan. So that part wasn't surprising. But Zeke turning out that since he has royal blood, he's not affected, he can control Ymir, and he spent all this time getting the vow of war renounced, that part was surprising. Like Zeke playing the Uno reverse card on Eren at the end of Two Brothers. That part was really surprising. But then Eren just doing like putting down 4 Uno reverse cards in response was surprising as well. So us getting to go and see Eren's childhood with the ominous music included, I still can't get over that. Rewatching Memories of the Future, there's just something eerie about seeing Eren as an infant, like gurgling and cooing and walking towards his father lovingly with this ominous orchestral music in the background. And all it made me think of now that I've reacted to the ED lyrics is I keep thinking of Child of Evil and the ED for this season 4 part 2, and I was like, like it's just, it fits so well. Like if you know the lyrics of the ED, and you'll get to that later with me. it makes all the more sense. I'm like, okay, wow, it's all connecting in very interesting ways, and I love it. But yeah, and then basically all of episode 20, all of Memories to the Future, that entire episode 4 of part 2, it was just surprise after surprise after surprise. It was on the level of that day and maybe more. So we'll get to the episode rankings later, but it was very, very surprising. And then the founder attaching to Eren, that whole thing with the just the spine of it connecting back to Eren's head, and Eren's eyes doing like the bug-like fixation. Creepy as all get out. Having none of it. I'm glad nobody really saw that happen except Zeke, who's now stuck with Eren somewhere in the founder. Fun times. Sasha Purvis noted how maybe how much power does the final Titan or founding Titan, how much is it using? Can Eren only do one task at a time in that form? So that's a very good question to ask, and I'm assuming maybe we'll find out in part 3 if Armin and Mikasa get to Eren. Maybe they'll ask that, because I feel like Gabby in this season, when she poses to Armin, like, why can't Eren do this, this, and this? And Armin's like, I don't know. We'd have to ask him. And she's like, well, go ask him. I feel like Isayama is setting that little part up to get brought back in part 3. Like, Gabby set up the questions, and now maybe Armin's going to find the answers in part 3. We'll see, right? Eren addressing the subjects of Ymir. Oh, what a powerful scene. Like, Eren just having this commanding voice, and for the first time, him, like, taking charge and just commanding everyone and having this commanding presence amongst everybody. But sucks to be you outside of Paradis. Sucks to be the Eldians that weren't inside the walls, right? Saying he wants to destroy all life outside of the island he was born on. Whew, and to stop the violence against his people. That was, when he went full genocide, I was like, well, it's not entirely surprising, but the fact that he just announced it like he did, bold. That's all we can say, right? That Connie took off with Falco to save his mom. We'll talk about that in the episode, but that whole thing, that whole plot line, and then Armin's whole gesture in trying to save Falco by sacrificing himself until Connie saved him. What a weird plot line. That's probably, of all the Attack on Titan plot lines, it's probably the weakest in this entire series. And when we get to Pride and talk about that episode, we'll talk more about it. But it's probably the weakest thread in the entire series. And it's not a big thread, so it's not, it's bad necessarily, but it's definitely one that stands out as odd. And for something in this series to stand out as odd is noticeable. So we'll talk more about it in the episode, but that part I was like, what are we doing? But then again, it's chaos, and Eren's just activated the rumbling, and it's this chaotic situation. So there's a part of it that's very understandable, but there's another part that you're just like, WTF Connie, WTF Armin. So we'll talk more about it with Pride, but the episode itself, but still very surprising. And then everyone reuniting, like all of the cadets, the 104th unit. You knew it was coming, right? Ever since from episode 5, from you 2,000 years in the future on, when Eren announced that he was activating the rumbling, it's like you knew that they were all going to get together, right? Because Reiner and Annie and them weren't going to sit down and let Eren go through with this, but they were going to need help. And Armin and Co weren't going to let him sit down and go through this, but they were going to need help. So you just knew that the reunion was going to happen, but it felt so surreal all coming together. And we'll talk about episode 8, Pride. We'll talk about Pride, like I said, but mostly all of episode Pride, I was like, what? It was just a big surprise. One after the other. Annie eating pie and Annie being a point of comedic relief. Things are dire and really at a dark place when Annie is your character bringing comic relief. A lot of your comic relief characters have died when Annie has to step in and provide some levity. That's when you're in the deep shit, right? Speaking of which, we'll get to some more deep shit in a minute. Jean's fantasy in episode 9, and basically of him and Mikasa married. That part, like, why can't we have nice things? Why can't we have nice things? And that everyone in episode 9 or of Night of the End come together, and how Marco's story has literally been the glue holding everything together in this series. Marco, there's been people in the comments being like, Marco's the true protagonist. I'm like, he really is a major source of thematic elements in this series, and his character does so much from beyond the grave that I don't think there's no way Marco could even know what his role would be in this story at the time when he was alive. So we'll talk more about Marco, but just that whole scene of John's fantasy, bringing Marco back up, them all having the discussion about everything and how it went down, was all very surprising. But speaking of the deep shit, Samuel and Daz's deaths, them shooting Armin in the mouth and then Connie shooting Samuel multiple times. And that episode, the fact that, here's another thing, rewatching this series, we'll get to an episode that has like a viewer warning at the start of it. Traitor doesn't have a viewer warning. Pride has a viewer warning. And I was like, really? But Traitor doesn't have a viewer warning when Armin's shot in the mouth and Connie shoots Samuel like 3 or 4 times in the face. I'm like, we didn't have a viewer warning for this episode? What? So that part was surprising, very much so. And then finally, Chidori Goku AMVs noted how Flock and Historia, kind of in this season 4 part 2, became Eren's right-hand people, not Armin and Mikasa, like I thought would happen. No, based on season 4 part 1, I'm not surprised that Armin and Mikasa were not Eren's right-hand people, that it was Flock and Historia. But as a story, as a whole, you know, you think of, okay, when we get to the climax of this story, when I started season 1, I was like, when we get to the climax of the story, it's going to be Eren and everybody versus the Titans or versus Marley or versus the world. I could not have imagined that Armin and Mikasa would be chasing. It makes sense that Armin and Mikasa are always chasing after Eren. They have been since the start of the series. But the fact that we're at this point and Eren has distanced himself so far from them, it's fascinating. And it was really surprising that it would be Flock and Historia that Eren communicated with more leading up to him leaving the cadets than Armin and Mikasa, who he supposedly cares for beyond everyone else. But it's like a rom-com. This entire part 3, going into part 3, it's like a rom-com, you know, where there's a big breakup before the third and final act, and the third and final act are all about the characters in the breakup trying to get back together. Like Eren's had the big miscommunication with Armin and Mikasa, and he's shoved them aside for their own good and gone off to do this horrible thing, and Mikasa and Armin are running through the airport to go find Eren before he flies away and be like, stop Eren, we want to be together with you. It's a damn rom-com. Maybe Isayama is romantic after all. Maybe we've been misjudging Isayama this whole time, and this whole thing was set up to be a big romantic comedy from the start. A dark, dark, dark romantic comedy. Oh, let's get into our RIP toast number 3. Another from Two Brothers. Again, lots of people died in Two Brothers. This time, Porco from Two Brothers is our RIP toast number 3. Dear sweet Porco. Man, I feel like Porco, he's not a wasted character. Porco gets to shine in part 3, in season 4, part 1, and part 2. He gets introduced at the start of the last season. He gets to like establish his character and establish his character traits. And then in part 2, I did not see Porco dying in this part. I suspected it could happen, but I was like, nah, he's gonna make it to part 3, or he's gonna die in the final, bit. But no, I could not have predicted that he was gonna sacrifice himself to save Falco from his fate. I could not have predicted that. And I like that Porco is a great established character with the whole brothers theme, that we talk about Marcel, his brother, saving Reiner, and not only saving Reiner, but giving Reiner the armor titan to save his brother, Porco. And then for Porco to finally see that, to see his brother's memories in his final hour. I'm glad he got to see Marcel's memories in the final hour. I'm glad that Porco got to see it, because I was kind of sad in part 1 when he was like, oh, I don't remember anything from my brother, but I got to see Ymir's memories. And I was like, oh, I want him to see Marcel's. So he finally gets that. He gets the badass one-liner. He's probably one of the best animated characters in part 2. He looks stunning in death. He looks like when he has half his face missing and has the smirk and his hair all tossed to the side, all disheveled. He looked great. I was like, man, that sucks. You look your best in your final moments. And then he gets the big one-liner against Reiner, just shoving it to Reiner again, right? But it is sad, because you set up his whole relationship with Peak, that he possibly had a romantic relationship with Peak, maybe, or there was potential for there to be a romantic relationship, and now there's not. So it was just interesting. And it's, the Jaw Titan kind of has, the Jaw Titan's kind of cursed, right? Because it went from Marcel to Ymir, back to Porco, and now to Falco. I'm like, I don't want Falco to die in part 3. So I'm like, the Jaw Titan's kind of a cursed entity, right? More so than maybe the other Titan shifters. I don't know. But yeah, I felt bad for Porco because his character wasn't my favorite out of all the warriors, but I came to respect his character a lot more by the end of part 1 and into part 2. And the fact that he sacrificed himself to save Colt's brother, and to save Reiner too. He kind of inadvertently saves Reiner as well, just like Marcel did. It was really, really nice. So I feel bad for Falco now because now he has Porco's memories, Ymir's memories, Marcel's memories. He's going to be like, our poor innocent bean. But Porco Galliard, we're going to toast to you because you did the right thing in the end and you went out in the most badass and awesome way. So cheers. So now we're on to the next part, part 5 here. And it's theory time. It's theory time. And unlike other seasons at this point, the thing about season 4 part 2 is that there's not really, I mean, we can theorize and make predictions of how the story is going to end, but I'll save that to the very end when I do predictions for season 4 part 3. We'll save it for then. But I mean, we can do that. But as far as like the lore goes, as far as the backstory of the Titans and their origins go, we pretty much get that in this season with Ymir. We at least get enough of the backstory with Ymir that we know how the Titans came to be. We know kind of the history and the timeline of what's happened to lead up to this point. We've gotten enough at this point from Isayama that we pretty much know the story, right? And if you've watched the timeline segment from back earlier in this video, it's been very complicated. But the one theory I've had since season 1 was that Eren was going to become the antagonist. And it has evolved and changed and developed over time, but here we are. Here we are. And Eren he's the antagonist. Yeah, in a way. I know a lot of people are like, well, Eren's the protagonist. How can he be the antagonist? We'll talk about that. But I have a lot of notes about Eren from people's comments, from rewatching the season. I've got roughly, if I'm looking at how many pages of notes on Eren and this theory alone that I have, I've got like 6 pages of notes just on Eren, so this segment may be a long time. It may be a long-winded segment about Eren, and it's been really hard to organize my thoughts because much like Eren himself and much like Memories of the Future and the timeline itself, it's all over the place. So there's so much to talk about Eren. And so I feel like I'm going to go ahead and apologize because, again, I've like re-edited 6 pages worth of notes about him, and I've tried not to be repetitive, but there are probably going to be things that I touch back upon. So I was like, how do I break this up? How do I even, this is the 5.0 version of Eren as the antagonist, the theory. So this is version 5.0. Okay, because I did a recap for part 1 and part 2 of season 4. So this is our 5th time around with this theory and kind of tweaking it from what we've known from previous recaps. So I decided to break down my thoughts on Eren and him as the antagonist and my theories about him into 5 parts. We're on the 5th version, so it gets 5 parts. So we've got ideas about, we're actually going to kind of go all over the place with this. We're going to start about becoming the common enemy, memories of the attack titan, Eren's view of himself as a monster, which he does, the whole child of evil thing, slavery, freedom, and the heroics versus antagonism, and then connecting. I'm going to connect to Vinland Saga for this one. I'll talk about it when we get to it. It'll be the last thing that we really go over, but I'm going to talk about Vinland Saga, that series, so there will be some spoilers with that, and I will kind of preface that. So if you've not watched Vinland Saga and you don't want to be spoiled, then you can just skip that. This part right here is not really, it's not needed to talk about the rest with Eren, but it's something I've noted and I've noticed, so I'm going to kind of tie back to it, okay? But yeah, so I want to kind of start out with this whole antagonism thing with Eren and talking about this one up here, becoming the common enemy. Because remember back in season 1, remember back when Pyxis was talking about how it would be, what would happen if the world got behind a common enemy and came together to stop one force? Remember when Eren was like, that's a dumb idea, who would do that? Remember that? Yeah, so Eren was like, oh, that's not likely. And at the time, Eren kind of dismisses it. He's like, no, we have all these problems. And back then, Isayama kind of comes full circle with this idea, saying that way back when Pyxis first brought this up, Eren's like, well, that would never happen because people don't get along in our own world within the walls. How could they come together to fight one common enemy? Ha ha ha. And then we cut to this season, and that is essentially what is happening. Eren has made himself that common enemy that now Armin and everyone else is fighting against. And the question is, is that something that Eren predicted would happen? I don't think so at this point. We'll talk about it, but I don't think that he anticipated. That's probably going to be the biggest irony of all this. That's going to be the biggest irony of this entire series, is that in Eren doing this, he basically became what Pyxis said was going to be needed to bring the world together. And Eren didn't even realize that he's the reason why all of these forces on Earth are going to be brought together to maybe function cohesively against him. So that's all interesting. But season 1, Eren talked in Titan form about destroying them all and destroying the world. It all comes full circle in season 4. And now that we know that Eren has been in the works since the very beginning, this version of Eren has been in the works since the very start of this, or at least the future was set in motion once he gained the founding and attack Titan powers. It all comes full circle, and it all makes sense by the end of this season. And I really think Isayama's great for writing that and making it all work. So it ties back to this whole theme of antagonists. And we talked about it a little bit in season 4, part 1, but the idea that antagonists are often, and I want to use the term antagonists instead of villains, because antagonists are often characters that have good intentions. They just try to get those good intentions enacted through problematic means, which is basically Eren in a nutshell in this season. There is the talk of, Gabby points out if he could have helped Connie's mom and why he left Armin and Mikasa to defeat all the Titans that were in Shiganshina. We don't know if he can only do one thing at a time as the Colossal Titan. That's not been established yet. And manga readers will know the answer to this, but I don't want to know yet because it's a spoiler. But as far as us anime-only people go, we really don't have confirmation if he can do we know the Founding Titan can do anything. We just don't know if it's like anything, one thing at a time, right? So there is that. Or, if once he started the Colossal Titans, can the Colossal Titans only move? Can they actually attack? Are they going to be autonomous and just be able to move forward, and they're just so massive that they really are difficult to destroy? Or are they going to be like a million Bertolts and be able to like move their arms around and fight and defend themselves? And do they have intelligence, or were they just created by the founding king at the time through Ymir, by Karl Fritz through Ymir, without any sense of intelligence or free will? We don't know. We'll find out in part 3, right? But I like the idea throughout all of this, and this kind of transitions from the common enemy to this whole viewing himself as a monster, which we'll talk about next. But the idea, like, we framed the entire series of saying, is Eren like a god or a devil? Is there a difference in the Attack on Titan world? We've spent the entire series talking about how it really is just a matter of perspective whether someone is a god or a devil. Flock calls Eren the devil that they need to beat Marley and secure their safety, which would ironically make him also a savior figure in the eyes of people on Paradis. It would make Eren both a devil and a demon for destroying the world, but a savior to the people that he saves. So you have that dichotomy, but then even though Flock recognizes what he's doing is terrifying, he himself has resigned to support it because it's going to save his family and friends and secure their safety. So it kind of is this interesting thing of how the audience views Eren versus how the other characters view Eren. And it's kind of all over the place. There's people that have been in the comment sections being like, Eren's a savior. And I'm like, well, yes, he could be. And then people be like, Eren's a demon. I'm like, yes, he could be. But I think the overall point in all of this is just like how Eren tells Ymir, he's not a god. He's not a demon. He's not a savior. He's just a human who just happens to have the power to do more than what normal humans can do. And that's probably the saddest reality of it that Isayama tries to touch base on, is that Eren, he's viewed as all of these different things, but at the end of the day, he's just a person. And like Nicolo says, everyone is capable of being a demon. Everyone is capable of, and like the big, we'll talk about themes and symbolism, but the big, comparison of anybody can be a hero, anybody can be a demon, and, it just depends on the circumstance, the perspective, all of these different factors. But at the end of the day, we're all just people, just trying to do what we think is right. and trying to use whatever power we have to get that done. It just so happens, as Reiner notes, that Eren is the worst person to have this type of power because of the resolve Eren has, because of how stubborn he is and how much he always believes he's right and refuses to have his mind changed. He is Taurus energy on steroids, even though I don't think he's a Taurus. I think he's an Aries, which explains a lot. God of War, you know. So, fun times. But yeah, Eren just being a human at the end of the day, I think is one of the biggest things Isayama puts forth in this season, and uses Eren telling Ymir that to kind of put that out there for the audience to understand about him. Which ties this whole thing of Eren viewing himself as a monster and the whole child of evil lyrics that we'll talk about later when I react to those lyrics in the part that I pre-recorded. But Sasha Purvis noting, and I agree completely with this, Sasha, Eren is more complex, and I know that everybody makes that. I've seen it so many times that Eren's like the best shonen protagonist, and the best is such a subjective word. I don't think that there's any objective, like they are the best. It's opinion based, right? But I do agree with everyone that says that Eren is probably the most complexly layered shonen protagonist that we've gotten in recent memory. I would agree with that. Does it make him the best? Depends on your views. I do agree with Sasha saying that Eren is more complex in season 4, especially in part 2, but he's a sadder, lonelier, more tragic, and possibly worse character because of it. It's like, it's one of those things like there's the meme, the more you know, the more you'll suffer. That's exactly true with Eren. Case in point, he's gained all this knowledge and power, but it's not made him happy at all. It's made him more tragic. And it was really sad watching Eren this season, because what you come to really feel is how lonely he is and how little self-worth he has, right? So Eren, we'll get to that here in a second, but Eren, he's been established to only really care about a handful of his friends and family, and not really anyone else. Like he says in his address to the subjects of Ymir that he's really protecting only the people of his island. But, you know, at the same time, I think he's only protecting the people of his island because that's where Armin and them are, right? That's the only real reason. He's always been about being free himself, but that freedom is also in effect to secure the freedom of the people he's closest to, right? He's ironically changed this concept of freedom and its unmoving definition in his eyes. And he's reached the point in his mind of no return. As he said in part 1 of season 4, he believes that he's a monster. He told Armin Mikasa at the gun range, he's like, no, we're monsters. People, we deserve to die. And he thinks that what he's doing now with the rumbling, no one's going to forgive him for, and he doesn't deserve it. So by the end of season 4, part 2, Eren kind of accepts that he's a monster and that no one's going to forgive him, no one loves him, and he's just doing this because it's what he believes is the right thing to do. And it's the only choice he sees as viable, right? Sasha Purvis additionally notes that Eren is incredibly lonely in season 4, part 2. In episode 28, in Dawn of Humanity, Levi makes the point of saying, stick together, especially you. We're talking to Eren. And Eren ends up not doing that, right? He should. I like that Sasha points out this, and this is kind of relating back to a lot of thematic stuff we'll talk about later in this recap, but he should be enjoying the simple pleasures of life. He should be enjoying these simple things like the shell in the ocean, the ice cream that he finds. But because in the end, those things do matter quite a lot. They're extremely important. Having those simple pleasures and freedoms that you enjoy, they're what matter, right? You're only on this planet for a short amount of time. You should savor as much goodness as you can. But, and in the same vein, Eren should also be depending on his friends and communicating with them. But his mind and memories are so tainted from not only seeing Grisha and his past, but from seeing like the knowledge he's gained about the world as a whole and his belief that it's so cruel. It's so tainted to the point where he doesn't see those simple pleasures as being possible. And he hasn't communicated with anybody about it. That's probably the most frustrating part, is as a communications major myself and knowing the importance of it, I'm like, you should be talking to more people, not just Elena, not Zeke, not to the one side, not Flock, because the people he has communicated with, Historia is kind of maybe a little bit of an exception because her viewpoint is a bit different than Flock, Yelena, and Zeke's. But the people he's communicated to, I'm like, those are the people you should not be communicating with. They're the people you don't trust and the people you don't care about. But you're communicating with them, but not the people you love. Eren. Like, Eren, he is a complex character, and with that complexity comes some major flaws. And I like Eren for having flaws. I think that a protagonist in any series does not need to be perfect, does not to be a Mary or Gary Sue. They need to have complexity and flaws that are relatable. But they're so frustrating at times because we as the audience can see, like, Eren, you could do A, B, and C, but you choose not to. And that's just a choice that he makes, the choice he thinks he'll have the least regrets. And I'm like, okay, but it's very frustrating, right? But it's understandable. We get why he's the way that he is. It just doesn't take away the fact that it's frustrating. And I do want to point out that going along with this whole monster mentality, as in season 4, part 2, we see Eren going back and forth in his memories. He gets more grotesquely drawn by Isayama, which is fascinating. It's like he just becomes more and more grotesque as we go throughout the series, right? It's very, very interesting. So yeah, Baku noted how Eren's final Titan form looks like the puppet that is similar in season 1 ED number 2. And I was like, oh yeah, so that's, you know, maybe possible foreshadowing for what Eren would become. His Titan form does look like a puppet. He's just kind of hanging off. It's funny, you have the founding Titan, the source of all living matter. You have its kind of like skeletal framework and the ribs coming out and being like, the ribs being legs. It's so grotesque and creepy. Again, tying the whole how Eren views himself as a monster, right? Ties right to that. But it also, Eren just hanging there in the center of it looks like a puppet, like a marionette, which kind of ties to the idea that Eren, you know, he's chained to how he views his friends needing to be saved. And this, Eren just can't let go of the overarching concept of freedom that he's developed in his mind. He can't switch over to something like how Armin views freedom or another character views it. He's so tied to this concept of needing to be free and gaining that freedom for his friends and those he cares about that it's made him a slave to it. And it's as interesting as we've noted it the last several seasons. I also want to tie back to Eren's conversation with his grandfather, who regrets shunning Grisha away, losing him along with his daughter Faye. And I wondered after that conversation, because we see Eren tossing the ball up in the air and looking kind of melancholy about it, if Eren has similar regrets with shunning Armin and Mikasa away. Or, you know, does he view his actions as different from his grandfather's in saving them? You know, because him and his grandfather kind of sacrificed people and it had different results. You had his grandfather sacrificed, he let Grisha and Dinah and them get sent to Paradis, and he lost both his daughter and his son, and now he instantly regrets it because he wasn't able to save either of them. And so I wonder how that connects with Eren, who is shunning away Armin and Mikasa, but he's doing it because he thinks it will save them, which is the opposite of what happened with his grandfather. And so the question is Eren going to regret shunning them away like his grandfather regrets doing the same with Grisha and Faye? Or is he not going to regret it in the end? That's an interesting like contrast and comparison that in part 3 I'm going to be interested to see how that all comes back around, right? So, dead soon. I want to talk about this because I had read somewhere in the comments where apparently Isayama had taken inspiration from Eren about a serial killer. Dead soon came and had a big old comment about this and said Isayama drew inspiration for Eren from Himinole. Himinole maybe, which is a story whose theme is about sorrow and discussing topics like antisocial personality disorder, and it revolves around a serial killer, Merida, who says that he is the way that he is because he was born this way. And that it's just his nature. He wasn't molded necessarily by bullying or any outside factors. Which is usually when you see serial killers on the news, or in documentaries, you question like, what was their motivation? Like, why did they do something so heinous that they did? Like, why are they like this? You know, were they bullied as kids? Did they have a bad home life? What was the deal? And as Memories of the Future shows us, with Eren had a great home life. His father loved him, his mother loved him, they took great care of him. Yeah, there's the whole deal with Shiganshina and stuff going down, but prior to that, Eren tells Zeke, he's like, I've always been this way, since birth. There's no, my dad didn't abuse me or make me or brainwash me. He's like, I've always been this way. You just were trying to find an excuse for the way that I was. And it's like, okay. So yeah, Isayama, I like that he questions why are normal people, quote unquote, allowed to be empathized with pain and sadness, and that modern society's ideals were to understand people's differences and help each other. But then what do you do with people like Marita? Is there a part of society that would help murderers like Marita? And that is so good. Like who's going to help Eren? You know, it's easy for us to, and again, this is why I'm going to criticize Eren's character, but at the same time, I understand it. And it's easy to criticize people like Eren in this series, right? But I think that Isayama brings up a good point. Like, yeah, people like Marita and characters like Eren, they need love and support. And so when we don't give it to them, what do, right? So if we compare this to Eren, you know, does that compare with Armin and Mikasa wanting to talk and help him? Could that be something in part 3 where they actually reach out and try to reach Eren and help save him? That's a big thing too. And Annie kind of brings it up a lot in this season, part 2, where she's like, when you find Eren, are you going to kill him because he's the bad guy now? He's the antagonist. What are you going to do? And Armin's like, no, I don't want to kill him. I just want to talk to him. Like, Armin and Mikasa have not given up on Eren. They still want to talk to him and try to reason with him. And I'm hoping in part 3 that this message Isayama is presenting about how people that are even in the most direst of straits and walking on the darkest pathways, they still need a hand reached out to them. And I'm hoping in part 3 that Mikasa and Armin provide that to Eren. I think that thematically that would come kind of full circle to taking Eren as the antagonist, quote unquote, and saying, well, what do we do with that? Do we just treat him like a villain and we try to destroy him and stop him? Or do we try to save him like we would anyone else that would be in trouble? And that could be really interesting. We'll have to see how that gets embodied, but I thought that was really interesting to bring up to help contextualize Eren and how his character is formed. But in addition to that, Eren kind of embodies the metaphorical boulder analogy like we've talked in previous seasons. He's doing something he thinks no one else can do to save the world, or rather his world, which are the few people he actually cares about. The problem with this is, what about everyone else? You know, from the use of wine in Zeke's spinal fluid, he was willing to sacrifice people on Paradis to reach his goal with Zeke. Now, Zeke wanted to be, you know, the savior of Eldians and humanity as a whole. Eren only wants to save. It's funny, there's this contrast between Zeke and Eren. Zeke wanted to save humanity, the world, by sacrificing the Eldians, you know, and Eren wants to only save his friends. But it's funny because Zeke views himself as the sole salvation, the savior, and Eren does not view himself as a savior. No, he views himself as the demon that has to do it because no one else will, which ties back to Armin and Jean's conversation where they're like, yeah, we need a demon. It's funny how we've gone from defeating the Titans to defeating humanity, essentially. Like, we've totally flipped it around, right? Or at least Eren has, from wanting to destroy the Titans at the end, at the beginning of the series, to now saying like, no, we just need to destroy all those that would, you know, present a threat to all of us beyond the Titans, right? So back in that conversation, season 1, Jean's like, well, yeah, we'd need a monster to save us from the Titans. And Armin's like, yeah, we would need somebody that could become a demon. And Jean's like, but is that the right choice and our only choice? And that's been a question that's been brought up in this series over and over again. Like, is there anything else we could do? And that's been like a big central point that we'll talk about in themes. But for Eren, the sad thing is that Eren's character was, in episode 28, the first to recognize and accept the refugees. He was the first to accept them in the tent scene. But his hatred is more towards society as a whole and the system that has made it be the way that it is. But the sad thing is he welcomed those refugees knowing he was going to kill them. And that's what makes it so complicated. You're like, oh, and it's frustrating because you're like, oh, wow, you welcomed them with open arms, but you knew you were going to kill them in a few days or in a few months later. It's very frustrating, right? Eren's attacks on Armin and Mikasa, they reflect his own projection of himself. His attacks on Armin reflect the fact that Eren is convinced that Eren says he's free, But I think he knows he's a slave to his blood, and he's a slave to being attached to the Attack and Founding Titan. He can't escape his future. So his devotion towards his friends keeps him from making decisions that might have been quote unquote better for parody or humanity as a whole, but he's a slave to that freedom and that friendship for those he cares about so deeply, which he projects onto Armin, calling him a slave to Bertolt's memories, and he projects onto Mikasa and saying, well, you stopped Armin from attacking me because you had no choice. Just like I have no choice. So there's that, the fact that he has Grisha in his head, all of the memories influencing his actions, which he projects onto Armin as well. Despite that's the thing too, Eren is like overwhelmed with all of these memories from Grisha and from the Attack Titan, and he tries to project onto Armin. He's like, well, you're affected by Bertolt's memories too, and Armin's like, not really. Armin's like, not really, I'm not really affected by Bertolt too much. It's like, ugh. So there's all of that as well. I also have Catman commenting in the Discord about how we all live in our own prisons. So everybody is a slave to something, going back to that logic. Vintage Man. I like Vintage Man's comment on here, tying back to Eren's character, saying that in season 1 through 3, Eren kind of spends the entire time being used as this symbol of freedom, as being a spear, as being a hope for humanity, but he was kind of, in a sense, a slave to those different labels and symbols that the people around him were placing upon him. And in season 4, in a more positive way, he kind of sheds all of that. He sheds all those labels and decides to just move forward and do his own thing and only be shackled by his own decisions rather than letting anyone else influence him, which you kind of understand. Like, Eren spent 3 seasons being told what to do by other people and things didn't get better necessarily. So he's like, fine, then I'll just, if I have to do something, I'm going to do it by myself. I'm not going to rely on anyone else. I'm not going to let anybody else influence me. I'll do what I want. And then I'll deal with the bitter resolve and resolution of it, but I'm going to do it without regrets. And he kind of comes to this bitter realization in light of the cruel world. It's just what Eren doesn't see that is frustrating, that we, the audience, are given glimpses of through Isayama's writing. But we'll talk about that in the thematic section from there. And then Eren, again, he's very self-loathing. He jokes darkly with Zeke when they come back from Memories of the Future that they should have stuck around and watched him eat his father, you know? He's not afraid to commit self-harm. He cuts his leg off and he pokes his eye out with the bullet. He slices the skin off his hand to get to Ymir. It's kind of, and I know that those are all plot-related things that are tied to what happened, what needed to happen in the plot moving forward. But at the same time, they're all acts of self-harm, showing that Eren really does not care about hurting himself, and he has such low self-worth of how he feels throughout the series. He just doesn't feel like he's deserving of love. He doesn't feel like he's deserving of forgiveness, and he just views himself as a monster, as a child of evil that isn't worth being saved. He's just got to do what he needs to move forward and save the people he cares about, and whatever happens to him after that, he, will probably accept. But I just want Armin and Mikasa to save him, but I don't know how that's going to happen in season 4, part 3, but we'll talk about that later. So, at this point, we've got the next section here, which is on slavery, freedom, and heroics versus antagonism. And so, Eren, we got a lot of, this part kind of gets a little bit all over the place, so I'm going to try to go through it point by point here. But Eren, you have to appreciate that Eren tells the story. He doesn't want any children to have to eat their parents again, because that's what he had to do. He has to relive the memories of that. So, because he has Grisha's memories, right? And so I appreciate that Eren doesn't want any kids to have to go through that anymore. It's just, I do think that the Asmobita woman brings up a good point where she's like, so destroying the world doesn't stop the Titan powers from existing. Right? The Titan shifter powers are still there. The fact of the matter is that they still exist. So these characters, once they die, their powers are going to go to random Eldians that are being born if they don't get passed on through being eaten by someone. So in a sense, you're just containing all of the problems to one island, right? You're just containing the problems to one island. Instead of the world coming after the Titan shifter powers, now it's like the Asmobita woman, she's saying, are you assuming that, Huckleberry, She's like, are you assuming that everybody on Paradis is just going to be like, well, the Titan Shifter powers are just going to go to these random kids and they'll live for 13 years and then die, but it's no big deal. It's just going to keep happening forever. She's like, there's going to be, we saw through the Great Titan War that the Titans ended up fighting themselves. It was said back in season 4, part 1, they were like, eventually the Titans, when they had no other enemies, they just started fighting amongst themselves. So she's pointing out, she's like, you've just made your problems condensed to a smaller location. Like, just because you've destroyed the rest of the world, now everybody within the island, you're going to have to depend on them not fighting each other, not starting a civil war, accepting the Titan Shifter powers passing from people to people and it not being a big deal. You're okay. That's just, it's all going to be peace and harmony. It's kind of like, the irony of it is that we spent seasons 1 through 3 establishing how bad things were inside the walls. How much people were fighting amongst each other. And that was before we even knew about the outside world. They didn't even know about the outside world. And there was all this problematic elements within the walls that were an issue. Like all the class systems, all of the stuff with the military, everything. Destroying the outside world isn't going to solve the inner problems within. And so that's kind of the irony of it all, that Eren's like, well, we'll destroy everybody that can hurt us from the outside, but that doesn't solve everything inside. And the Asmobita woman's like, you're not going to be happy once you destroy the world. Your problems are still going to be there. The only problem is now you have no outside help that could possibly be a mediator or be a middle party. That's all gone. It's just going to be same old, same old. And it's the irony with that too is that, the whole mission from season 1 was to go outside the walls and see the rest of the world and experience the freedom of it. There won't be any of that. There's no freedom outside the walls because there's nothing. And it's like, ugh. So it's this weird conundrum of Eren's decision is with good intention and is understandable. And yeah, he's going to stop people from hurting Paradis. But the other side of that is now, how are you going to stop Paradis from destroying itself? And we see, in the latter part of the season, just how that can look. And it looks really bad. So it's interesting, right? Unless Eren has another plan up his sleeve that we don't know about yet. And that's the thing. We don't know the full extent of how much Eren's seen into the future. We don't know in part 3, what's going to happen if Eren has another segment of this plan he's not revealed yet. We don't know. That part, it's hard to make assumptions completely when we don't know. But there are some points brought up in this season. It's like, yeah, things aren't going to be just hunky-dory. It's like Flock makes it out to be to his people. He's like, once Eren gets back from destroying the world, we can live as kings. John, you can have a penthouse apartment. Nobody's going to bother you. It's like, you've destroyed the wall. So this entire class economy that's been set up is now going to be a free-for-all. And people are still going to have problems. The Titan Shifters still exist. So what are we going to do with that, Not all the problems. Flock makes out to seem like everything's going to be solved once the world's gone, but that's not the case. And I think we, the audience, know that. It's just, what else can we do at this point? Eren claims that Ymir was a slave to others, something we've seen Eren resist the entire series. Eren laments that he's had to rely on others and would just rather see things through himself alone. He connects with Ymir, who he believes has just been a slave to the royal family and the source of living matter, and he urges her to act on her own instincts and to express her anger if she wishes, which leads to the rumbling being activated. Now, however, we know that Ymir originally just wanted to be loved and has shown compassion in her heart. She viewing her watching the couple kiss and then sacrificing herself for the king, thinking that it would earn her compassion from him, which it doesn't. Eren, I don't know if he understands this from the flashbacks. If he does, he doesn't comment on it. And so I think, again, we're going to see more with Ymir and Eren in part 3, because there is that little tie about Ymir wanting love and wanting to be loved and never receiving it that we don't see Eren comment on. And it's different. Ymir, we don't get the sense that Ymir thought she wasn't worthy of love. We just see her constantly try to get it, right? Whereas with Eren, he doesn't believe he's worthy of love at all. So I'm curious to see if we'll ever come back to that in part 3, if that's going to be re-explored. And then Eren, like any human, is full of contradictions, right? He's full of contradictions throughout this season. He doesn't want Zeke to scream and to turn the police into Titans or the other scouts into Titans, showing that he does care about his people. I will give him that. He did not want Zeke to scream. I think Eren fully thought that he could get the connection with Zeke without having to resort to the wine actually being used. So it was a gamble. Eren's like, yeah, sure, I'll go along with this. Give the wine to the people. But I think Eren was adamant about trying to meet up with Zeke before the scream could be activated and before those people could be turned into Titans, which is why he said wait, at the start of this season. So I think that he does show he cares about them, and he takes advantage of the moment in the tent as one last bonding moment with his friends, one last moment of his own humanity before he goes out and lets it go to accomplish his goal. He rightfully advocates for Ymir to be free and make her own decisions. But then he says, if you want to give that power to me, though, he's like, make your own decisions, Ymir. But if you want to make that decision and give me the founding Titan powers, that'd be great. But still, yet he does let it be her own choice. So I'm not going to dog Eren for that completely. And it seems like Ymir and the founding Titan were waiting for Eren all along, which makes the situation even sadder because it's tied to that whole fate thing. And does Eren really have a choice in it all? There's a part we'll talk about a little bit in this, but there is a part of this being like, how much is Eren in control of and how much is he really not, right? So you see Eren be compassionate throughout this season in not wanting the people to be turned into Titans and to try to savor this last moment of humanity before going out and doing what he thinks needs to be done or what he thinks has to be done. So it's such an interesting contrast with Eren, and it makes his character more complex. And the fact of the matter is, at this point, we don't get inside Eren's head a lot, so we don't really get to see Eren's entire viewpoints. We as the audience just have to kind of assume, based on what we're shown, what we're seeing with Eren. But here's the thing. We do get insight into Eren's character internally through Annie, which I think is interesting. Her talking to Hitch shows how similar she is to Eren. And Annie's always been similar to Eren throughout this entire series. She's always had connections to him. Way back in season 1, Annie and Eren connected a lot, I think, because they're so similar. It shows how similar she is to Eren in not caring about the world or having a self-loathing of herself, just like Eren doesn't care about the world and has a self-loathing of himself. However, she does see how much her father finally does care about her, and she wants to save him because he's her family, just like how Eren wants to save his friends because they're like his family. Eren seemingly has done that with Armin and Mikasa, right? Annie, to her, everyone has people that is just as important to them as they are to her. And she knows that she can't be redeemed and doesn't want any more violence. She has no regrets as long as it would let her get back to her father. So how do we connect that to Eren and his thoughts and emotions? Well, Eren, he knows from being in Marley that they're just people. He knows that they're not, devils or demons like he thought, or these terrible Titans. He's like, they're just people like the people of Paradis. He's like, I realized you all are just like me. You all have your own things that you have to worry about, your own enemies, your own aspirations. But he's like, Annie says, she's like, I realize what I've done and it's not forgivable, and I'm not expecting anybody to forgive me for the people I've killed. She's like, but I'd do it again if it meant I could save my dad. And that part, it's like, oh yeah, Eren's like, I would destroy the world again if it meant I could save my friends. It's like, so there's a big connection there. The thing that is different, though, is that by the end of this season 4, part 2, Annie decides that she doesn't want to have any more violence. She has no regrets, but she doesn't want to kill anybody anymore, including Eren. So the question is, if Annie's character is connected so much to Eren this whole time, is Eren going to get that point where he doesn't want to kill anymore? Is he already at that point, but he's already started the rumbling and he can't stop it? What do we do with that? So I'm going to be curious to see if what we see of Annie in the next part kind of aligns with Eren too. That's going to be interesting. And so then we have memories and the attack Titan. So we'll talk about memories of the future. We're here at this point. So Eren tells Zeke in episode 3 in Two Brothers that if his, or I guess in episode 4, which memories of the future, that if his dad, this is going back, Eren tells Zeke back when they were at the hospital that if his dad didn't kill the Reese family, then one of them would have taken Frida's powers, or Frida would have kept it. And then because of the vow renouncing war, they wouldn't have been able to leave the walls. Thanks, Carl Reese. Thanks for that. And thus, they would have died, and Paradis would have been attacked by Marley for the resources underground, and it all would have gone downhill, and they would have perished. So, it is on Carl Reese that he limited the ability for time to pass and anyone from Paradis to be able to reach out to the outside world. I talked about that in season 4, part 1, but rewatching Two Brothers and Memories to the Future, it made me kind of mad at Carl Reese all over again, because I was like, wow, you really did kind of give everybody the shaft with this whole inside the walls thing in the vow renouncing war. Like, that just, we'll talk about it here in a second with themes and symbolism, but it is really annoying. But what's interesting is that in episode 4, Memories to the Future, when Zeke shows Eren Grisha being the doctor, Eren admits to Zeke that he's right, albeit mockingly, and gives Zeke a chance to leave the memories. And I talked about this in the timeline segment, but Zeke doesn't take it, right? By all accounts, Eren at this point didn't seem to understand that he could influence Grisha's memories. So if Zeke had only not been so proud or determined to show Eren more, could have been a whole different series, right? But we don't get that. We go even further, and later on in the episode, Eren tries to establish with Zeke that if somebody tries to take my freedom, I'll steal theirs without a second thought. And that it wasn't something my dad did. I came into this world ready for a fight. So again, the idea of nature versus nurture and the environment Eren lived in, allowing him to be born and how he was and how his personality was developed to be the way that it is. I do think that there is a bit of nurture that was involved, because not necessarily from Grisha's end, but just the fact of the setting and environment he lived in has shaped Eren somewhat through the Titans and everything. But Eren establishing that he was born this way is a pretty big deal for his character, and for Zeke to try to realize that in the episode. And then the idea about taking people's freedom. That's a character defining moment in that for Eren, being like, if someone tries to take my freedom, I'll steal theirs without a second thought. Being like, if you try to cut me, I'll kill you. Like, I'll beat you to the punch first. And it's like, that's a decision. That's a decision. You don't have to agree with it, but that's Eren's character. Like, him giving us more to define him in that moment. And it connects to the Attack Titan, right? I mean, the Attack Titan itself is called the Attack Titan. So that begs the question, I said in the last recap, if the Attack Titan had kind of a king's will of its own, right? That the inheritors cannot deny the necessity to move forward, and that they have to continue the will of the founder after them rather than before them. So there's this interesting contrast. You have the founding Titan that says all of those that because of the original Karl Fritz doing the vow renouncing war, all future founding Titans after him have the vow with them and they can't do anything. They're kind of bound to the past. But the Attack Titan is bound to the future. It's bound to all of the inheritors after it, dictating how they have to respond to keep the timeline going. So it's this really cool contrast between the founding and the Attack Titan. And Eren has both of them, so no wonder he's a mess, right? No wonder he's a complex mess. He has this dichotomy of being influenced by the past versus being influenced by the future, and he has to deal with having both of those inside of him. It's no wonder he is the way that he is, right? And so, is Eren the final Attack Titan? That's been a question brought up. How does that even work? Again, if the founder can do anything and Eren has the founder, why can't Eren destroy the ability for the Titan's powers to transfer? Why can't he do that? He establishes with Grisha, this story started with you establishing that Grisha would have Eren, and the events leading up to it would create the situation that they're happening in now. It would make sense for Eren to be the last Attack Titan because he's the ultimate influencer over all the Attack Titans prior to them, specifically Kruger and Grisha. So it would make sense for Eren to be the last one, but then how does that work? You know, if Paradis survives and the rest of the world is destroyed, then could Eren use the founder to say, okay, I want all of the Titan Shifter powers to stop with this current generation, that it ends for them? That would essentially let Armin and Falca maybe and Reiner live on longer, perhaps, or even if it's like, okay, once they live their 13 years, this is it, it won't transfer to anybody else. It will just die with those that have it. So it will die with Falco, die with Reiner, die with Annie, die with Armin, and die with Eren. So that would be nice if that could happen, because then that would kind of make sense. It would align with what Eren wanted to do in saving the Eldians. It would align with that in that, okay, well now the Eldians can live on because they won't have to worry about the Titan powers going any further. And this baby of Historia's could be the first child born that doesn't have any Titan, abilities inside of it. That would be cool if Eren could use if Eren ended up using the founding Titan powers one more time to erase the Titan powers from existence. That would be great. But then it would also suggest that he's eliminated the rest of the world and now it's just this island of normal people who have no powers. I don't know exactly how I feel about that part of it, but I do like the idea that Eren could stop the Titan shifter powers and the Titan powers from spreading to future generations. It would align with his character. I don't know how I feel about the rest of the world being destroyed at the expense of that, but we'll see what happens in part 3, right? We'll see how that goes down. And then there's this idea about not being able to change the future. I'll talk about it in the theme section, but we don't know how much Eren has seen into the future at this point. We, the audience, don't know that yet. Did he anticipate Mikasa and Armin coming after him? I don't think so, since we've never seen him touch upon this at all in the series. But I'm going to hold off all of my thoughts about this until season 4, part 3, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in the themes and symbolism section. And then, okay, I want to touch briefly about this memory erase theory. I talked about it in the episodes of this season 4, part 2, but part of my theory is that Eren, if he doesn't die in the last part, in part 3, I feel like Isayama could, and I don't want him to do this, but I feel he could write it to where Eren erases himself from Armin and everyone else's memories so that they live happily without him. But the only thing keeping me from buckling down with this theory is that Mikasa and Levi would not have their memories erased, right? Because they're Ackermans. So his powers wouldn't work on them. So a part of me is like, no, I don't think Eren would erase their memories because he knows it won't work on them. And it seems a little out of character for Eren, which is I don't like. But he could make it to where Armin, Mikasa, and Levi, he tells them his plan and doesn't erase their memories, but erases everybody else's memories of him. But then I'm like, Jean and Connie would forget about him. I don't want that to happen. So I don't like the idea of Eren erasing the memories of himself from the people he cares most about. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of erase memory plot points. I think it's a cop-out. I don't like it. I don't like it when, in Doctor Who, there's a good example of this. Doctor Who, in that series, the character erases his memories. He erases his memories from another character, and it's really sad and tragic, and I hate it. I was just like, why are you doing this? And they tie it to the plot, because in Doctor Who, this character, if they don't forget about the Doctor, they'll die. So there's that kind of makes it okay. But I just don't, memory is such a big deal in this series. It's always been an integral part of the story, and the concept of memories and how we remember and what we remember is so important that the idea of Eren making it to where his closest people don't remember him anymore, I don't like it. I just don't like it. And so I don't think it's going to happen at this point. I think Mikasa and Levi kind of keep that plot point away, but I don't want it to happen. So I hope that's not the case. If it does, I'm going to have a lot of problems with it. So hopefully that doesn't end up happening. So, okay. Before we move on, I do have one more part that I want to talk about, and this is related to Vinland Saga. So if you've not watched Vinland Saga and you would like to not be spoiled, I'm going to have like a little thing on here somewhere that says Vinland Saga spoilers, and once it's gone, you will know that there are no more spoilers. But from here on in, if you see the Vinland Saga, I'm probably going to put it like over here. If you see this on the screen, that means I'm talking about Vinland Saga, and you might want to just skip over this part, okay? So I feel like by the time this series is over, I'm going to make a video about, originally it was going to be Eren and Shinji from Neon Genesis, but now it might be Eren, Shinji, Light, Yagami from Death Note, and Thorfinn from Vinland Saga, and just be a big thing about shonen protagonists that have similar characteristics but are very different. Maybe I'll get to that when I finish all 4 of these series. But I want to talk about Thorfinn. Thorfinn is the main character from Vinland Saga. And Eren is obviously our protagonist-antagonist of Attack on Titan. And so, just for the record, this is only covering Vinland Saga episodes 1 through 12. Only covering the first half of season 1 of Vinland Saga. So a lot of the stuff I say about Thorfinn is only going to be for those 12 episodes. And that's it. But Eren and Thorfinn are two characters who lose beloved family members from an early age. Eren loses his mother and his homeland to the Titan attacks when he's around 9 to 10 years old. And Thorfinn loses his father at age 6. Both characters swear vengeance upon specific antagonists. Eren the Titans, and Thorfinn Askeladd, who he feels is responsible for his father's death. Now, from here, their paths differ a lot. Eren trains with his childhood friends as part of a military unit to attack the Titans, while Thorfinn, though training himself within a very military-like structure, does so with a more feral rogue Viking crew and alongside his enemy Askeladd, which is interesting. It'd be like if Eren went off and met Zeke at an early age and trained alongside them to kill him. It's like, okay. Both individuals are constantly facing the question of who is the enemy really, right? With Eren questioned amidst a political system that seems to want to use him for various reasons, and whether he's a soldier or a Titan shifter himself, and Thorfinn's memory of his father telling him that he has no enemies. Constantly calling into the question about whether he should pursue revenge with Askeladd, if it's even worth it, much like Eren's vengeance is called into question along the grand schemes of things that we find out in season 3. So ultimately, at this point, Thorfinn has let go of his father's teaching and pursued vengeance against Askeladd, and Eren has let go of any other options towards peace or coexisting with the rest of the world in favor of genocide to protect the ones he cares about most. Both of their actions can be criticized as understandable, but also as selfish. So I like that. I like that we established that Thorfinn and Eren's characters start out in a very similar place with similar circumstances and kind of go different routes, but kind of come to similar yet different conclusions about what to do with the situation that they're given. However, at this point, I find Thorfinn, and this is maybe a controversial opinion, but I find Thorfinn's actions and reasoning much more simplistic, but also maybe more understandable than Eren's. Thorfinn has had no outside influence from his family or friends, spending nearly a decade with only these bloodthirsty feral Vikings, Bjorn and Askeladd amidst this blood-soaked world. He's grown up with no positive outlook on the situation, which has left him to stew on his plans of revenge, with only the fading memories of his father's teachings to rely on. Eren has had Armin, Mikasa, Erwin, Levi, and several other figures who have offered various viewpoints, perspective, and opinions of the world. Now, Thorfinn's problems are that he has tunnel vision, and his subconscious tells him that he needs to give up on revenge, go live a life with his family, but he can't see past that revenge. Eren, however, does see past that initial revenge with Reiner and co., but he cannot see any future for himself or his friends that involves the other. So he strives to just destroy the other, and then it'll just be his friends and family that are safe. Granted, Eren is 19 when he's faced with this larger worldview, and in a different situation than Thorfinn, who's 17. Thorfinn's worldview is limited to just Iceland and England. But still, I find it a little more understandable that Thorfinn's actions are the way that they are, considering how sheltered his viewpoint is compared to Eren, who just shuns away any other opinions but his own. Thorfinn doesn't have any other opinions to rely on. He just has his father's teachings, and Askeladd is starting to try to teach him some things, but Askeladd's the enemy, so he hates him and he doesn't want to listen to him. Eren has had a lot of opinions thrown his way, so it makes it a little bit more complicated. I know that a lot of people in the comments will be like, well, the world of Vinland Saga is much more narrow compared to the world of Attack on Titan, and I won't argue with that. But it's just interesting to see how these two characters are so similar, but yet have such different backgrounds and different viewpoints leading up to them making the decisions that they do. So, end of Vinland Saga, spoilers there. And so my last point with the Eren theory is that Eren is an antagonist at this point. Attack on Titan's pretty unique in that it doesn't just have one protagonist. I mean, after all, Eren is not the narrator of this story. Armin is. So it leads me to theorize that Armin is going to be the one to close out this story. And maybe Eren is dead by the end of it. I don't know. I'm going to I talked about the memory theory and the whole wiping memories, which I hope doesn't happen. But at times, Eren isn't directly present in the story. There's been many times where he's been kidnapped or he's been off screen, like in the early parts of season 2 when he wasn't even present in like 4 episodes. He wasn't even showing up. Armin and Co have been the protagonists. Reiner and the Warriors have been the protagonists. Levi and Zeke and Hanji have been the protagonists at the time. And if that's the case, then in those situations, Eren is the antagonist in this season, part 2. But even if Eren is the protagonist in this season, he is his own worst enemy. So we could also say that he is the antagonist as well for himself. So that was my hour-long theory about Eren. I'm not done with theories. I've got a couple more here. I want to talk about the Ackermans. Anonymous TP3 talked about Levi and his personality and how maybe Eren confuses Levi's personality with his morality. And I really liked how you commented about this, Anonymous, saying that he imitates Levi's coldness in season 4. Like, his acting skills have gotten a lot better in season 4, but he imitates Levi's coldness at the people who are sacrificed. Sasha's death almost frustrates Eren more than him just being sad about it, because it seems like they were almost out of it. They were almost away from Marley without losing anybody, almost like they were changing fate. Like, he saw Sasha's death coming and they almost got away, and he's like, we're going to change fate. She's not going to die. And then it almost is a moment that proves to Eren, like, damn it, no, things are set in stone. It is going to happen this way. I thought we could get away without Sasha dying, and she does, But Eren and Levi are similar in the fact that they do care about losing people. The difference is that Eren only seems to care about losing those that are close to him, whereas we've seen Levi lament humanity more as a whole. Like, the soldier's death, the very first time we meet Levi, it was not, to our knowledge, a close friend or somebody that he had spent his whole childhood growing up with. No, it was a random soldier. But knowing what we knew about Levi in that first encounter with him and how much he hated being dirty and how much he hated having blood and guts on him, he grabbed the bloody soldier's hand and was so sincere with him and was sad that he died. During Savagery, he was sad that all of his fellow soldiers were turned into Titans and he had to kill them. And he shows remorse and regret for it all, And so he laments the soldier's death, like in season 1 when we first meet him. It illustrates that there are a little bit of a moral difference between the two of them involving care. But I don't think Eren realizes that, because Levi presents himself in such a way that unless you're like us, the audience, and you've seen Levi have these inner monologues, and we've seen in Levi's head, and we've seen these, tiny gestures, unless you know that, you probably have an assumption of Levi that may not be the entire accurate representation. And I think Eren kind of falls into that he kind of confuses Levi's personality for his morality. And that's fascinating. So Levi's still surviving after everything that's happened to him, the curse of immortality that's been given to him. I do wish that we would have gotten more. If I have one hashtag regret about this series so far, it's the whole Ackerman thing. I wish we'd gotten more about the Ackerman past to get confirmation about the blood, especially since we realize that Eren's not quite telling the truth to Mikasa, and Mikasa's having this whole like soul-searching questioning herself. I wish we were told more about the Ackerman blood in their past. I'm not sure Isayama is going to give us much more in the next 9 chapters worth of content, but I kind of wish we'd gotten more of why they separated from the king, what their backstory was. If Isayama ever did like a spin-off or an offshoot one-shot of the Ackerman, history, that'd be great. Maybe we'll get that in season 3. I'm not sure. I'm left wanting to know more about the Ackermans at this point than I am probably any other thing involving a specific character, right? And it's funny that the Attack Titan's ability is to not be controlled by the king, which is exactly like the Ackermans. So is there a connection there? We don't know, right? And then there's Mikasa. She and Levi are the only ones that can go against the will of the founding Titan, which I feel is just setting up for this final part, especially if it ends up, I think it's going to be Mikasa versus Eren and Levi versus Zeke. That makes the most sense in my mind. It's poetically the most fitting. I think Armin's going to try to talk to him as well, but I think that Mikasa is going to be the one to hold Eren down because Eren can't command her to do anything. And I feel like it would be amazing if Mikasa held Eren down because, again, as many of you pointed out in Savagery back in part 1, Mikasa has hit Eren. She has held him down and held him accountable. He just uses her emotions and his words against her in that moment to make her forget all of that. But I feel like it would be very fitting and a nice come full circle moment to have Mikasa like pin Eren down somehow, however that looks like with the founder, to do that. And meanwhile, I think Levi's going to face Zeke one more time. I think Levi's going to kill Zeke. I think that Levi, to fulfill that promise to Erwin, he's going to do it. What that's going to look like or how that's going to happen, I don't know, but I think it's going to. It's family versus family, right? It's the Ackermans versus the Jaegers. Maybe because of that, we'll get more on the Ackermans in the final part, especially as Mika is struggling to expand her identity, but I just don't know. So I want more with the Ackermans, especially in the final part, but I don't know how much time we're going to have to devote to it, or if it's going to be like a manga thing. I don't know. But finally, we have our right theories, which is that Eren would go and meet with the founding Titan, that Eren wouldn't go along with Zeke's euthanasia plan, and that Eren would possibly want to destroy the world and save Paradis. Those theories all proved to be right. So, yay! And then wrong theories would be that the main fight would be Levi versus Eren. I don't think so, which is hilarious because when I started out this series, when I started out season 1, I was wholly convinced that this series would lead to maybe Levi versus Eren. Because, you know, there are two characters introduced. Usually when you have your two main characters of a series, you think that they, especially in a shonen, you think that they might be antagonists towards one another, like Goku versus Vegeta, or Sasuke versus Naruto, or Ichigo. Well, Ichigo and Uryu, I guess this is kind of like an Ichigo-Uryu situation, where you have that, you know, Ichigo versus Aizen. That's not really the right way. That's not a good metaphor, a good analogy. But, you know, you see these two characters and you think, oh, well, they're probably going to be against one another. And that's not ended up being the case. Levi has been more of a mentor to Eren. And instead, I think that it's going to be Levi versus Zeke, if anything, and then the main scouts versus Eren, maybe. So, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, so that's all my theories. All right, so I had lunch, heated up my coffee, and was like, wow, we're almost 3 hours into this, and I'm just halfway. So I was like, woo, buddy. So anyway, before we get started on themes and symbolism, because there's quite a bit to talk about with that, we need to do our RIP toast number 4, which is Koslow, Roeg, and the other Marley and Paradis soldiers from episodes 19, from not only Two Brothers, but also from Thaw, whenever John and all them decide to kill the remaining Titans in Shiganshina. So, sadly, Koslow is an interesting character. I didn't like Koslow at first at all, and he's not really one of my favorite characters. I know a lot of people kind of like Koslow. I am pretty indifferent to him, and that kind of goes the same for the Marley and Paradis soldiers. I wanted to recognize them because they're a big part of Two Brothers and of those initial first episodes of season 4, part 2. I never really had a big opinion about Koslow. I will say this. I did have a little bit of empathy for him going into how he kind of watched over Falco and Gabby alongside Magath. And he presents himself much like Magath at the beginning of season 4 as being someone that is not entirely unsympathetic. Like, yeah, I didn't like when he like laughed at the soldiers and made the boom sound and like triggered their PTSD. I didn't like that at all about him. But I will say that he wasn't a complete monster. There were parts of him that did try to protect Gabby and Falco that I really appreciated and was like, okay, I can get behind that. So Koslow was not the demon that he could have been, but he was a pretty indifferent character. And then the other characters that we're toasting, they were just, you know, part of the story, right? They were necessary and played a big part, but not one of our main characters, but I still felt the need like they needed to be toasted as some of the fallen. So to the remaining troops that drank Zeke's spinal fluid and we lost, to Koslow himself, we're going to give him an old... I don't really, to be honest, Roeg, I don't remember him very well. I put him down on my list of the dead. I need to go back through here. I feel bad, but I was just like, I didn't really have him listed too much on here. I had Roeg. Yeah, I'm like, did I miss something? So I was like, I didn't really have him on there. I'm sure in the comments you guys will be like, you don't remember him? And I'll be like, so in either case, we'll salute those that have fallen and give them a toast. Cheers. All right. So let's Let's talk about themes and symbolism, because there's a lot. There's quite a lot. I probably should have left Whiteboard Coon out, but I did not. I've got plenty of notes though, so we won't have to worry too much about that. So the symbolism portion of this is like with the theories with Eren. There's so much to go over and so much to talk about. It's a little all over the place. But I tried to, as I went through each episode, as I was rewatching each episode, if I noted something symbolic, I'd be like, okay. Or if somebody had a comment about it, I'd be like, okay, I need to put this in here. But the first thing right off the bat, season 4, part 2, the idea of the rebirth through the Titan's womb with Zeke, Eren's resurrection with the founder. It's like all the symbolic elements that you could tie to being religious, which is funny because we've talked about in this series how there's not been as much tie to religion, which is funny. But Ymir, when she first went to the paths, we assume that's tied to the founder, and the daughters forming the first 3 branches of the tree that becomes the coordinate. And we can assume that that imitates the tree that the founder was found beneath. So, which was the source of all living matter. So it's cool you have that parallel between the Titans, the Eldians creating a tree that is the coordinate, and then you also have the tree that the founder is from as the source of all living matter. So will we tie back to that in season 4, part 3? I've seen a lot of symbolism of Armin, Mikasa, and Eren with a tree. It was on the cover of the Blu-ray for season 4, part 2. I think the first part of it, it was Eren's head, and then there was a giant tree, and there was Armin and Mikasa and Eren running towards it. I don't want spoilers. I'm assuming it will have something to do with what we find out in part 3, but I don't know what it references other than it could be a tie to like the tree that Eren falls asleep under. It could be a tie to the where the founder is from. It'd be really funny if that was the exact same tree where the founder originated from, but that was a really big tree. So I don't know. Trees had a lot of symbolism this series. You think of Ilse and Ilse's notebook of her like being stuffed into the tree, right? Kind of like the founder being inside the tree and things like that, and the forest of the giant trees. There's a lot of symbolism with trees in this series, and I'm assuming it's going to come back full circle in part 3. So I don't want any spoilers about it, so I'm not going to spend too much more time on it. We'll talk more in the next recap about it. But the parallels of season 3, part 2 and season 4, part 2 with Reiner and Eren both fighting in Shiganshina, I thought that was a really cool parallel. It also ties back to the original fight in season 1, getting the like parallels between Eren versus Bertolt, and then Bertolt showing up as the Colossal Titan. Porco's hatred of Eren was similar to Eren's of that of the Titan shifters in season 1. That was a really cool parallel. I like that. Neil Sherian noted how Eren looming over Marley in episode 28 or episode 12 of season 4 part 2 was like Bertolt looming over Shiganshina in season 1. The same mistakes and history made all over again, just on a wider scale. That's sad. That's the sad part, right? Magath calling Reiner humanity's shield and the last hope of humanity. Very similar to how Eren was viewed as the same thing in Shiganshina and Paradis. So it's funny, Eren saying him and Reiner are the same. They really are. Both technically true, but also a direct contrast to the end of hope for Shiganshina in episode 1. Tying back to that judgment of Shiganshina, maybe. In Thal, Jean and the others gather at the top of the wall, just like they did in season 1, to attack the Titans in a group, just like we had like the turrets and they gathered to attack the Titans in season 1. I think it was episode 6 or episode 7. You had could have been episode 5 even. You had them all gather at the top of the wall to fight Pyxis and the others in Titan form. It seems fitting too that they did this without Eren, because in season 1 Eren was swallowed up by the Santa Claus Titan and was not present for the turret scene in season 1, and here Eren's swallowed up by the Founding Titan and isn't present for it in season 4. So that seemed to be fitting. And then you have Barricades playing in Thal, which seems fitting as well, right? So really nice choice there to kind of back up. There's been a lot of symbolism between season 1 and season 4, a lot of parallels and connections, which it makes everything seem like it's coming full circle from the beginning, except now it has such a different context than it did at the beginning of the series, which is pretty good writing on Isayama's part. I like that. The symbolism of 2 brothers, the falcons and the birds, symbolizing freedom. Their shadows like planes over the bullet-filled rooftop when we start out the episode. The Titans eating Marleyans or humanity, just like in season 1. Mikasa and Armin fighting Peak, his 2 BFFs, and then catching Zeke, and then Zeke catching Eren's head. Seeing Mikasa. I went through like the symbolism of what we saw in the what I'm describing is what Eren saw in the moment that Zeke caught Eren's head. You had the falcons, the birds symbolizing freedom. Their shadows look like planes over a bullet-filled rooftop. The Titans were eating Marleyans, or humanity. Mikasa and Armin were fighting Peak, which were two of his friends. Zeke catching his head, we see it. We see Mikasa look back at him from episode 1. She's the first thing that he saw. We'll talk about that. Seeing Reiner from the day on the hilltop in episode 3 of season 1. I'm telling him that was the moment he told him he could destroy all the Titans if he wanted to. Funny that. Seeing Grisha's sister Faye. Seeing himself in Frida's body. Reiner kneeling from Declaration of War. Armin running past him. The Reese family covered in blood. Everything leading up to him in the coordinate with Ymir. And him standing and silhouetted in black against the light. It's a very, very good. Oh, and seeing Reiner in a sauna. But you know, that wasn't important. So you had all that symbolism in that moment of him transitioning to the paths and the coordinate. In Heroes, which is episode 1 of season 4, part 2, Magath talks about needing heroes, quote unquote, to save the world as Marley and Paradis forces wipe each other out. He talks about the idea of Helos and the manufactured hero, and the idea that Eren in this entire series has kind of been set up to be the hero of the story, but is it just a manufactured construct? That's the thing, right? The idea that the Jaegerists keep that image of him as a hero, and Marley builds Reiner up to be a hero. You know, it's funny you have these two paralleled of how Reiner and Eren are similar, and they're both built up to be the hero, but the reality is, does that construct of the hero even exist in this world? Or is it just something they fabricated, much like Helos was fabricated to be the hero that was needed, right? And then that kind of ties along with Zeke being built up as the sole salvation, but in the very end, he ends up just becoming a pawn to Eren as well. So it's funny that, right? And that leads kind of to the idea of betrayal and traitors, and to who and what we are loyal to us being loyal to friends, to ideals, to societies, to ourselves. Reiner makes note that Eren said that him and Reiner were the same, and their decisions were all their own, which is true for everyone in this series. So I like that by the time we get to traitor, we kind of bring up that concept again, which is funny because the episode is titled Traitor, that's brought up in. Around episode 28, Eren wears a red tie, which Sasha Purvis noted could be a tie to like the red string of fate, that when he's around Armin and Mikasa in the tent scene. You could argue that. And the episode called Pride, episode 8, its title now makes a lot more sense, because in the previous episode, Sunset, when I went back and rewatched, Flock, not Falco, again, I will always confuse their names. Flock talks about pride, saying that it is refusing to submit, which in the next episode ties to how Armin and the Warriors decide not to submit to Eren destroying the world, and that it's saying it's not right? So that was a nice little tie back to that title of what it means, and we find out kind of after the fact. The concept of family, how we sacrifice ourselves for them. Porco finds out that Marcel sacrificed Reiner to save him. Colt sacrificed himself to try and save Falco up until the end. Falco sacrificed himself to save Gabby from inheriting the Armor Titan, or at least he tried to, even though he didn't. And Eren seems to be sacrificing humanity, as well as his own, to save the people he's closest to. Though Armin and company end up sacrificing their humanity to save them. It's funny, both Eren and Armin and co, they all end up sacrificing bits of their humanity in this season. Eren doing it by trying to destroy the world to save his friends, and Armin and co destroying their friends to try and save the world. So it's just that parallel, but that contrast. It's baffling this season, and it's so interesting, right? Colt making the impassioned speech to have Zeke try to save his brother, but Zeke choosing his mission over everything else. Again, Zeke choosing the mission over those that he's closest to, or that he seemed closest to. The symbolism of brothers being so heavy in the show, with Porco and Marcel, with Falco and Colt, with Eren and Zeke, like Isayama just portraying this concept of brothers in such different ways, and it even extends beyond just blood relations to the ideas of brothers in arms, like the Warriors, or Magath with the Warriors, or the Cadets, or the Scouts, like all of Paradis, like the idea of brotherhood and what that means to be a comrade in arms. Like it's all explored in this season to a great extent, right? Colt saying in episode 2 in Sneak Attack, saying we should let Titans fight Titans. And then there's this idea of, well, who fights the battles that are present, right? So who fights what, right? It connects back to Marley's thoughts of the Eldians of letting Eldians fight Eldians. It connects back when Colt tells Falco, when he tells Falco, he's like, oh, we'll just let the Titans fight Titans. We don't have a stake in this. We're not Titan shifters. It ties back to that Marleyan ideal that we'll just have Eldians fight Eldians. We're not going to fight. We're going to have Eldians fight the Titans. We're not going to, involve ourselves in these other parts of the war that we don't have a stake in. And then it also ties, to who decides who fights. Gabby decides to take matters into her own hands, as she's done in the past, and Eren's actions lead others to fight him and defend the world. So there's that interesting concept of who lets who fight and who decides what, and Isayama exploring that throughout this season like he has the entire show at this point. And so Armin believes in Eren. He just doesn't believe, but that at the beginning of this, during Judgment and Sneak Attack, Armin is convinced that Eren should just use the rumbling as a deterrent to keep people away from Paradis, that he's not going to use it to destroy the world, and possibly using it as a deterrent to open up the concept of talks and negotiations. But of course, because Eren's extra, he takes it one step further. Armin does suspect in Sneak Attack that Eren's cryptic words back from season 3 at the end of it could mean that he'd planned to kill the rest of the world for a while now, and ever since he accessed Grisha's memories from kissing Historia's hand, that had been on the table. And then Armin figuring that out for himself and, coming to that realization by the time we get to episode 5. So then, I want to talk about this idea here, the idea of selfishness versus selflessness and the balance in between. And this is kind of a delicate subject to talk about because the words selfish and selfless are such heavy words. So this is kind of just in the area around them. But the founder, Ymir, was selfless to the point where she had no self-worth or free will, not only in life, but also in death, as she's left alone in this empty place to create all the Titans and keep rebuilding them over and over again and do the king's will. But she still wanted love. The idea as she died of the image of the flower and the blood on it, it carries that idea of cruelty, but within a beautiful world. That even though there is cruelty, the world itself is beautiful. It's just seeing beyond that, right? And so Eren's decisions seemingly lead him to the same fate. Like, he doesn't want to include himself in wanting his friends to live long and happy lives. He's not present really in that image of them all being happy together, right? There is a selflessness to that too. But as Eren says, he has the right to do whatever he wants since he was born into the world, and the right to make things as he sees fit, or to at least try to, regardless of how others around him view that plan. So it's transitioning and kind of merging that selflessness and that selfishness together, right? Grisha asks from you 2,000 years in the future if there is any other choice or any other option, which is the same question that Armin asks back in season 4 part 1 to Annie. So it's just tying together those lines of thought from season to season. And then Hanji notes that none of the other fallen soldiers would want to know that they were selfish enough to let humanity burn just for their sakes, that it goes against the Survey Corps' way of sacrificing themselves in order to help free humanity. And you can argue a lot of different ways. I can see the comment section being like, well, freeing humanity just meant people inside of Paradis. And I'm like, well, at that point, they didn't even know that there were people outside of Paradis. So while that is true, the question is, the Survey Corps, their whole idea was to free humanity from the tyranny of these oppressive forces of the Titans. Who's to say that couldn't apply to oppressive forces otherwise, right? And who's to say that humanity couldn't extend beyond the walls? We don't know. That's the problem with arguments like that. Because we don't know and Isayama hasn't come outright and said it, we can theorize all day and argue back and forth, but the fact of the matter is we just don't know. There's too many factors, right? Kind of unrelated, but tying to the whole selfish versus selflessness, Ridesante noted how Eren kind of made Historia break her promise to Ymir to be true to herself in his conversation with her that we see in episode 28. That she clearly didn't like Eren's plan, and if she was true to herself, she would have tried to stop him, but she did decide to go along with it because of how Eren told her that, you're the worst woman in the world. You need to live up to that title and the meaning behind of it, which is tied to that idea of selfishness versus selflessness. So I thought that was interesting to bring up, and I'm sure people in the comments will... I want to try to avoid that whole conversation with Eren and Historia it leaves me with a sour taste in my mouth. And I've talked about it in the comment section for the episode. I'm just like, ugh. So it's not my favorite point, which we'll talk about Historia in the character part. My views on Historia as a whole are a mixed bag, but we'll talk about that later. But I thought that was an interesting comment to bring up. So then, what we are slaves to. We continue that discussion. We've had that discussion since season 3 ever since Kenny was like, we're all a slave to something, right? We've had that discussion in these parts about what different characters are slaves to. And Zeke is a slave to hating his father and how he put the mission over his family. Eren is a slave to the concept of freedom and attaining it no matter what the cost. And so that ties into this idea of, can we change the future or is it set in stone? And Eren embodies this concept that he believes his fate is determined and that he's in part a slave to it. But my big issue with that is, and I always have a big issue with narratives that use the future is set in stone as a plot point. I always have an issue with that because in reality, we know that the future is too complicated and layered for it to be set in stone entirely. It's just impossible. And I think there's too many factors, too many people, free will, too much going on that can totally determine the future entirely and concretely. It's just, there's too many variables, right? And I think in part that carries to this series that despite Eren believing there's no other choice, that all his options are exhausted, I'm not a fan of that future set in stone narrative because it doesn't align with our own reality. But I'm also like, as a writer, I'm like, well, why can't Eren change his own future? Really? We don't know how this story at this point is going to end with Eren, and I can't answer that question. And I'm going to put a pin in it for later. Like at the end of part 3, I'll put a pin in it and come back to it later. But there's a part of me that's like, but you always have a choice. And even if it's set in stone, I'm like, do it. Undo the fabric of time and space. If your options are shit, then why not? You know? But I know that Eren doesn't want to do that because he wants a future in which his friends are safe. And it's like, yes, but there's so many other variables as far as how are your friends going to react to all this? Do you care about your friends' views about all this? Do you even care? Or are you just satisfying yourself saying, well, I protected them. That's all that needed to happen. But how are they going to react to it? Are they going to have survivor's guilt like Reiner? Are they going to feel terrible? Are they going to wish that you'd never done this? You know, there's so many factors. I'm going to just put a pin in it for now. And I don't want manga spoilers. I do not want to know the ending. We'll get to it in early next year. But I'm going to put a pin in it for now. But I just, whenever somebody in the comments are like, well, he can't change the future. I'm like, sure he can. Isayama's the writer. He can make him change the future. It's a fictional story, damn it! It's a fictional story dealing with a concept that is not true. We can't, you know? So I'm like, whenever somebody's like, oh, well, he can't do that, I'm like, the author can make anything happen. Isayama is the founder of this story. If he wants to make Eren change the future, he can, and it's happened in other narratives. And I know that people will be like, well, the concept of time and space and physics, I'm like, we have people that turn into monsters because they're injected with spinal fluid. Let's be real. So I'm just like I said, the whole set in stone future thing, it always bugs me in narratives because I'm like, no, the writer could change it if they wanted to. It bothers me. So, but I'm just me being super nitpicky. I'm going to put a pin in it for now. We'll see how part 3 handles this whole Eren and the Attack Titan in the future seeing, but we'll just put a pin in it for the moment, right? So Jean says that the world called us island devils and that they'd have to, he says it's around the time of thaw. He says the world called us island devils and that they'd have to that the scouts would have to kill them before they slaughtered Paradis. And Jean says that Eren is just living up to that threat and proving that they are the devils that the world thought that they were and that they should fear them. Could we have done anything differently? The answer, of course, is yes. The answer, of course, is yes. And it does trace back to Karl Fritz and the Eldians with the Tiber family, but it's not easy. And now, with everything that's happened, Paradis is seemingly pinned into a corner. So it's understandable that Eren was like, fine, if the world thinks that we're monsters and thinks that we're evil, then we'll just prove them right and they should fear us. But that's not your only option, right? And Jean kind of, brings that into question. and says, is it a good decision to make the world think you're as evil as they saw you and nothing more? So I think that's what it really comes down to. And a lot of people that are all for Eren's plan, I'm like, so if somebody views you as terrible, you should just prove that they're right, even if you're not really terrible. That's what you should do. And I think that the answer that Isayama is giving us is that, well, that's a simple answer. That's an easy answer. But should we try to do nothing more? Should we just try to prove that the world's views of us are correct? Or should we try to alter those views? The problem is in the Attack on Titan world, things are very dour and things are very hard. And ideas of peace and negotiation are not something that is easy. And we'll talk more about this in a minute. But Sagnorm kind of connects this to Floch, saying how Floch was initially terrified of Eren the moment he said he wanted to destroy the world. But then he saw Eren and realized that Eren was kind of like the devil that Floch thought that Erwin was. And that it was that devil that was going to be needed for victory. So Floch decided, okay, if Eren's going to be the devil that Paradis needs to survive, then I'll just become that too, and we'll work to save Paradis together. So it helps to make Floch's decisions a lot more understandable as this goes. But additionally, we have Reiner telling Gabby and Thal that they just need to stay alive and see the aftermath. And I love the parallels in Thal where Reiner's like, we just need to stay alive to see this thing through. And Gabby's like, just staying stagnant and just not doing anything and just complacently sitting around waiting for the world to end. Nope. Gabby's like, Carl Fritz's logic is dumb and I'm not having it. So I love that she dons in that episode the same moves that Eren does. She stands in front of the basin of water in front of the mirror, pulls her hair back and says she's not going to sit around and let things happen. And I love the parallel of that because Eren and her do the exact same thing. It's just Eren's decision is to destroy the world and Gabby's decision is to save it. So it's very interesting how their characters started out in similar places, have had similar yet different trajectories, and then they end up at this one crux. They both decide to move forward and not just stand there complacent, but to do something. But what they decide to do is drastically different. So I like that a lot. I think that's a really cool moment. Rewatching Thal, I was like, that's really cool. I like that. Armin and Anyan Kapan's idea of the world being better with different types of people is something that comes up in this that Armin brings back up. And it compares and is in direct contrast to Eren, who only wants those he cares about around that he agrees with and likes. It ties to Colt saying that he had no choice and was going to shoot Nile, the quote-unquote enemy, but Gabby stops him, saying that there's literally always a choice in what we do. And it's just, you have to pick the choice that you have with the least regrets, which is what Levi's been preaching since season 1. And this relates to Floch, to Eren, to Armin, to Anyan Kapan, their decisions, their moralities. It all ties to all of those things. And so with that being said, Eren's viewpoint is pretty extreme. It's pretty one-sided, that the world is cruel and that there's no hope for it. It's like Eren has abandoned the idea that there's anything beautiful in the world except his friends. And so he just needs to destroy all of his enemies and go from there. And then he'll at least have his friends and what he considers to be beautiful. It's like Eren considers there's only one flower amidst all of this blood. But then you tie back to Ymir in her flashback and there's all these flowers with a drop of blood, right? And it's kind of the metaphor of one rotten apple ruins a whole barrel. That, or if, you have a great day and you hear one bad comment and it throws the whole day off, it's just like that one bad aspect can ruin any chance of there being good. And Eren kind of embodies that idea. So comparing that, Eren being this extreme one-sided view of let's just destroy everything except the handful of good, you have Armin and Hanji who, to the credit of those that disagree with Armin and Hanji, and they're like, well, their ideas of peace and negotiation are idealistic. They are, yeah, and I will concede that. Yeah, it's not something that's easy. And the downside and weakness of Armin and Hanji's logic is that they're like, well, we can achieve these things with time and go from there. But that's not good enough, right? It's not good enough to just say, oh, well, we'll just wait for peace to happen. The irony of it all is that the whole thing about the miracle, which we'll talk about in a minute, is that there sometimes has to be a struggle, and there sometimes has to be butting heads for anything to get accomplished. You can't just say, let's all hold hands and solve the world's problems and there'll be no violence. You can't do that. I'm watching another series, Yona of the Dawn, and in that series, that concept is epitomized. Like, sometimes there's going to be struggle and conflict, but that conflict can lead to a peaceful resolution. That's the miracle, right? There just needs to be a balance between both. You can't be a total pacifist, but you also can't commit mass genocide either. So you have these two extremes, and it's just finding that miracle in the middle, right? Malgum notes that we get into a paradox where stopping the conflict requires that we talk it out. But hesitation in a conflict in this world of Attack on Titan can get you killed. So where does that leave us? That's where the miracle comes into play. It's like you have to have a negotiation to stop the conflict, but if you don't do the negotiation just right and you hesitate even the slightest, it can lead to your death. So you have that miracle that kind of takes place in between, that, going back to Friends in episode 3, is possible. It just requires both parties to be able to come to the table. And that's the hardest part, right? That is the hardest part. So I'm going to get into this part here about, and some of my opinions are going to come into this as well. And so I'm just bracing myself for the comments section. But here's the thing. Because a lot of people I've read in the comments have been all about Eren's plan and like, yeah, the world needs to be destroyed. It's awful. And there's no hope for peace. And I'm like, man, y'all have some dour outlooks. I'm a pretty optimistic person. I try to be realistic, but I'm definitely an optimist. But Gabby realizing that her actions and words have impacted others and that she does have a choice and that her choices will have consequences and trajectories. I love that Gabby realizes what Reiner realized, that the people they're fighting are just people, not demons, and that it's been wrong. And by talking with the other side and learning to understand them, you can alter perceptions. And that, as Niccolo says in Thaw, is worth trying. And this is the important part. Even if you fail, it is worth trying, and you need to try. Grisha wrote that mankind is not gone, meaning that it maybe isn't too late to save the world, meaning that it wouldn't be destroyed. It could have a second chance. And you see him, that whole idea of second chances with Grisha, as he's writing that, he strokes the picture of his first family that he destroyed. Marco embodies that importance of trying, and how, because no one even talked things through, it ended with nothing but death and destruction and the cycle of violence being continued. It mirrors our own world in a lot of ways. At some point, people have to start talking instead of just endlessly killing. It didn't solve all of the problems, but it's better than the alternative, right? At some point in our own world, people started talking because the alternative was just that it was all going to end, just an apocalypse and violence. Now, granted, there's still a lot of problems in our world, a lot, but it could be worse. It's something, right? It's better than the alternative. And so it relates to Kaya covering for Gabby. That's the miracle, right? Saving one another despite their differences. And that ties back to what I talked about earlier with Eren, the idea that Eren embodies this person that is different, right? The idea of someone that by their nature is violent, that by their nature is not normal. But does that mean that they're not worth saving or talking to or being worth of love or redemption? Kind of ties back to this idea here. Niccolo's speech is just a continuation of that whole Children of the Forest theorizing that Isayama gives us. And I love that line that Niccolo says, we all have a devil in us, going back to like Magath and Tiber talking about them both being demons. The world is the way that it is because of it. But Niccolo says we have to get out of the forest. Maybe we'll fail, but we'll keep trying. And then you cut right from that moment he says that to Keith saving the Jaegerists and putting that into practice, right? And we connect it later to Jean talking to Anyan Kapan and realizing that in saving Jean's family and friends in Paradis, it's sacrificing Anyan Kapan and his family. Eren's killing others to just save his own. And is that right? And I think that's a big part of why Jean makes the decisions that he does. So I feel like Isayama is actually very anti-violence in the weirdest of ways. I feel like Isayama is anti-violence, and if people are like, oh, well, Isayama's all about Eren and the Rumbling, I'm like, have you read this series? I don't know if you have, because it seems like Isayama is putting out there that no, look how stupid, Zeke's words, war is a terrible thing. He's like, look how stupid and pointless this violence is. Isn't it awful? Isn't it the worst thing in the world? Look how miserable Eren is destroying the world. Look how awful things are. Shouldn't we have not gotten to this point? But Isayama crafts this world to be so dark and depressing that he's like, it's not easy. And he kind of makes it, you know, kind of a hyperbole of our own world, in that in our own world, you can have peace negotiations. It just takes time and people being willing to come to the table. And we're finally getting to that point in Attack on Titan by the end of this, but it's almost a little too late scenario. And Isayama, I feel, is saying, you know, violence is bad, genocide is bad, all this destruction is bad, but you should try to get to the point where you're not like Attack on Titan and things are as bad as they are. He's like, you should probably try to avoid getting to this point, because he shows how complicated it can be to try to get peace once you get this far deep into the muck and darkness, right? I feel like it's a cautionary, this whole series is a cautionary tale indeed. And it starts out as just a simple man versus Titan, and it becomes something so much more complex. And I love it for it. But when people are like, oh, this series is about how peace is pointless, I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't think that's Isayama's point at all. I think Isayama's trying to say that no, it's always a choice, and it's always possible. It's just going to possibly require you sacrificing your own life to get there. And that ties to the idea of legacy. And Keith saying that there's strength in legacy. Even if he dies, his actions will help others to carry on. He tells the cadets, Surma and the others, that he knows they can rise up and carry on his will in the future, even if he dies. And oddly enough, it connects to Eren's own words that he tells Grisha. He says, live long enough. And he says, if you live long enough, you can get your... Eren's words, he's like, you need to do this, Grisha, even if you die, even after you die, meaning that there is trajectory beyond your death into something else. Keith's words, you live long enough and you can have your chance to rebel. And Armin said that too. He's like, it just takes time. So there's this idea of legacy. And we see that with Marco as well, that just because you die in this world doesn't mean that your story is over, or that it's not going to influence people. We've seen through Marco, we've seen through Magath and Keith, we've seen through Grisha, we've seen through Dinah, through Carla, these characters that have all died. We've seen through Farland and Isabel of Levi, these characters that have died, their lives impacted others in such a strong way that those things they left behind carry forward into the future and are used by the ones still living to influence the future. So I feel like there's a note there that, yeah, even if you end up dying because of it, it's worth striving to do the right thing. But there is kind of a selfishness of that, and people are like, well, why would I want to die trying to help make things peaceful? And it's like, well, it's because what you do will carry on to future generations and make them better. So, but that's my reading of it. You know, that's my reading of this series and how Isayama's created it. I don't know if that's necessarily what he was going with, but that's just kind of what I get with that too. And Magath additionally says that if the past generation doesn't help make the other better by doing it different, then the past, if it was wrong, nothing will be learned of it. The same mistakes will be made over and over again. Those that pay no attention to history are doomed to repeat it, right? It's the same that Mr. Browse talks about, that the Asmobito talk about. The world getting smaller doesn't make it less violent, and that kind of ties to Elena's talk to Levi about violence in that same episode, how it always exists within humanity. Again, coming back to the miracle with Kenny and Uri. Just because Eren destroys the world, that does not mean his friends and family are safe. That's the thing that gets me. I'm like, Eren, you're going to destroy the world and all these major threats to it, but as we saw at the end of the season, Armin and them could have been killed by their own men. You can't predict that, right? You just can't predict it. And so that's interesting. I watched another series where a character threatened another, or it's in Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. There's a character in that manga series that goes, oh, well, you thought you'd sacrifice these others to save your friends? I could kill your friend right now. What's stopping me? And making the point that just because you think you're going to eliminate all these outside threats, you can't predict what's going to happen to your friends. You can save yourself, and for the most part, predict how you can handle yourself, but you can't control the lives of other people and what's going to happen to them. And I think that's the tragedy with Eren in a lot of ways, is that he thinks by destroying the world, he'll keep Armin and them safe. And I'm like, what if Mikasa gets sick, the next year and dies? You destroyed the world for what? So yeah, it's a big thing. Jean could get sick. Maybe Mikasa, not Mikasa because she's an Ackerman. She'd probably live through anything. But Jean, you say in his vision he had all those characters there, and what if Jean got sick the next year in Paradis and got a fever and died? Then you destroyed the world for what? So it's interesting. It's interesting. So Alexander Q notes that both parties, though, in order for this all to work, both parties have to want to leave the forest. That's the problem. Magath, we see it happen with Magath and the warriors and the cadets, Gabby and Kaya, even the Jaeger. We see that with Magath and the warriors and the cadets and Gabby and Kaya, both parties want to leave the forest. So it works. But with Flock and the Jaegerists versus the 104th Cadet, it doesn't work because Flock and the Jaegerists don't want to leave the forest, but the others do. So it's not compatible in that situation. So I did have a little note here that I'm going to come back to, but I'm going to save it for at the end of this conversation because I feel it's probably the most controversial thing to talk about. Thestral pointed out that if the founding Titan power falls to the weak, the world would become hell. That was a quote from the show. And Thestral pointed out that Eren is weak because he could wipe out all of humanity for those to save those on his island, but he lacks the strength not to do so. The easy choice with all that power is to wipe out everybody. But the easy choice doesn't always necessarily mean the best choice. And we can argue about that all day long, but I like that you pointed that out. I like that phrase that you could wipe out all of humanity. Killing is easy, living is harder, right? It's easy to kill, easy to wipe everyone out. Physically, it's not hard to do, but mentally, morally, it requires a lot of strength to take the better road, right? Even if it means that you have to sacrifice yourself to do so. And so I do think there is hope for Eren, though, because Grisha had a second chance, and he did change. Zeke was shocked by the fact that his father was capable of that, but it shows that humanity isn't always doomed to be evil. And that's the thing. A lot of people are like, oh, well, these people will never accept parity or never do this. I'm like, but we saw in this season that, the whole point of Attack on Titan in a lot of ways is that people are not so simple. People are complex, and they're not always doomed to be evil. Even characters like Kenny or characters, like Zeke or whoever, they've had moments where they've done things for the benefit of their people. And so I think Kenny is probably the best example because, everybody's like, well, he's going to act this way, and at the very end he gives Levi the serum, which goes against his character. But it just shows how people can change. Grisha from that day is much different than the Grisha that's in Shiganshina. People can change, and they are flexible. And so I feel like that not only means that, one, the world, in light of nearly being destroyed, if Eren's rumbling gets stopped somehow, maybe we'll have that realization, but two, that it also means that Eren might have hope for a second chance. I'm not sure at this stage. Eren's done some pretty bad things. I don't know if Eren is going to get that second chance, but the moral of the story, I think, by the end of this season is that people are worthy of a second chance, and that they can change their minds. They can change, their decisions and be affected by something in a way that makes them rethink what they thought before. And we've seen that embodied through Magath and the Warriors, working with the cadets. We've seen it through a lot of different means in this season. So I think that's a pretty interesting thematic element to point out as we go into season 4, part 3. But I got one more thing. Nicola Kulik talked about how in season 2, episode 11, about the quote unquote fate of humanity, and was talking about Erwin. So I wanted to bring up Erwin because a big thing with season 4, part 2 that I've noticed, and with season 4, part 1, and I think I talked about this in the recap for season 4, part 1. I can't remember. But I've had a lot of people talk about the whole debate with Erwin. And should Erwin have been spared instead of Armin? And God, Sarah Bull, we could just go around and around with that all we want. But there's been a lot of talk about, would Erwin support Eren's plan? And I think that's a very, very difficult question to answer. A very difficult question to answer. So I wanted to bring up Nicola Kulik's comment from season 2, episode 11, Charge, talking about the quote-unquote fate of humanity and how there is no future where humanity can inhabit the lands without Eren. Which is funny because he was talking about Paradis as humanity, because that's all Erwin knew at the time. He didn't know for sure if there was humanity outside the walls. So he was saying there's no future for Paradis to inhabit the lands without Eren, which is true. Eren is sort of living out Erwin's initial words in that episode. I think that a lot of people probably connect that to be like, oh, well, then that must mean that Erwin would be totally on board with Eren because he was talking about Eren in that moment. You could say that, but, however, Erwin didn't even know there were people beyond the walls for certain. He wanted to believe. That was his hope. That was like the only thing he was a slave to that idea, right? And was doing anything he could to get to that idea and prove it correctly. But Erwin's point was how Eren would be a way to help ensure humanity as a whole could survive against the Titans. He didn't just say, kill the Titans, and that's it. Erwin didn't say, hey, we're going to use Eren to kill all the Titans, and then we're good. He wanted to go beyond the walls and see what was out there. So if you think about it, this entire series up until season 4, for Eren to make that decision to destroy the rest of the world, the entire series was to go out and prove that there was life beyond the walls and to interact with it. If we destroy all of that, what was the point, right? That seems kind of counterintuitive, that if Erwin was like, yes, I've spent my entire life trying to find out who's beyond the wall and interact with them, let's just wipe them out now. Like, it doesn't seem like it would be in Erwin's character. Erwin is a gambler. That's the thing. And other people in Discord have pointed this out too. He is a gambler. He would want to risk it, speaking with humanity. It ties to what Levi was saying in Savagery back in part 1. He's like, what was the point of us saving and helping Eren if he was going to destroy it all? Right? Levi is connecting to Erwin's thoughts in that scene as well, when he's lamenting the fact that he's like, what was the point of us going through all of this to find out what was outside the wall and interact with these people if they're all going to die? Like, what was the point? We should have just killed the Titans within the walls and just sat there and not worried about things. And I know people are going to say, well, then Paradis would have been destroyed. And that's what makes it complicated, right? But I do think at the end of the day, Erwin, knowing Erwin's character, what we do know of him, he would definitely have wanted to protect Paradis, but I don't know if he would have been on board with the whole thing with genocide. I'm not sure Erwin would have been on board with it. That's just my opinion. Until Isayama comes out and tells us exactly what Erwin would have thought, we can speculate all day, but I don't think anybody's wrong, anybody's right. It's just those opinions, right? So that's kind of all we've got there. But so, yeah. Well, that only took 45 minutes. Look at that. So I went back as I was preparing for this next toast and realized that instead of Roy, it should have been Roeg, and it was the dad that was in the military police that was turned into a Titan in episode 19. Wow, I feel bad. So upon this next RIP toast, I realized I wrote this person down with Louise, and I was like, I need to go back and check real quick to see who they are. And it's Oliver and Louise from episode 24 that they died. Oliver was the one in Pride that Hanji shot right at the very beginning when her and Levi were making their escape. And then Louise obviously died there on her bed because of the shrapnel in her stomach. I'll be honest, Oliver really had no purpose in the story other than his name being called out right before he got shot. So I don't know hardly anything about his character. I'm sure somebody in the comments will be like, he was back in season 1 and he was the cadet that I'd be like, I don't know. But Louise, I never liked Louise at all. I never cared for her character. I felt bad for her character because she was the girl that Mikasa saved back in season 1, whose father had been in the Survey Corps and whose father was killed by a Titan. And I felt bad for Louise because she lost her father at a young age, and Mikasa was kind of like a savior to her. Like, she was a shining beacon that rescued her and her mom in that moment, and she kind of developed this, like, you know, Yelena-style worship of her. She's very similar to Yelena, Louise is, in that she kind of worships Mikasa, sort of like Yelena worships Zeke. And the thing is, with that, neither Zeke nor Mikasa want to be worshipped. So neither of them care. And so the sad thing is, Louise, she constantly wanted to just like try to be friends with Mikasa and to like be next to her idol, and Mikasa wanted nothing to do with her. And so I did feel kind of bad for Louise. And there was the whole ordeal with the scarf. and Louise getting caught up in the Jaegerist ideology and believing like, I have no regrets. At least Louise died with no regrets, that she believed she had fought for a cause that she thought was right. So at least there's that. At least she died for a cause that she was happy with. Even though Mikasa, I don't know, Mikasa's not good bedside company, so I don't know if having Mikasa there, being like one of the last people you see as you're alive, is necessarily a good thing. But I was pretty indifferent about Louise's character. I can't say I hated her, but she was just like, eh. I feel like she is necessary for the story because she kind of connects to Mikasa and her identity and the whole deal with the scarf. But did you need her in the story? Not necessarily. So I kind of feel the same way with Oliver too. So to our somewhat indifferent but maybe necessary characters to the plot, we'll give a toast to Oliver and Louise, who died in episode 24. So, with that being said, man, ranking these episodes was really hard. Much like season 4 part 1, ranking the episodes was really difficult, and so I turned to Patreon to help me, and for the most part, Patreon and I had similar views, but we had some very different views on some episodes. So going into this, I'm gonna talk to y'all kind of number 12 through number 1 of the, I'm gonna have Patreon's rankings as well as my own. They're kind of mixed around. One episode in particular I ranked a lot higher. But I have reasons. Okay, so we'll get to that. But going into this season, I would say that in looking at especially when I rewatched this season, because I didn't get a chance to do that with the other recap and reviews, right? So with the other recap reviews and RIPs I've done, I was on such a time crunch. I did not have time to go back and rewatch the series. I think maybe for season 4 part 1, I tried to do my best I could on that. But with the other seasons, I was so quickly trying to move from point to point, from episode to episode and catch up, I didn't have time to really rewatch like I wanted to. So I was kind of just basing a lot of my opinions on at the moment. And here, I actually got to go back and rewatch and kind of see. And for me, it helped me differentiate what episodes I liked better and why. So I feel like my reasonings are going to be a lot better in this. But let's just start out with number 12. I've got up here real quick. I want to show you all. I did a poll on Patreon. There's 36 responses, so it's a pretty limited pool on Patreon of who responded. But by and large, I asked everybody what their favorite episode of the series were, which everybody was very adamant about their favorites. And then I asked what their top 5 episodes were and the worst episode of season 4 part 2 was. And so I figured that the best and the worst would kind of differentiate themselves pretty quickly. And then I would use the top 5 question to kind of determine the middle of the season. And it worked out pretty well. I disagreed with some of the rankings, but we'll get into it. But by and large, everyone's least favorite episode of the season was episode 8, Pride. It's not my least favorite episode. I know why it got voted as everybody's least favorite episode, and we'll talk about it when we get to it on my version. But my least favorite episode of season 4 part 2 is Judgment, the very first episode. There's nothing wrong with Judgment. It's just, this is the first time in this season there was actually recap, which I was like, ooh, okay, because usually Attack on Titan does not have recap, hardly at all. Like, there's maybe a little, 30 seconds of it, but it's not a lot. I think season 1 had some recap to it because it was a long season, but seasons 2 and 3 I don't think have a lot of recap at all. But episode 1's just kind of, it's a setup episode. It's just catching you back up from part 1, saying here's all the stuff that happened with Porco and Peak and everything. Here's Marley, Reiner and them coming to Marley. It's setting up the battles. It's setting up just various things. The only good thing about Judgment, I feel, is the Zeke part. And so I almost placed it a little bit higher because you have Zeke crawling out of the Titan womb. That part's great, but it's the first minute, and then the rest of it's kind of recap-ish and just going forward. So, and setting up the stuff to happen later on in the next 2 episodes. So it was my least favorite. It was my number 12. But y'all didn't like Judgment that much more, so Judgment was number 11 on Patreon. And y'all are seeing where this is going. My number 11 is episode 2, Sneak Attack. You know it's a good sign when a season starts out with the worst episodes, right? When a season starts out with the worst episodes, that's a good sign. Sneak Attack is fine. It has, I think the best thing about the Sneak Attack's so hard, right? Because it has some really good things in it. It has Yelena's face, her troll face. It has Nile's speech to Falco and Gabby, or Nicolo's speech to Falco and Gabby. It also has Nile's speech to Falco. It has Gabby choosing to save Nile. It has Falco's confession. It has a lot of good Gabby and Falco moments, and it has Yelena's troll face to Armin. That's all good. But other than that, it's just kind of like a generic battle episode with Reiner versus Eren, and it's okay. It's fine. It's a great episode. It's just, this season is so good that it's at the bottom. So that, if that gives you any indication. So Sneak Attack was my number 11. It was Patreon's number 10. So Judgment and Sneak Attack were towards the bottom of Patreon as well as my own. But my number 10 is gonna probably ruffle some feathers because it's way high up on the Patreon list. It's way high up. I was like, oh buddy, I'm probably gonna, these next two, I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack for putting this episode as low as I did and the next episode as high as I did, but hashtag no regrets. My number 10's Traitor. Episode 10. It got far high up on the Patreon poll. Y'all are going to see the Patreon poll, it was really high up there. And I think just because it averages out with everybody's top 5. And I was like, this is a top 5 episode for y'all? I don't like Traitor, honestly. That episode, it's very unnerving. The idea at the very end that it doesn't have a violence warning, but when Connie shoots Samuel in the face, that part, it made my stomach sick. Like that episode 10 and episode 12 of this season made me sick to my stomach. Episode 10, it's not, the plot of it is pretty straightforward. Them all meeting on the hill. Magath has his moment where he bows to Gabby, which is cool. I like that. And they have the little spat between them all of who's gonna, I feel like that spat between them when they're trying to argue, I'm like, you all made it this far and now you're deciding whether or not Armin and them are gonna sit out while Reiner and them battle. You guys should have talked about this on the way. Like, you wait till you get there to decide. Well, they figure out Flock and all them are there, but still, I felt like that conversation, it kind of retreads stuff that we already talked about in episode 9. So I was like, okay, we've already agreed we're going to work together. Why are we backtracking now? Why are we getting cold feet now? We already spent the last episode working and agreeing we're going to work together. So there's that. I like Magath's moment of trying to like save face in front of Gabby and Falco and saying, hey, don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Don't be like me. And to Gabby and Falco, I liked that part. Flock was hilarious when he was trying to figure out like what was going on and performing 3D chess with everything happening, like what's going on, and Flock being genuinely intimidating, killing the Asmobito engineers. But it's just a very uncomfortable episode, and it's like, it's so tense, but at the same time you're like, I don't know, and I don't, like the stuff of Armin getting shot and then Samuel and Daz dying. I know this episode was really controversial and divided a lot of people because it's like now Armin and Connie and them are giving up their own humanity against their fellow comrades to save the rest of the world, and it's doing the polar opposite of what Eren's goal is. I know it was a very divisive episode, and I remember when I got to it, people were like, oh, this episode's it ruffled a lot of feathers. It doesn't necessarily ruffle my feathers, but it just leaves me with a very unsettling feeling in a bad way, so I left it kind of down at number 10. Number 9 for Patreon was Sunset, which I will talk about shortly. I get why Sunset was down at number 9. But my number 9 is Pride. It's Pride. It was everybody else's least favorite episode. I put it as number 9. I forgot that this was the episode with the graphic warning and not the ones before it, which is hilarious, right? I think Door of Hope had a graphic warning, but this one did. Compared to the ones before it, I'm like, really? All this other stuff went down? Eren got his head lobbed off, but we didn't have a violence warning there? Okay. But yeah, it is, this is probably the weirdest episode of Attack on Titan, Pride is. It is the weirdest episode. Because it's the first time, and I talked about this in the reaction, it's the first time that I felt like Attack on Titan felt rushed. I know people talk about this chapter in the manga, that a lot happens in a short amount of pages. That it's just, it goes through some plot points that just happen all of a sudden. You're like, whoa, what? There is the cheesy Avenger style ending with Connie. It doesn't bother me nearly as much as I think it bothers other people. A lot of people in the Discord were being like, the cheesy Avengers. I'm like, it's fine. It's Connie. Connie's kind of cheesy. We just had that thing with his mom and the toothbrush. So I do like the talk between Hanji and Levi in Pride. I do like that talk a lot, and Hanji trying to figure things out. And There was the scene of the man with the biggest balls in the entire Paradis military talking to Mikasa like they were besties. That part was really great. And then here's the thing too. Yeah, the plot with Connie and his mom and Falco, I think, is probably the weakest plot thread in Attack on Titan. I'm not totally sold on it. I think it's weird that in the middle of this battle, I mean, it makes sense. Connie's freaking out. He's freaking out. He loves his mom. He wants to save her. But I'm like, Connie, and I guess maybe the point is he's not a good soldier. And that's kind of the point. Because I'm like, you know how dire the situation is. And now you decide to take a Titan shifter to take him to feed to your mom. And the thing that gets me is after the fact, Connie's like, yeah, I knew it was a bad idea. I'm like, then why'd you go through with it? You just wasted a whole half an episode. So I feel like it's just a weird plot point. And I don't know if it was Isayama just trying to give Armin and Connie character development just because he felt like it was the time for that, and to give Falco some more involvement and just to have like a cliffhanger for one chapter lead into this events of the next. But it's a weird plot thread. It's probably the weirdest one in the series, and that's saying something. And so that adds to it why I think a lot of people don't like it, and that it feels like it's rushed. But I'll be honest. Again, the Hanji Levi conversation, the man with the biggest balls in the entire Paradis Jaegerist military, and then also these two things. One is Jean and the pile of bones conversation with Anya and Kapan. That he talks about that at the end of the episode, where he's like, he knew what he had to do because of thinking back to Marco. And I laughed out loud when I rewatched it, and Anyan's like, I have no idea what you're... Even in the English dub, Anya and Kapan's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, Jean, but okay. Like, also, there's Flock's badger face, his cute little badger face, where he's like, where's Mikasa? What's going on? Like, that part's adorable. And then Annie with the pie. At this point, when you're in the midst of the apocalypse and Connie's laughing at Annie and she's stuffing her face with pie, it's the weirdest thing, but it's like the one moment of levity that I'm like, this is Isayama's humor. Isayama's like, I'm going to break up death and destruction by having this assassin eat a piece of pie and Connie laugh about it. It's the most Isayama humor that we can possibly get. And I don't know, it's the most hodgepodge episode out of all the entire series. It's probably like down there at the bottom of the barrel in terms of the whole series, but there's something about it that I'm like rewatching it. By the time we got to Pride and I rewatched the episode, I felt better than I did watching Traitor, Sneak Attack, or Judgment. So I was like, I'm going to put it up in number 9. But if you hate that episode and you think it's the worst episode of Attack on Titan, I don't disagree with you. I'm being totally biased. And so my perspective, this is all just me and what I think versus anything else. So number 8. Number 8 had Thaw from Patreon, but I've got it a little bit farther up on the list. My number 8 was Sunset, which was Patreon's number 9. Sunset is a good episode. It's fine. I'm looking at my notes on Sunset. Armin losing his cool is still really sad to watch and rewatch. He's just so overstressed by this point, trying to like play 4D chess and trying to predict the future, which you're not the Attack Titan, Armin, so you don't have that ability, sadly. But we do get Annie's backstory, and we get Jean's temptation by Flock. And we also get confirmation that Levi's alive. So it's not a bad episode. We have a lot happening in it. It's just not my favorite, but it is good. I do like Annie's backstory and her connection to Eren that we kind of develop in that episode. And then the temptation with Jean at the end is really, really well done. I like that. Patreon's number 7 was Night of the End, which is up a few for me, so we won't talk about it yet. My number 7 is down one spot from Patreon, and that is Retrospective. Retrospective is fine. I think what elevates Retrospective for me is the love of the ages, which we'll talk about in the ships, Keith and Magath, and their roles in that episode. But Retrospective is fine. I like it much more than Traitor. I think Retrospective, it dealt with, we found out about the servicing, that it was never going to work from the start. We had Magath and the Asmodeus working together to get out of the situation. I think a lot of people dislike Retrospective because of Mikasa's bloodbath, but I've been told that was an anime-only edition. I'm going to go back and eventually read the manga and see what it shows us there. But the idea of Retrospective and being like, well, Eren's have to give up his humanity to save the people he cares about. Now our Survey Corps cadets are having to give up their humanity to save the world. So It's just showing those two sides of it, right? But I think the Magath and Keith sacrifice elevated enough up to number 7 for me, just a little bit above sunset. And then that ending where we had them all getting on the boat to leave. So that's all I really had to talk about in retrospective. It was number 6 on Patreon, which is fine. My number 6 is Thaw. I forgot how much I like this episode a lot. I really like this episode. It is not as impacting as the top 5, so it just gets shy of the top 5 in number 6, but there's a lot to like in Thaw. There's Connie taking Falco is still an odd decision in the midst of all this, and I think that's why it lowers it down on the list for me, but you get why he's doing it if he thinks things are over with Marley. I get why Connie does it, but it kind of, that's what lowers it to number 6 for me as far as not being higher on the list. But Barricades is great. Seeing our troops protect Paradis and Gabby saving Kaya is great. Nicolo's speech is really impactful. It's kind of like drives home the central message of the entire series. Annie gets freed. It's a great episode overall. The Connie thing just kind of takes it down just a step, but overall, it's my number 6. I like that episode a lot. It was a lot of fun to rewatch and get to hear Barricades and see them save and have to mercy kill the police that turned into pure titans. So that was a good episode. Number 5 on Patreon was Traitor. So it was way up there. I was like, ooh, when I was making my list, and then I made my list and then looked at Patrons and was like, you guys really like Traitor. So it was a lot further up on the list as number 5. My number 5 was Night of the End. Episode number 9, which was just a few notches up from Patreon. I think the only thing, some people listed Night of the End as the worst episode of the season, which is why it went down to number 7 on Patreon. I like Night of the End a lot. I think a lot of people dislike it because of the director decision artistically to make a lot of the animation the forest. But for me, it's a bold decision. It was either going to go one of two ways. People were either going to be okay with it, or they were going to be like, this is stupid. I want to see more of the faces. And I get the stupid argument. I get if you wanted to see more of the character reactions, totally makes sense. I like it because it's tying, that entire episode is like the reprise of Children of the Forest. It's leading back to Children of the Forest and its message. It's bringing these two groups of characters that we've wanted to see since Charge in season 2, when Bertolt's like, someone find us and talk to us. It took that plea from Bertolt and finally brought it back full circle to have them actually talk to one another. And I will say, I forget who it was, but someone around the time that Night of the End came out, they were like, yeah, it's great that we bring up Marco and all of this, but they wanted Bertolt to be brought back up. Like Bertolt, especially because Bertolt wanted them to talk. And I've thought about it since then, and I agree. That is probably one thing that lowers it for me as far as going any higher, is that we don't get mention of Bertolt. And I don't know if it's because Armin has the colossal titan within him, so Armin's standing there, so it kind of is like Bertolt is standing there too. I don't know if Isayama thought of that, or if it was just, we only have time to talk about Marco, let's just focus on that, because Marco's more center to that argument than Bertolt is. But I do wish we'd had more with Bertolt in that episode. But I love the conversation. I love it's Jean's flashback, his fantasy. It's getting everything set up of how they all decide to meet with the warriors, Hanji meeting with Magath and Peak. It's great. Like, I like Night of the End and what it represents for the series, as far as it is a turning point. At this point, it's the moment where our crew decides to get with the warriors and go to save humanity and work together. And it's like, it's the miracle embodied. The miracle that we've talked about since season 3 is embodied in Night of the End, and I really like it. It's number 5. So for an episode I really like, that must mean that the next 4 episodes are amazing. And Patreon and I agreed on the top 4. So we're both in agreement on these top 4 episodes and their placings. Number 4 is Dawn of Humanity. I like Dawn of Humanity. I like it's one of the episodes that made me sick to my stomach, because I was like, but it's the perfect episode to round out this season. The nice, lovely moments we get of Eren, Mikasa, and Armin and Co. being together and having this one last night before everything goes to hell with these refugees. It's so beautifully done. The way that the cinematography is lined out through this episode. Eren rising up with the Colossal Titans to start destroying Marley. Eren deciding that this is the decision I made. I'm going to destroy everything else. Like, it's so well done and just ties back together all those loose threads from the timeline, leading everything to come together, which is really, really nice. But it did make me sick to my stomach, and it leaves me with a sense of foreboding and anxiety and frustration with Eren, so I had to make it number 4. But I'm figuring that's around the same reason everybody else has it as their number 4 too. But that leaves number 3. And number 3 is Two Brothers. I said it was going to be hard to rewatch Two Brothers. It was. But that episode is so bonkers. Two Brothers, that episode is so bonkers. Like, just the fact that Eren gets his head lobbed off by Gabby, that Falco and the others are turned into pure titans, that Porco dies, that Falco eats Porco, that Reiner is pinned down, that Zeke grabs Eren's head, and that's all in the first half. Like, then we get the trippy montage, and then we have Zeke and Eren confronting Ymir in the paths. We have Zeke's dramatic reveal that it was me, Dio, and I've, figured out a way to break the vow renouncing war, and I'm gonna save you, Eren. Like, it was just such a bonkers episode, and rewatching it was the first half was painful rewatching, because you're just like, ugh. Colt dying and everything, like so much death happens in that episode, but then you have the trippiness of the second half that leads into episode 4, and you're just like, what is happening? So Two Brothers is great. It's one of the best episodes in the series. It's fantastic. So that leaves our top 2 episodes. And so we both agreed, Patreon and myself, that episode 5, From You 2,000 Years in the Future, is number 2. It's a really good episode. It's tying together his speech to Ymir, how impassioned Eren is, him, like, Yuki Kaji lost his voice recording that, like, just him speaking to the subjects of Ymir as Eren the Founder Titan, leading to the walls finally crashing down after 4 seasons. It felt like a crescendo of just everything 4 seasons has built up to just being like, just collapsing and finally falling down. The only thing that really is its downfall is that there's a little bit of recap at the start of it. That's literally it. There's a little bit of recap at the start of episode 5 if you want to get nitpicky about it, but it's brought, 4 seasons and like 21 episodes later. We're like 70, 80 episodes into the series, and we finally get to like where the climax starts. I feel like the climax of this series started with From You 2,000 Years in the Future, because we've built up to this. Now we know Ymir's story, and Eren has made up his mind to start the rumbling, and it's all downhill from there. Like, it's just like you're at the top of the roller coaster, the peak with Eren in episode 5, and it's just the rest of this season and season 4 part 3 are the drop, right? But that leaves number 1. And as much as I like From You 2,000 Years in the Future, Memories of the Future was by and large my favorite episode of this season. I think it was, I spoke for 3 hours about it on the initial discussion, but Memories from the Future, it's my jam. Memories of the Future, when you finally get a mystery box that has been Eren broken apart and explained, stuff about the Attack Titan being revealed, going back through Eren's entire life and seeing those moments recontextualized with Grisha, seeing it all from a new perspective and realizing, oh my gosh, Memories of the Future gives you an instant reason to go back and rewatch the entire series. After that, it's like you could go back and rewatch the entire series knowing what you know from Memories of the Future and have an entirely different outlook on it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm excited to read the manga, because I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to read the manga now, and now that I know what I know from the series, I'll have a whole new experience with it. So that's going to be a lot of fun, right? But I just love that. I love the idea that this entire episode, much like that day, it completely changed the game. It just, Memories of the Future, it's everything I love in a series like this, where you get so much payoff out of building up to it. It's so much payoff. It's so damn good. It's absolutely wonderful. So yeah, those are my rankings of the episodes. I'm glad Patreon and I agreed on the top 4. I feel like those 4, yeah, you could interchange them a little bit, but they're pretty solid episodes, right? So I could not do a top 10 episodes overall at this point. There's too many good episodes. I could have done a top 30. Could have done a top 50 episodes if y'all had given me the chance. But I decided to do a top 20 of Attack on Titan at this point. And I'm going to go ahead and say it like this. These episodes and how I rank the top 20 are not based on any objective rubric. They're not necessarily based on the best episodes or the most impactful episodes. To me, these are the episodes that I can rewatch and get the most out of. So I think that is probably my biggest factor into deciding, especially towards the bottom half of this top 20. It's that rewatchability and that importance to me as a viewer. So your top 20 will likely be much different than mine, but at this point, these are the top 20 most enjoyable, rewatchable, impacting episodes that I've seen for Attack on Titan. There are only 2, sadly, from season 1. Sadly. I depicted putting some more from season 1 on here, but I just couldn't. So our top 2 from season 1, episode number 20 is episode 21 from season 1, Crushing Blow. Number 19 is season 1, episode 22, The Defeated. I felt like putting these two hand in hand as number 19 and 20 because they go back to back, and for me, they're the most impacting episodes of season 1. I love Wall. I talk about Smile a lot in my discussions because I like going back to those. Smile and Wall are really great. Mercy's fine. There's some episodes early on, like episode 13 and 12 are really good. And episode 14 is great from season 1. There's so many good episodes of season 1, but 21 and 22 are probably my favorites. And anytime I think back to season 1, I think of the Levi squad getting crushed, the message from that to Eren getting taken by Annie, and then the aftermath of all of that and how it affects Eren and the others. That, to me, those episodes, and then Levi losing, like giving the badge of Petra to someone else and lying, saying it was someone else's to make them feel better, having to dump the bodies to save the rest of them. It's such an impactful set of episodes, and they're probably, as horribly sad and depressing as they are, I think they're the best of season 1. So they're 19 and 20. And then we have a series of 3 episodes from season 2 that go hand in hand. No, and I've changed my mind on some of these. So some of these from previous recaps that I had higher than others, going back and rethinking about them, I've altered my opinions about some of them. So number 18 is season 2, episode 10, Children. We get Ymir's backstory, we get her whole deal, we get more insights and reveals about the Titan Shifters. It's like our first proper introduction into the world outside the walls. I love it. Episode 12 from season 2, Scream. Scream is such a damn good episode. Eren unlocking the coordinates powers for the first time. Unlocking those powers when he punched Dinah. The whole thing of them getting out of there. Hannes' death. Again, Yuki Kaji screaming his guts out as Eren. It's such a good damn episode, but you know, I like Charge a little bit more. And I know that a lot of people will disagree with me about that, but there's just something about Charge. There's something about all of them getting together and sitting on top of Reiner with Mikasa trying to get to Bertolt and Eren, and them trying to talk things out. It's one of the few times where during these talking out sessions, Eren is present for it, right? Even though he's kind of incapacitated. But just the idea of Bertolt's impassioned speech, Historia, and saying that she accepts Ymir, and Ymir being like just overwhelmed with emotion at Historia accepting her. Like, it's such a good moment. And every time I go back to season 2 and the whole thing with Erwin and his arm, like just every time I go back to it, Charge and Scream, I love those 2 episodes of season 2 so much, but I just had to put Charge a little bit ahead of Scream because I like it just a little bit more personally. But as a whole, I will admit that Scream has the more impacting scenes of Eren unlocking the coordinate power and that whole speech by Mikasa. Those 2 scenes are probably a lot better than the scenes in Charge, but as a whole, I enjoy Charge more, if that makes sense. It's less traumatic than Scream. So my number 15 is from season 4, episode 14, Savagery. Going back and rewatching that episode, I've rewatched it a few times. It's such a traumatic episode, and there's parts of it that I hate, but it's not that I hate because it's bad. I hate because it's like, you get so frustrated by it, right? But the whole thing with Levi in the forest, fighting through his comrades that turn into Titans, the whole confrontation between Mikasa and Armin and Eren that we waited literally an entire season to get to, like all of that put together, and just building how Eren is trying to distance himself from Armin and Mikasa, which is such a surprise. It's definitely one of my favorite episodes. It's up there in number 15. We've got a few episodes from season 3 that come next. Number 14 is season 3, episode 16, Perfect Game. Perfect Game is still like such a good episode. It's so tragic, and if you look back on that episode and the events of it, you're like, wow, it sets things up with Erwin, with Levi, with Flock, with a lot of different characters that tie into now in season 4 and their mentality, especially Flock. That's like, okay, this all helps to contribute to that character in so many different ways. And then episode 17, right after it, Hero, Armin sacrificing himself and coming up with the plan and all of the events of that, I was floored. I remember that, we'll get to Midnight Sun, don't worry. But I remember watching Hero and being like, I was so sad that Armin sacrificed himself. I was like, how is he getting out of this? And then we just end it with his charred remains and Eren being saved by him, or him saving Eren. It's so good. But then number 12 is season 3, episode 10, Friends. Again, the concept of the miracle being introduced, being so integral to the story. Kenny's backstory, I love it. I've put Friends and Bystanders side by side, but I'm splitting them up now. I am. I think that Kenny, his whole story, I probably could have placed Friends a little bit higher, but I left it number 12. I just think it's a really, really good episode, and it sets up a lot of the concepts I think Isayama touches on later in season 4. So Friends is a really good episode. Y'all are not going to like what I put for number 11, but I went back and rewatched it and I was like, I placed it really high in season 4, part 1, because it was a really good episode. But going back and looking at the episodes that I liked the most from seasons 2 and 3 and 4, and then if I'm being honest with myself, and especially now that we know season 4, part 2, I feel like Soul Salvation loses a little bit of its luster. Just a smidge. It's number 11 out of 80-something episodes. So it's still really, it's in the top 10%, right? And I know for some people it's their favorite episode of the series. I like Zeke a lot as a character. I do, don't get me wrong. I really like Zeke. But he's not my favorite character. And I feel like his entire story, it loses some of its value once you get to Memories of the Future, right? Because once you get to Memories of the Future and Eren's whole big reveal happens, it kind of makes Soul Salvation, it makes it lose a little bit in my mind. I don't know how else to describe it. And then with the subsequent events of season 4, part 2, it makes parts of Soul Salvation kind of not superfluous, but sort of, I don't know. It doesn't impact me as hard as it did when I watched season 4, part 1. So if it's still your favorite episode of all in Attack on Titan, I don't blame you. It just kind of fell, when I started comparing it to the other episodes in this season and in previous seasons, it had to fall down to number 11. And I was like, eh. Number 10 is the only episode from season 2 that is listed in the top 10, but it has to remain in the top 10 because it brought us to the dance. It's Warrior, damn it! Season 2, episode 6, Warrior, is still one of the best episodes, like one of the best reveals. I think if you go to watch anybody's reaction of it, you want to see Warrior. You want to see that reaction because it just comes out of nowhere, and it sets the stage for Isayama reveals and how, like in Savagery and in Children of the Forest, when Eren just pops up and you're like, oh shit. Like, it sets so much stuff up. In hindsight, looking back, there's so many things that you look differently upon it now, but it's just such a hype episode, and it's probably one of the most hyping episodes of Attack on Titan there is, to just get your blood pumping ready for the next episode, right? I love Warrior. It's one of my favorites. It's my number 10. Number 9 is Bystander, because Keith Shadis. Because Keith, the man that was the bystander, the man that was just out to the side, his backstory, setting everything up, Carla's infamous words, he's special because he was born into this world, all of the connections that happen that lead later into season 4, parts 1 and 2. Bystander is just, I liked in the past keeping it in Friends together, but I couldn't place Friends above Soul Salvation or Warrior. I just couldn't do it. So, but yeah, Bystander is number 9. I love that episode. And then there's Two Brothers. You can't include the episode where Eren gets his head shot off and leads to this trippy trip into the paths. You can't have that, the transformation of all of the military police and Nile and Pyxis into pure Titans, Porco's death, Falco becoming a Titan shifter, Reiner's whole struggle. You can't have all of Colt's death. You can't have all of that along with Zeke and Eren's conversation and it not be in the top 10. So it was my number 8. It's one of my favorite episodes. It's really good. I almost put it above Dawn of Humanity, but here's the thing. Overall, and I know that in the top 10, I have Dawn of Humanity below Two Brothers. I think in the grand scheme of the series as a whole, Dawn of Humanity, you could probably swap it out for number 8 and number 7. I put Dawn of Humanity in the top 10 at number 7 just because as a whole in the entire series, it rounds out, this chapter with Eren and the rumbling really well, and it ties back to a lot of thematic elements really well. So I could swap it for Two Brothers, but I put so you could assume Dawn of Humanity is either 7 or 8. One of those two. You could swap these two if you wanted to. So number 6. Number 6 is Midnight Sun. The Serum Bowl debate, one of the most important episodes of the series. I would argue Midnight Sun is one of the most important episodes of the series because it is the catalyst. It was you choose one way or the other. We chose this route with saving Armin. It brings up the entire debate. It brings up Flock talking about Erwin being a devil, which translates into season 4 with Eren. The whole debate about Erwin or Armin, who do we save? Levi's choices, ideas of letting go. Eren making that impassioned speech to save Armin, saying he was the savior of humanity. All of that stuff. And rounding out the pre-basement prologue of Attack on Titan. Episode 18 with Midnight Sun. It's that little prologue right before the prologue of Attack on Titan's over is Midnight Sun. It's such a good episode. It's my number 6. So that leaves our top 5. 2 of which are from this season 4 part 2. But number 5 is the one that started off Attack on Titan proper, and that is season 3 episode 20, That Day. That Day is, God, it's so good. That Day is so good. It starts off, it's like the world of Attack on Titan opens up with that day, and now you realize that this tiny little world we've been in for 3 seasons, 19 episodes, it's a lot bigger, and we're just starting out figuring that out. So That Day has to be in the top 5. It's probably it and Memories of the Future I've talked the most about in this series because there was the most to talk about, and I just freaking love That Day. It's so crazy to look back on it now that we have Memories of the Future and have a different context, but it is the start of Attack on Titan proper, and it would be a shame not to include it into the top 5. Now, if you wanted to argue that Declaration of War didn't need to be in the top 5 and you could have swapped it out with Soul Salvation or Two Brothers or Dawn of Humanity or something else, I would understand that. But just like Two Brothers and just like Warriors, Declaration of War is such a hype episode. When you finally get Eren and Reiner meeting face to face again after all this time, when they're doing it right under the stage where Willy Tybur is giving the history of the Tybur family and Hellos and the whole thing with Marley and Paradis, and you're just amping it up and building it up, and then Eren giving that speech to Reiner while shaking his hand, Reiner breaking down and collapsing in tears, Eren being like, I'll move forward till all my enemies are destroyed, foreshadowing all of the rumbling. It's so good. I could go back and rewatch Declaration of War a lot of times because it's just that good of an episode. I love it so much. But the top 3 episodes, I think, are the best in the series. And you could probably put them in different orders if you wanted to. For me, number 3 is From You 2,000 Years into the Future. I definitely think, like I talked about previously, it's like the start of the climax of the series. It's from here the roller coaster goes down, right? It is one of the most important episodes. It ties us back to the very beginning. Not as much as Memories of the Future. We'll get to that. But it ties us all full circle. Episode 1 being To You, 2,000 years in the future. To You, 2,000 years in the future. And then From You. It's like it all comes full circle, and I like it a lot. But my number 2 is purely because of the message of the episode and because of the way that it all lays out and the surprises within it. It's Children of the Forest. I love Children of the Forest. It's my second favorite episode. Not only for Flock's troll face, which is the thumbnail of this, even though it was from part 1, I had to bring it forward to this. But not only from Flock's trolling face, which was seen around the world and memed a million times, but also because of the message that I think is Isayama's center point in all of this, and that it is the job of those who are older to help get the children out of the forest, to help make the world a better place, and to learn from past mistakes, and to try to make it a better environment for them to live in, not continue making the same mistakes over and over again. So thematically, as well as the way that everything plays out, with Eren popping up out of nowhere to see Armin and Mikasa, with Flock and the surprise they knew about the wine, with Falco accidentally drinking the wine, like so much stuff is set in motion in that episode, and then you get this giant thematic like mush from Dear Papa Browse in the middle of it. It's a great episode. But my favorite episode of all is Memories of the Future right now. Memories of the Future is my favorite episode of the series. It just contextually makes... After watching Memories of the Future, I decided I had to get Conspiracy Board Sama. I was like, I'm going to need a bigger... Whiteboard Coon's great, but I'm going to need a bigger board to handle all of it, right? Especially after that. So... It's the best episode for me. I love it. I know that most of you probably have different choices as your favorite episodes, but that's where I am right now. Now, going back through the manga, that may change. That may change which moments I like the best, but we'll get there, right? So with that being said, we're going to do RIP number 6, which is Daz and Samuel from episode 26 from Trader. Woof. Ooh, buddy. Daz and Samuel, I felt bad because I forgot who they were, honestly. I forgot Daz was the guy that was throwing up in season 1 and was like the weak guy that just didn't want to fight or do anything. He was like really pitiful. And I forgot about Samuel being there too. And so then when they showed back up in these episodes, and I was like, who are these guys? And everybody's like, you don't remember Daz and Samuel? And I'm like, it's been a hot second. I was like, I've not read the manga and I didn't rewatch the series because I was rushing to catch up. So I'm like, I had forgotten about them completely. But I do like that what they represent in that episode. As much as I don't like Trader as a whole, episode-wise, I do like that they represent Daz and Samuel. Like Flock becomes a demon, right? He becomes a demon intentionally. But for Daz and Samuel, they're just doing their job. They don't know the full story. They're just doing what they believe is right, and it aligns with what they're being told to do. So there is like an innocence there almost, that they just know. They're like, Armin, Connie, you guys are our friends. Why are you trying to hurt Paradis? And it's like, it just brings up all these complicated thoughts, and it's so awful. And I feel like their deaths were very divisive because they were really brutal, right? And I feel like a lot of people got mad at Armin and Connie for them dying, and it's like you had to kill your own men, and it's just, in a way, it kind of is a little bit of the antithesis of what Peak was saying to Gabby about when Marley shows up at the beginning of season 4, part 1, when she tells Gabby, she's like, we can rely on our comrades that we fought alongside. We may not be able to rely on the government, but we can rely on our comrades who we fought arm in arm with. And then here, 10 episodes later, you see Trader and Connie them having to go against that philosophy that we, the audience, have been like, yeah, those that fight together, of course they support each other. And then we don't see that with Armin and Connie and Samuel and Daz. So, of course, it leads to a lot of people being frustrated and being like, well, why'd they do that? And then that opens up that whole conversation. So I am glad that Daz overcame his weakness early on in the series to become a soldier that was a much stronger person. It sucks that him and Samuel had to die. And it's kind of just like Bertolt, someone has to be the one to get their hands dirty. And Bertolt being like, I love you, but I'm going to have to kill you. And that ties to Eren being like, healing the world, even though I don't think Eren loves the world. But it ties to a lot of different things. So I'm sad that Samuel and Daz had to die. I get why they did, but it doesn't make it any easier. So at least I remember their names this time, right? So to Samuel and Daz, we give you guys a toast. Sad that you didn't make it. Now we're going to get into ships. Everybody's favorite, ships. Gotta love ships. Or is Isayama actually giving us romance? Gee, marriage suits him. Because I was told as we were ending the season that around the time of the manga that season 4 part 2 is finished, Isayama got married. And I was like, Isayama got married. His wife was probably like, okay, put some more romantic elements in this. That is the one thing that I will note. And this is not a spoiler for Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'm watching it right now as I record this. It is not a spoiler for Neon Genesis. I don't want any spoilers for Neon Genesis. But I will say this. Isayama you can tell he's been influenced by Neon Genesis, but in Neon Genesis, there is an element of romance. Not a lot in this post-apocalyptic world, but there is some. There is some like focus on romance throughout the series, and it's a nice balance. Isayama does not concern himself with that, with this series. And it is a little sad because I'm like, well, yeah, even though, like Reiner said back in season 2, they're all just a bunch of murderers with limited time on their hands. You'd think there would be some romance in these harsh times, just something to pass the time away. And there's little hints, like maybe with Porco and Pete, that's happened. And obviously we know Carla and Grisha got together, but it's not really a focus in the series. But there were a lot of shippable moments. A lot. And so Isayama's marriage did something for the show because now there are more canonical ship moments than ever. I mean, more tragedy, but also more ships. So I wanted to talk about those with you all, and just kind of go through my ideas about the ships at this point. Armin and Annie, finally getting Armin and Annie together since season 3. We held back from that. I like it. I'm excited to see more with what Armin and Annie might do as far as being involved with one another in season 4, part 3. We'll see about that. Hitch and Annie. I know a lot of people ship Hitch and Annie. I see Hitch and Annie more as like best friends. I see them more as like, she said, I'm your gloomy roommate. I see them more as best friends than an actual ship. But I like the friendship that Hitch and Annie have developed. I think that's really, really cool. I like it. Armin and Eren. A lot of people ship Armin and Eren. I'm like, okay, I can see it. And I can see it kind of at this point. I mean, Armin wants to believe in Eren. Are they friends to enemies to lovers? How are we doing this, right? But if I'm going to ship anybody with Armin, it's probably Annie at this point. Although I can see people that ship Armin and Jean together, people that ship Armin and Eren together. I see you. I can totally see why you would do either of those ships. I'm just more of an Armin and Annie ship. And it's not because Armin took the Titan shifter from Bertolt. I saw Armin and Annie together back in season 1, like before all this. Like back at the end of season 1, I was like, ooh, Armin and Annie could be a fun ship. And so it's kind of like, it's funny that it's sort of developed along those lines as we go. And Annie and Eren are similar. So if you ship Armin and Annie, and you ship Armin and Eren, then that kind of makes sense. Annie and Eren, she doesn't want to kill him now, but yeah, I definitely think it's platonic. I think Annie and Eren are very similar, but I think that their relationship is definitely more platonic. My shipper goggles are off. I do not see the Eren Historia love anymore. After episode 28, I was like, nope, I'm not shipping them anymore. Eren is not the baby daddy. I think we can confirm it. But you know what? Historia deserves happiness. And if she can't have freckled Ymir with her, then I want to support her and Farmhand Coon. But I put in my notes here, I'm like, who is he? Again, I want to support Historia and Farmhand Coon. But until I get like a name, a face, how tall he is, I'm like, we know nothing about him. So it's hard for me to ship them. It's hard for me to ship them when we don't know exactly anything about him. So as long as he makes Historia happy, I guess that's all that counts. I do want to note that it was told to me, I think Alexandra Q and some others said that the Eren and Historia conversation in episode 28 actually happens before the rumbling in the manga, which I don't want manga spoilers, but that does make me excited to get to it in the manga just to see how it's laid out and to see if it flows differently and which I prefer. So when we get to that, I'll talk more about it. But I do like that. I think that's an interesting little note to make. Flock times Eren, it's not as strong as part 1. I was really joking around with Flock and Eren being shipped together. We don't have any dramatic Flock handing garments to a half-naked Eren that we get in part 1. But you could still argue it. Flock I like when Flock tells Jean and Mikasa that he's Eren's right-hand man and that Eren told him the backstory and stuff, and Jean and Mikasa are like, what the hell? Who are you? It still floors me to this day that Flock managed to become like one of Eren's best friends in all this. And maybe not even best friend, but like one of his more trusted companions. And I'm like, if you told me that back in season 3, I'd been like, no way. And it still surprises me a lot. So speaking of Eren, let's talk about him and shipping. I talked a little bit about him and Annie, but so him and Mikasa. Let's talk about that. This season in particular made me really see it for the first time. And it's always been there. Everybody's always been like, oh, Eren and Mikasa. And I'll be honest, up until this part here, I didn't see it. I mean, I saw the moment in Scream in season 2. I saw the moment, but Eren, like, she goes in to kiss him and he's like, nah, and just kind of, and I know why he does it, because he doesn't want to give in to the hopelessness of the situation. He wants to be like, no, I'll wrap that scarf around you as many times to protect you, and all this, and it is a romantic gesture, but that one moment in 2 seasons at the time wasn't enough for me to ship them. And in season 3, we don't really get any moments, so I was like, okay, was that like a one-time thing? And then season 4, he's like distant and wants to get, has nothing to do with her. But in this season, I finally saw it. I could get it, especially by the end of the season. But honestly, the first time I really noticed it, was in episodes 19 and 20. Was in Two Brothers. The very first memory that Eren has when he loses his head and goes into the coordinate, the very first thing that pops into his head is Mikasa. And I was like, oh, that's the very first thing he thought of, was her. And from episode 1, the first thing he's seen was Mikasa and how she's always stuck by his side. For me, it's felt like a very one-sided relationship up until this season. I've known that Mikasa has loved Eren since season 1, but it's never felt like Eren loved her in kind. And then in this, when she's the first thing that he saw, that was like, okay, well, he saw her first. All right, so she clearly is important to him. But the moment in episode 20 in Memories of the Future where Eren stands in front of Mikasa and watches the younger version of himself wrap the scarf around her, at that point I was like, oh, maybe Eren does like her. He just doesn't think that anything's going to happen, so he just kind of brushes his aside. He's like, there's no point, right? He doesn't want her to get her hopes up and then for him to die and then her be left alone. So he just says, well, rather than to have loved and lost, we just won't love at all. And I'm like, that's not, the phrase is, it's better to have loved and lost than to never loved at all. I'm like, I don't think Eren's heard that phrase, which is the problem, right? And then connecting it to how Carla gets onto Eren and teases that Mikasa's always helping him. In that same episode, Memories of the Future, the thing that Eren focuses on in that moment is Carla telling him that Mikasa helped him and Eren watching that. Like we switch to Eren watching that conversation, which is, again, showing that he cares about Mikasa. It's just giving us visual clues to the audience. And then Eren telling Louise to throw away the scarf. Now at that point you could question, be like, well, why did Eren tell her to throw it away? Because it's a symbol of his ties to humanity. And Mikasa realizes in that moment with Louise, she's like, oh, Eren, this scarf is a symbol of his care for Mikasa and his tie to humanity, and he wants to throw it away, and she's like, I'm not letting that happen, I'm going to keep it. So you get that, you get the whole thing with episode 28, where he confronts Mikasa and asks what she means to him. Then you get him questioning Zeke, being like, well, why'd Mikasa say that? And Zeke's over here like, she likes you. And Eren's like, that must not be true. And it's like, I felt so bad for Zeke in that moment, because Zeke's just like, are you joking? Zeke's like, I'm not interested in having any relationship with anybody, but even I noticed that. It's like, oh my God. So yeah, season 4, part 2 really made me see Eren and Mikasa as a ship. I'm like, okay, I see why people ship them now. And as Alexander Q points out, family can be romantic. If you're part of your family, there can be a romantic connotation. Husbands and wives are family. But it's just that Eren and Mikasa need to communicate more. And that's not happening now for obvious reasons. So, I don't know. I'm still not totally on board with Eren and Mikasa as a ship. I get it now. I see where people make the connection and why people would want it. I've not fully gotten on board with it yet. I'm going to be curious to see what Mikasa does with Eren in season 4, part 3. That's going to be the big thing, right? That's going to be the big thing. So, we'll see where that goes. But I've joked on the Discord that I think it was Moon or some, I hope I said that right, got me on board with the or Bone Damage. I can't remember which one of you got me on board with it now, and so I apologize. I'm great with faces and I'm great with talking to people. I'm awful with names. But Eren and Reiner. And I know that some people like Maya B was like, no, Eren and Reiner's too self-deprecating. It's too tragic for them to be a ship. They need somebody that's going to help them. They can't help each other. And I'm like, no, I get it. But there's like some like masochistic part of me that wants to root for Eren and Reiner because they are one and the same. They both need love desperately. So why can't they love each other? We talked in the Discord that I feel like Reiner's like animal representation is a golden retriever. Like Reiner just wants to do good and he wants to just be a good boy, and so he wants to be the hero. He's a golden retriever, right? Eren's animal representation is a cockroach because it's the only thing that can survive the rumbling. No, because it's a bug. We talked in the Discord, and I could just feel like Reiner would have a golden retriever as a pet, and Eren would have a little circus of cockroaches that he'd like let crawl over his hands and be creepy like that. Right? So I don't know. It's like a masochistic crack ship that Reiner and Eren are together, but I want them both to get love. So if they have to get it from each other, why not, right? But Alexander Q pointed out, speaking of Reiner, before we get back onto Eren, Alexander Q pointed out that Reiner and Hitch could be a ship, and I was like, oh my gosh, because up until this point, I'll be honest, it's been hard for me to ship Reiner with anybody because Bertolt's dead, so you can't ship him with Bertolt. That was kind of, I think, what everybody shipped him with up until then. Him and Historia, I know we just watched Attack on Titan Junior High, but Reiner's love of Historia, I think, is just like a front. It's not anything real. So I was like, I want Reiner to get love and have some romance, but with who? And Alexander Q pointed out Hitch, and I was like, ooh, you know, both Reiner and Hitch they were all four of them dark-headed guys, and then both those dark-headed guys died in season 3, part 2, so they have something in common, but also, you know, Reiner with his love of blondes, and those that are slightly needy, Hitch kind of falls into that. Hitch has this cynicism where, you know, I could just picture puppy dog, golden retriever brained Reiner with Hitch standing over him, begrudgingly indulging him, you know, and then Annie just walking away. That'd be the best part, is that Annie would be like the third wheel, and Annie would be like, are you serious? And just like go away. And plus, you know, Hitch would fit in with the Warriors. I think Hitch, with as cynical and like dry as she is, you know, she's friends with Annie, so I could totally see her getting along with Reiner and Falco. And Armin's hung out with Hitch several times in season 4 and season 3, so why not, right? So I kind of like the Reiner and Marlowe, their convictions are somewhat similar too. So they're both kind of out for that justice sort of vibe. Yeah, you may be onto something, Alexander Q. Reiner and Hitch might be a fun ship, because even you can get Eren and Annie in on it. Oh my god, like Annie and Eren would like just stare at Reiner and then be like, really? Like, it could be a lot of fun. So I kind of like that ship. I may start looking up and seeing if there's any. I'm not going to look up, actually. I'm going to wait till the series is over. To be honest with you all, the only romantic ship things I look up for Attack on Titan, I'm terrified of manga spoilers. And now that we've reached the end of season 4, part 2, I feel like, and I've been told through the Discord, that there are manga spoilers like all over the place now, because the only content people can share and talk about right now that's not already been covered is manga content. And I don't want to be spoiled by the manga, so honestly, the only fan art of Attack on Titan I've looked up at this point has been for Levi and Erwin, who are like still my ship, my OTP, and Kenny and Uri, because they're already dead. That's it. That's all I've looked up. I've not looked up anything else. So if anybody has any Reiner and Hitch fan art they want to find and share in the Discord or on Twitter or whatever, feel free to. I'd love to see it. Or if there's fan fiction out there, that'd be great. Can we start this crack ship? Can we make it a thing? I'm all about it. But getting back to Eren doesn't think he's worthy of any love, which is sad. So Eren at this point, it's hard for me to see Eren with anybody right now because he's in such a bad place. Like I said, it'll depend on season 4, part 3 will depend on the whole Eren and Armin, Eren and Mikasa ship and what that looks like. I think season 4 will depend on that. But I know there was talk during the one episode of Eren and Ymir, even though Ymir is like 2,000 years old, but there is that contrast of Ymir desiring love versus Eren not understanding it. And I think that's a big contrast between him and Ymir. Him and Ymir are very similar in a lot of ways, but they're also really, really different in other ways too. So, also, speaking of people needing love, Zeke needs love. I miss Zeke. He needs love, but he does not want any because he's so convicted of his mission. He does not want to, I'm like, Zeke, you could like make out with somebody and not have a baby. You don't have to further the Eldian agenda by just making out with somebody, You can indulge yourself a little bit, Zeke. Come on. But I like how Zeke is still concerned for Eren in episode 28, who is clueless about romance. Eren has zero idea how romance works. He's just like, he blushed at Mikasa on the train back in season 4, part 1, along with everybody else, but Eren's pretty clueless about how romance works, and Zeke shows some clear concern. He's like, you need to read a book or something. And then there's Yelena, who's still obsessing over Zeke, but I've had a lot of people say that Yelena and Pyke are a ship, apparently. I'm like, okay, I can buy that. Pyke and Yelena are kind of like more intellectual, like strategic thinkers. So I can kind of see that. I don't ship them. I don't ship Pyke with Yelena, but if you tell me that was a thing, I would be all for it. Anya and Kapan. I can see how people would ship him and Hanji, maybe. Honestly, I don't view Hanji with anybody except maybe Moblit, but he died in season 3. But I picture Hanji more as asexual or aromantic. But if Hanji was to get with anybody, Anya and Kapan would be probably my choice, because he's totally chill and cool, and he's smart too and compassionate, kind of like Hanji is. But what about Anyan and Jean? Jean has free reign over all of the ships. Jean is our king of shipping in Attack on Titan. He is our bisexual king. He has free reign over all the ships. Jean should become the harem protagonist of a spin-off series of his own, right? Because Jean has free reign over everybody. You have Jean and Anyan getting shipped. You have Jean and Armin getting shipped. You have Jean and Pyke getting shipped. You have Jean and Mikasa. Jean maybe and Reiner. Who knows? Like, Jean could get shipped with everybody. Jean and Annie. They all could get shipped together, right? And Jean gets all the ships, and I kind of love it. Honestly, if I was to ship Jean with anybody now that Marco is dead, Marco and Jean weren't an OTP for me, but I did ship them quite heavily. I get where Jean and Mikasa as a ship could be a thing, but like I talked back in the last season, I feel like the whole connections of Jean and Eren kind of make that a weird ship with Mikasa, especially as obsessed with Eren as Mikasa is. For me, I like the idea of Jean and Pyke because it's the cart and the horse. It symbolically and thematically is really nice. It's these two worlds coming together. She has the dark hair and fits his type. She's smart. She's cool-headed. I'm like, I want Jean and Pyke moments in season 4, part 3. That's all I'm asking. If y'all can indulge me, Isayama, I'm here for it. But I want Jean and Pyke to be a thing. And like if the rest of the world's destroyed, Pyke could always hang out. If she can't go back to Marley with her father, then she could be with Jean. I don't see anything wrong with that. And Porco's dead, so he don't care. So, And if you ship Mikasa and Eren and think that that's going to become a thing by the end, then what harm could it do? I'm all in support of Jean and Pyke, the cart and the horse. That's my ship. I'm here for it. In season 4, part 2, Sasha and Niccolo are still a thing, and Connie is left kind of picking up the pieces from everything. I feel bad. We've connected Connie and Reiner a lot in this series, that they're very similar, Connie and Reiner are. And as far as romance goes, they're really similar too. It's like there's no love for Connie, just like there's no love for Reiner. But it seems like Connie wants love. I don't view Connie as asexual or aromantic at all, because he was really mad at the idea when he thought Eren was going along with the euthanization plan. He's like, I want to have kids. So it's clear that Connie wants a family. He wants to be in a relationship with somebody and have a family. It's the apocalyptic times, and he has nobody right now that he's interested in that way. But I hope that by the end of this, if Connie lives until the end, I hope that he finds somebody and gets to have a family. That would be really cool. I would like that a lot. So then, speaking of, relationships, Gabby and Falco, still going strong, just now with more angst, right? It says something when Isayama gives the most romance potential to a set of children in this series. Amidst all the adults that could have a romantic relationship, these two 12-year-old kids are the ones that have the most potential. Really? Okay. Which does make me sad, because now that he's taken the Jaw Titan, I'm like, he only has 13 years to live unless something happens where the Titan powers are no more. So that's really sad. I'm like, I feel like I want Gabby and Falco to live up that as long as they can, but I don't know what's going to happen to them in part 3. Them being kids going into this dangerous mission, even though Gabby has obviously proven that she's capable and Falco is a Titan shifter, it's still dangerous, and I am worried for them. I'm like, I don't want them to die, but I am concerned for their character just a wee bit. And then a love story for the ages. A love story for the ages. And we're gonna be toasting these guys real soon, but Magath and Keith, our love story for the ages. These two, the most unlikely ship of all. I was waiting for it. It was funny because when we got to retrospective, there was some people in the Discord in the comments were like, there's a moment in retrospective where there's like a look between two characters that in the manga doesn't seem very romantic, but in in the anime looks very romantic, and I believe it's the moment between Magath and Keith. It's either that or the moment between John and Reiner, one of those two. I can't quite remember in the episode what I discussed with it, but Magath and Keith, just the two old mentors, the two old father figures for their kids that decide to stay behind and do the right thing and let the future generation, they are the embodiment of the children of the forest metaphor. They let the kids get out of the forest by staying behind and taking care of it themselves. And then that moment in the ship where they're just like, I'm Magath, I'm Keith Shadis, and they share a look and decide to blow it up together. I'm like, I need all the fan fiction. I need all the alternate universe fan fiction that you all can find for Keith and Magath. I need it so badly. Maybe I could look up Keith and Magath's fan fiction because they're both dead. That might be a possibility. But yeah, a love story for the ages. I gushed over them in retrospective in episode 27. I'm like, chef's kiss, the most unintentional but beautiful ship. And it made it even better when people in the comments were like, no, we get it. And I was like, yes, it's not just me, because there's been some ships I've recommended that people are like, I never thought of that being a ship, and I'm like, really? And now when people were like, oh no, Magath and Keith, we saw it, and I was like, yes, that's right. Keith waited all these years to find Magath. He didn't settle for a woman because he was waiting for Magath. Still one of my favorites. And then finally, talking about the ships and rounding this out, Levi, he still wants to avenge and keep Erwin's promise by killing Zeke. So the ship lives on. The ship lives on. Old Levi, he wants to avenge Erwin. I don't know if Levi's going to die or not. We're going to talk about that with the characters. I want to say he's not going to die, but Levi's been through a lot, so I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to die, like, killing Zeke, and then if he sees like Erwin in a vision, I'm gonna be like, are you freaking kidding me? No. But I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna live or survive or die. But I want Levi to have one last moment thinking about Erwin in part 3. I need that confirmation of them. Like, I want him to keep his promise to Erwin, and then I want to see a shot of Erwin like looking at Levi. That's all I need. So I don't know if we'll get that or not, but we'll see. So then, yeah, that leads us to RIP number 7, Theo Magath. Theo Magath from episode 27 retrospective. Man, similar to Koslow, Magath goes on a bit of a journey. At the very beginning of season 4, part 1, I didn't really care for Magath. I thought he was fine. I thought he was a cool character, but I was like, I don't know how to read you. And then by the time we get to Declaration of War, I'm like, okay, there's more to your character. Cool. And we spend this entire seasons, parts 1 and part 2, learning about Magath and him going from a character who has lots of potential but is kind of stuck in the old... He's kind of in a weird position where he's stuck between the ideals of the past and that prejudice he's had against the Eldians from the past, and this idea of being kind of revolutionary and wanting to give Eldians and Marley more rights. And the idea, he's this myriad of all these different concepts about, you know, how we treat people that we fight in war with, how that changes our perceptions about people and about our place among them. And then by the end of this series, when he dies, he's come to realize, he's like, no, I made a mistake in judging the Eldians the way that I did. And he tells Gabby and Falco this, being like, don't make the same mistakes I did. So Magath imparts a lot of what Mr. Browse was saying and is able to help get Gabby and Falco out of the forest, but also acknowledge that Marley needs to change, right? And he does so without really compromising any of his principles or his character. It's really great to see Magath kind of develop over the course of 2 seasons and go from being somebody that was just one of these Marleyan generals to being a main character alongside the warriors. Like, it's great. I love that he was kind of like a counter. He was sort of like a mid-between between Levi and Hanji as far as that goes for Marley, that he was constantly there to make sure Gabby was safe, that he showed clear care for Gabby and Falco, that he cared for the warriors. He actually, you know, wanted to make sure that they were okay. He didn't view them as just expendable weapons. It's just his character started out as one thing and quickly fleshed itself out into a lot more. And I liked that a lot. I really thought Magath was a badass. I like his English voice actor. He's really good. But Magath was just a really badass, awesome character. And it's sad that he isn't able to go any further. That him and Keith are dead, and now we don't get to see them through the rest. So that's sad, but in any case, we'll give a toast to old Theo Magath. You were a badass, an awesome general, and a very well-developed and intriguing character. Cheers. Oh, so at this point, we've reached the character tier, which is probably my favorite part, is to discuss the character tier. And I'll be honest, it was really hard to find a season 4 part 2 only character tier. Most of the character tiers that I could find had either characters from part 1 in them, or they had just random characters that I was like, why are they in this? So I found a character, the best one I could find had some characters from part 1 listed in it and some characters from part 3 for some reason. So I went ahead and placed those because they weren't in season 4 part 2. And so I was like, I just went ahead and placed those where I thought. So I'm going to start that here and kind of go through with you all that tier. We're going to start it here in 3, 2, 1. And so you can see from the character tier here that there were several that were listed that I was like, these were in previous seasons, but you know what? We're going to roll with it. So as far as D rank, I don't think there's really any D rank characters in Attack on Titan right now. Now when I go back and when we're done with the entire series and do like an overall character tier, yeah, there's probably going to be some D rank characters. But as far as C rank, Zachary, I was like, he kind of goes out and gets blown up in the last part. He's fine. C rank characters I'm pretty indifferent about. C rank characters, I'm like, if they're D rank, I didn't like them at all. C rank, I'm kind of like, I don't really have an opinion about. So Zachary, most of the Levi squad, like Oro and Gunter, Frida Reese, Lara Tiber, I could put Rod Reese in D rank, but I choose to be better than that. Put him in C rank. And then the Reeves guy and the priest, the Pastor Nick, I'm just kind of indifferent about them. So they're just C ranked. I'm like, they're fine. They're fine characters. B rank are characters that have a lot of potential. I wish we saw more of them. So Uri, Rico, wherever she's at, wish we saw more of her. Wish we could have had more of Marlo and Willie Tiber. They were good characters. Wish I had more of the Owl. Wish I had more Mike. Petra, I liked her a lot. I wish we had more of her. Erwin's father. Wish we had more of him. And Zofia and, oh gosh, now I'm going to forget his name. He's played by Hinata's voice actor. Zofia and, oh my god, I'm feeling bad for forgetting his name already. Parting's too sweet. But they're all characters that, is it Udel? Maybe? Udo? Maybe Udo? But in any case, they're characters that had potential, and I wish we could have seen more of them. But alas, not meant to be. They were gone ahead of their times. So that leaves us with the characters of season 4 part 2 to kind of mull through, or at least the characters that have been mentioned and that have been referenced throughout. So also A rank has to be Ymir and Moblet. Ymir and Moblet are freaking awesome. They're A rank. I love them. Basically D rank, I don't like you at all. C rank, I'm indifferent. B rank, you've got a lot of potential. I just wish we'd saw more. And then A rank is you're awesome. And S tier is like, the series is not the series without you. So if that makes sense. So, oh, Hannes is on here too. I guess from Memories of the Future, Hannes got put on here. Also, why is Ian on here too? We're going to put him in C rank. What the heck? But yeah, so as far as this tier goes, let's just go ahead and put Hannes. Boy, it was great seeing him. He's an A rank. I love him. I like Hannes quite a bit. The dad, Grandpa Yeager, he's going in C rank. I think he was in C rank back in part 1, and in season 3, he's going to stay in C rank. I'm just pretty indifferent about him. I feel like Annie's dad bumped up to B rank for me this season. Like when Annie was giving her backstory and just seeing that her dad really did like her, I was like, okay, cool. So that it kind of, I wish we had more with him, so he's going to bump up to B rank for me, but I like that about him. As far as our other characters here, is it bad that I thought Sasha was Gabby based on that picture? Is it bad that I thought it was Gabby? I really thought it was Gabby for a hot second. Then I looked over by Eren and was like, oh no, there's Gabby. So Sasha, of course, is A rank, our potato girl. I love Sasha. Sad she's dead. Where's Mr. Browse at? We might as well just get this over. Put him up in S tier. Mr. Browse, he's freaking S tier. I love him. Levi, was there any question he was S tier? I feel like Levi, I might seem like a hypocrite because Levi didn't do a lot this season, but he was there. He was there throughout the season, and I feel like we got enough with him that he's still S tier for me. I'm like, Levi, my dude, I love him so much. But yeah, he's S tier for me, and he's going to stay up there probably for the rest of the series, unless something happens, you know. Old Pyxis is A rank. Our boy Pyxis, I love him. I'm sad that he is gone. Kenny remains an A rank because he's badass. Even in cameo form, I'm like, Kenny is badass. I love him. He's great. At this point, is it safe to say I'm gonna put Reiner's mom in C rank? I felt bad because she was like in the crowd there and was possibly going to be killed, so I felt bad for her, but I'm pretty indifferent about her there. I don't know who the hell this woman down here with the thing is. Is she supposed to be Annie's mom that drops her off and abandons her? Is that who she's supposed to be? Is she supposed to be Dinah? Is she supposed to be Grisha's mother? I don't know what she's supposed to be. I'm gonna put her in C rank. She's got a bonnet on, but I don't remember her. Maybe it's Dinah? Take the bonnet off. So she's gonna be in C rank for now. All right, and who else can I get rid of? Oh, Carla's A rank. It was so good seeing Carla, seeing her back in this, and seeing Carla with baby Eren and Eren looking at her throughout. It reminds me, I like that we've seen Carla in seasons 3 and 4 to remind us of what a great character she was and what a great mom she was, and it makes me all the sadder that she's gone, which ties to Eren feeling really bad that she's gone as well. So, Grisha! Grisha. I struggle with Grisha because on the one hand, Grisha does a lot of things that I'm like, man, why'd you do that? But at the same time, I feel like season 4, part 2, we finally come full circle with Grisha's character. And yeah, he makes a lot of mistakes, but you know what? So does his sons. So do his sons. And Grisha at the end realized, like, I think what helps me put Grisha in A rank is that Grisha did like confess his love to his son, and the voice actor for Grisha elevates his performance. Like, the voice actor for Grisha in the Japanese sub is so damn good, and he's good in the English dub too, but he's really good in the Japanese sub. And he's just like, he's not like a big name voice actor, he just gives his all with Grisha. And I feel like coming full circle, knowing what Grisha knew about what was happening with Eren and the memories and the attack titan, and then him trying to, like, him hugging and telling Zeke that he loved him in the end, I was like, I will put Grisha in A rank next to Carla, because he does do a lot of good, and he leaves me with mixed feelings. Part of me wants to put him in B, but nah, I'm gonna leave him in A. I'm being a softie. I've become soft in my age. So speaking of A rank, well, yeah, speaking of A rank, who else from A rank can I put up there while we're at it? I'm gonna put Anyan up there. I like Anyan Kapan. He's great, looks dapper in that suit there, but I like Anyan quite a bit. He's a great character, and I'm glad that he's not dead. I'm glad he survived this season. I was like, hell yeah. I was really worried the first time we met him in season 4, part 1. I was like, is he gonna die like a few episodes in? I hope not. And he's lasted this long. I'm like, good on you, Anyan. I'm glad you've made it. I'm glad you made it. I really thought for a second he was going to die in like retrospective or traitor. I was like, are they going to kill Anyan? But no, he makes it, so that's really good. I'm going to put Marcel in B. I wish we'd had more with Marcel. I feel like we get a lot of him in this series, but it's not enough to, it's just enough to tease you, right? And it's enough to make an impression, but I wanted more with Marcel. I wish we would have got it. That would have been a lot of fun. Speaking of more, I wish we would have got more of Colt. I'm sad Colt is dead, and I wish we would have gotten more of his character, especially knowing now how loving he was with Falco. I'm like, I wish we could have gotten more with Colt's character and had more time to spend with him. I'm going to put Louise in C. Don't like Louise. She's like, eh. I don't hate her, so I don't want to put her in D, but I'm very indifferent about her character, so I'm like, eh. And honestly, I will put the Asmobita lady in B. She really stepped up a notch for me in the second part, especially standing up to Falco, or not. Again, I confused Falco and Flock. She stood up to Flock. I really liked that. I was like, okay, I'll put you up here in B rank. I want to see more of her in part 3. I want to see more of her character and to see what all she can bring to the table. I feel like Anyan and the Asmobita woman are going to be bridges to the rest of the world for these characters that are from Paradis, these Eldians, to have any stake if for some reason they are able to stop the rumbling before the entire world is destroyed. I feel like any hope that Armin and the others have of making connections with the outside world, whatever's left of it, is going to depend on the Asmobita woman and Anyan. because they're not Eldians themselves, so they have that connection to the outside world. I could be wrong, but I really hope that that's the case. We shall see, right? So with that being said, looking at this of our characters, do we have any C rank characters left? I don't think we do. I don't think we have any C rank characters, which is a great feeling to know that the rest of these are all being up. They're passing the class. Well, I say that. I'm gonna put Daz and Samuel in. Well, damn it, what do I want to do? I'm kind of indifferent on Daz and Samuel. I kind of am, but at the same time, I'm gonna put them in B rank because I wanted to see more with Daz and Samuel, if I'm honest. I wanted to see more with them. I'm really sad that they died because I thought it could be a cool plot point if Samuel and Daz, were somehow able to transition to helping Armin and Connie. I thought that could have been cool, but they're dead, so we can't do that. They may, if I do an overall chart, they may transition down to C because in the grand scheme of the entire series, we don't see as much of them. But for this season, they both play a pretty important part in establishing the links that our crew is going to have to go to stop Eren and to get to him, and that there are going to be sacrifices made along the way, and a lot of them might be sacrifices that you didn't think you were going to have to make. So I'm going to put Samuel and Daz in B rank. I'm going to leave them up there. That seems fine. So if we've established there's no more C's, do we have any more B characters before we get into S tier and A tier? As far as, oh no, look, it's Erwin. How did Erwin make it on here? Erwin's A ranked, by the way. He's staying up there in A rank for now. I'm only putting him in A rank for this season because he's just there in spirit. Now when we get to the whole tier overall, it might be a different story, but he's gonna settle down in A rank for this season because he's only there in spirit, right? Nile, I'm gonna put Nile up in S tier, y'all. Nile freaking pulled his weight, like saving Falco, like letting Falco and Colt go, not telling the others, making that speech, like him and Mr. Browse, they pulled their weight these last two seasons, especially in this season here, like just fighting the good fight. And I'm sad that Nile had to die. I love Pyxis to death too, but Nile had that personal connection that I was like, oh, him like helping Falco head on. That rose him up to S tier for me. And Magath, Keith, Shadis, and Magath, let's just go ahead and put them in S tier. They're dead now, so we're gonna honor the fallen by putting them in S tier because Shadis and Magath, what legends. What legends! Like Keith not only giving, Keith and Shadis, Keith and Magath both, giving the speeches to the younger generation, telling them about learning from the past, moving forward. And the idea that Keith was like, no, you can be a bystander and still have impact. And telling Sherma and them this. Sherma's not on here, which is sad, because I would have probably put him in B rank. But him being able to tell them, like, hey, you guys are going to have your chance down the road. You just got to struggle through, be a bystander for a little bit, and you can be a hero later. It's like, oh, Keith. And then Magath telling Gabby and Falco, like, learn from your mistakes and move forward, right? And don't make the same mistakes of the past, right? So for that reason, when we do the overall tier, will Keith and Magath be in the S tier? I don't know. But they pulled their weight this season, and they kind of pulled out all the stops in retrospective, so I gotta give them mad props for that, right? Have to give them props. So I'm gonna put Connie in A rank, and I know a lot of people will be like, really? But you put Magath and Shadis in S tier and Connie in A rank, but that whole plot line about his mom and kidnapping Falco, I was like, there was no need for that. So you get to go in A rank, Connie. I'm done with that. As far as B rank characters go, I'll be honest, Kaya, I want to see more of her, but she's B rank. She has kind of an extra character plot line, but I do like her connection with Gabby, and I do like that she helps Gabby in that moment to be integrated into the family when the guards are questioning if she's a Marleyan. I like that Kaya stood up, and Kaya put her dislike for Gabby aside to save her. And then that opened up the idea for a dialogue to happen, which was really good. So I like that with Kaya. I want to see more of her, but I doubt we're going to see much more of Kaya until the very end of the series at this point. Most of it, I think, is going to focus with Eren and our crew in Marley. So as far as other B rank characters, I'll be honest, I'm going to put Historia in B rank for right now, just because I've not talked about Historia's character much in this recap, because I kind of, if I'm regretting, I'll talk about in the character discussion below. I'll probably touch base on it. But if I'm being honest, Historia has been such kind of like a, and I know a lot of people are going to say, well, she's lived out her purpose and she served her purpose, and seasons 2 and 3 were kind of her arcs and now she's done. But I'm like, you create a character like that's named Historia, that's the queen of Paradis, that rose up to this position, and then this season she's just relegated to being the pregnant girl in hiding. It's sad. And it's honestly, if there's anything I'm kind of like a little bit dissatisfied with the story at this point, it's that Historia really has nothing to do. She has nothing to do. All we see her do is try to argue with Eren, and Eren's like, I'm still gonna do it, so bye. And she's like, well, what if I got pregnant? Would that help? And that's literally the only interaction we get with her in this season. It's very disappointing. Like, I really would have liked to have seen her have like some role before she got too pregnant to where she needed to like watch her health and stuff. Like seeing her engage somehow in the military police, seeing her have some like governmental role in this, see her maybe go to Eren while she was pregnant. I mean, if Eren doesn't want her to get hurt, then he probably wouldn't have done anything around her being there. But I just wanted her to have more of a role at this point, especially how her character's been built up, and she kind of she's handed off to Farmhand Coon. It's like, well, go hide. And so I don't know what her role in part 3 will be, and I don't want to like cement in stone that I'm dissatisfied with her arc and her character as a whole, because again, we still have 9 chapters to go through. She's going to have that baby by the end of this series. You know she's going to have that baby. So the question is, when's she going to have the baby? Is it going to be at the climax of the whole thing? Probably. And what is that role going to look like after she has the baby and she's no longer pregnant? What do we do then? But like I talked in season 4 part 1, I'm not a big fan of like the getting pregnant to get out of the way trope. It's not one of my favorites. And so her character's just B ranked for right now, but I'm hoping as a whole she at least like moves up to A rank. We'll see when we get done with this series, like what happens with her. But she just didn't do anything this season. So she just looked wistfully and talked to Eren for 5 minutes, and that was it. So what can we do? Bertolt, I'm going to put him down in B rank too. We get like little glimpses of him. He's not Marco though. He's not our patron saint. I'm going to put him down in B rank though. Marco is going to get elevated to A rank, because even though Marco did not physically show up in this season, his presence was undeniably there. Kind of like Ymir, right? Kind of like Ymir, kind of like Erwin. Their presence, kind of like Kenny, their presence was felt in this season. I mean, we saw physically Kenny and Carla in the flashbacks, but Erwin, Ymir, Marco, their spirit was felt in this season through the actions of the characters and them referencing back to them and their morals and their views. And Marco's such a crux of this series that he only really gets brought up in Night of the End and in the episodes before and after it, but he's enough of a crux I had to put him in A rank. Will he be S rank overall? We'll see. We'll see if he gets brought up. Will he get brought up another time? I'm like, is this the last time we're going to mention Marco, or is he going to get brought up one more time? I'm not going to be surprised if he's brought up again, but I don't know. I'm not going to be surprised if he's brought up again, but he's A rank for me. As far as other A rank characters in this series, I'm going to put Yelena in A rank. Yelena doesn't have as much to do in part 2. She obviously has the face that she gives Armin. She obviously has the big dramatic pose with the airships, which is iconic. And she does question. She tries to stir shit with bringing Marco up. That's one reason why she's A rank. I'm like, don't speak ill of the dead. And she kind of sits on the sidelines this series and gets waylaid by Magath, and then says cryptic things to Levi about, humanity and violence. So I'm glad that Yelena is back to her normal self seemingly by the end of this, but she goes through a pretty depressing period throughout most of this season that I'm like, I want her to get back to her sassy trolling self that she was kind of at the start and back in season 4 part 1. So we'll see. That may happen in season 4 part 3. I don't know. So let's see, anybody else? I would put Niccolo in A rank. I love Niccolo's speech to Gabby and Kaya about, trying to do good and do the right thing, even if you fail, keep on keeping on. I like Niccolo's idea of trying to keep doing the right thing, even if you're going to fail, like keep never giving up, right? And Niccolo is just such a nice character, like helping out the Brouses. He's just a nice, like, very straightforward character that is just a nice, solid character in this series that's able to spout thematic exposition when he's needed, but then he can kind of fade into the background and it's fine. So I'm glad he's still alive with the Browse family. I like that they've kind of adopted him as their son-in-law, even though him and Sasha were never married. It's really sweet. I like that Nicolo's kind of integrated himself into the Browse family. Our sweet boy does good for himself. So that leaves us with our top 15 characters here. Galliard, Porco. He's going in A rank. Our boy Porco. I ended up feeling bad that he died. He went from a character of all the warriors. I was probably the most mad at Porco starting season 4 because I'm like, oh, you're the one that took Ymir. And then him calling her pitiful, even though it wasn't really a slander against her. But I went from kind of feeling like indifferent towards Porco's character and to thinking he was arrogant to really liking the arrogance was charming on him, like there towards the end. And he gets that one-liner against Reiner. It's great. I felt for Porco when he died at the end there. So I'm glad he got to go out in a blaze of glory and have a really badass final moment before Falco ate him. So, speaking of which, I'm going to move Falco to A rank. I like Falco a lot. He's a sweet kid. He's like powdered sugar in human form. And he is now our Jaw Titan. Falco's biggest detriment to his character is because he's so innocent. We see Falco do the confession. He's so sweet and kind. But he has a lot of things happen to him. But aside from the confession that he does back in Sneak Attack, he doesn't have a lot do in this season. I mean, he does. He ends up helping in retrospective by turning into the Jaw Titan for the first time. But other than Sneak Attack and retrospective, Falco doesn't do a whole lot in between. He's knocked out through most of the mid-season here. And then in retrospective, he decides that he needs to become the Jaw Titan to help, but then he loses control and gets knocked out again. So Falco's just kind of like in this in-between period where he has this really good moment at the beginning of season 4, part 2, and a good moment at the end of the season, but in the middle he doesn't really do anything. So he has to stay in A rank for me. He that may change in season 4 part 3, but he's going to stay in A rank for now. Same with Hitch. Hitch is going to be A rank. I love Hitch. She's great. I can't believe she's still alive. I really thought in season 1, I thought back in season 1 she was going to die. I was like, Hitch is not going to make it. She's going to die. That's going to be it. But no. She's lived this entire time and becomes like gloomy roommate Annie's BFF, her best girlfriend, and ends up having like a pretty integral role in all of this. Like, I kind of love Hitch, and I really hope, I feel a little hopeful for Hitch because Annie and them didn't involve Hitch any further. I feel like Hitch was able to stay out of the conflict well enough that she's going to be fine on Paradis while they're gone. So I'm hoping that that's the case with Hitch. Although, if Hitch and Rico could team up and come back to help, like, solve the stuff going on with Paradis and all the civil unrest, that'd be great. Like, put Hitch and Rico in charge. I'm all for that. It's great. They're both similar blondes. But yeah, I really like Hitch's character. I'm really happy with how she's been this season. She's definitely solid A rank for me. A solid A rank. As is Peak. Peak is solid A rank as well. Peak had a really badass moment at the end of season 4, part 1. Here, Peak kind of gets relegated to being an observer again. She doesn't really have any badass, awesome moments. She just kind of carts everybody around, like you do as the Cart Titan. And she just kind of stays in the background for most of this season. She's just an observer making casual remarks. But I do love Peak a lot. I like Peak and her character and how it's stayed pretty consistent throughout all of her time in the series. So that leads us to the top 10 characters left to sort out. Is there any more A's or are they all S tier? Well, let's just go ahead and get it out of the bag and let's just put Eren up here in S tier. Let's just put him up in S tier. I'll be honest, Eren is not one of my favorite characters. He's not. But I will not deny anyone saying that he is complex, he is layered. Yuki Kaji gives an amazing amazing performance as him, voice acting wise. But Eren's character, I will say this, I like Eren's character a lot more in this part than I do part 1. I wasn't really much of a fan of Eren's character. I mean, it was still S tier because of how layered and complex it was, but I feel more for Eren's character in this part than I did part 1, because we finally get more Eren doing things and us seeing things through his perspective. Episode 28 is like such a calling card to Eren and his character, and explaining where he's at right now as he's off to destroy the world. So I think that Eren's character definitely deserves to be S tier, just because of how complex, layered, and intriguing of a character as he is. Is he one of my favorites? No. There's a lot of things about Eren that frustrates me, but I like his character an awful lot. And as far as protagonist goes, he's one of the more layered, complex ones out there. To the point where even Isayama's like, I can't even understand all of Eren. So it's like, when your creation kind of becomes its own monster, it's like, it's interesting, right? So speaking of characters that are S tier, we're just gonna go ahead and put King John up there. Our bisexual King John is, of course, S tier, as if there is any question. I felt such a callback to season 1, especially the OVA. Like, whenever Jean had an OVA with season 1, y'all remember where they made the OVA Jean-centered instead of Eren-centered? I feel like we did that a lot in this season. Jean kind of, for some episodes, became one of our central protagonists, especially Night of the End. Night of the End, he is the main character in that episode, because it's his journey through accepting, you know, what he feels about his own future, how he feels about his alignment with the Survey Corps, about staying a scout, about Reiner, about his thoughts on Eren, about his thoughts on all of everything happening on Paradis versus the world. Like, that whole episode, Night of the End, was Jean's episode. It was completely centered around him, and he's had a pretty proactive role in this season, like helping to give, like, I always love when Armin and Jean are like conversing amongst each other and debating amongst each other. It's always great. And so seeing Jean like challenging Armin and talking with him was wonderful. I was like, yes, that's exactly, wanted to see this. So speaking of which, yeah, Armin is S tier. I know a lot of people aren't happy with Armin this season. I get that, because Armin is stressed, right? Armin is trying to play 4D chess, and Eren's already been able to see the next move of the 5 people around him. So it makes it hard for our boy Armin when the people he's playing against have already seen the future. But Armin, Armin has a lot of great moments in this. The stress breakdown is actually, as hard as it is to watch, I like it, because we finally see Armin like crack a little bit and be like we see a little bit of his psyche and him under the weight of everything. Him meeting up with Annie again and defending Annie. Armin saying that moment in Traitor, probably one of the moments I do like is Armin, I think it was a thumbnail, was Armin like standing up being like, no, we're not going to let other people dirty their hands for us. If we're going to reap the benefits of this, we're going to play a part in it. So I think Armin has some good moments in this. The only part about Armin that I guess if you wanted to knock him down to A rank, the whole thing with Connie and Falco and him trying to jump into Connie's mom's mouth and him getting like, but honestly, Armin thinking that he should have died and Erwin should have been spared, it's another view into his character and us peeling back a layer and seeing just how damaged Armin was. That survivor's guilt, right? He's like Reiner. He has survivor's guilt, both of these Titan shifters that were like, why me? And the fact of the matter is that, you know, Marcel had to die, you know, to get, he didn't die when Reiner became the Armor Titan, but he died later saving Reiner so that his brother didn't become the Armored Titan. And then you have Armin, who was brought back at the expense of Erwin. So you have him and Reiner are very similar, right? So I appreciate Armin's character in this, and I think that he's deserving of the S tier with all the shit that he's gone through. Speaking of shit that they've gone through and similarities, there was a part of me that wanted to put Reiner in A tier, but that seemed cruel. That seemed cruel. I feel for our boy Reiner. I'm glad he's slowly but surely getting back to a good place. I feel like for Reiner, again, if we want to talk about the parallels between Reiner and Eren, and I put them side by side for a reason on this, Reiner was in a really, really dark place, and the moment where he's going to kill himself in part 1, he's by himself, right? He's alone. And then it's Falco that brings him out of it. And so in this season, when Reiner's trying to fight Eren by himself, it doesn't work out. And then Porco comes in and saves him. But Reiner, once he starts getting back with other people, like from Pride on, I feel like Reiner is slowly getting back to a decent place. Like, he's still traumatized. He's still down in the dumps and our gloomy Reiner that needs a freaking hug. But I feel like it's important that Reiner's around all these people so that they can help bring him up. They can help lift him up in those moments, right? I feel like that's something that will be to his benefit later on. And I feel like it's a parallel saying, like, Eren, you don't need to be alone. You, like Reiner, need to be around people because they'll help make you better. And the fact that Eren's by himself and is at his darkest place doesn't seem like it's a coincidence, right? It doesn't seem coincidental. So I could have put Reiner in A rank, but that seemed cruel, and Reiner's had enough cruelty against him this season, so I'm going to keep him in S tier. I'm going to keep him up there. Hanji, my girl, she's usually... I'm going to put her in S tier over here by Magath and them. What I do respect about Hanji is, one, she not only was big braining it while watching over Levi, but her being staunchly for being against the genocide, where she was like, no, I'm not going to stand here and take this. Even if we die, we need... I like that Hanji finally gets to the point where she's like, it's my turn. I like an episode where she sees Stannis and sees the flashback to him telling her, like, when you have to make these choices, you'll see how hard it is. And she's at that point and she's like, okay, this is what you were talking about. Yeah, I'm going to make these choices and just have to live with my decisions. But I like that she's moving forward and is like buckling down and being like, no, I've got to do this. It's my job. And she influencing Jean and Mikasa, keeping a level head, saving Levi, getting Magath and Pyke to join them, like in Night of the End where she brings them all together and she's kind of like the moderator, like keeping the conversation neutral. I like that about Hanji a lot, and I think that despite her having moments of weakness in this season and season 4 as a whole, she does enough that earns her that spot in S tier. For now, anyway. Right. And so that leaves us with these 5 crazy characters. Mikasa, Zeke, Annie, Gabby, and Flock. I almost said Falco. Annie, I'm stuck between putting her in A rank and S tier. I'm really stuck with that. I feel like with Annie, if I put Nile up there, I'm going to put Annie up there. Because Annie, I feel she deserves it because we get a lot of her backstory in this season. We tie her to Eren a lot, which is nice. We get her actually having a moment of levity. We actually get her coming out of retirement from being on ice for 3 seasons. It's great. But yeah, I really like Annie in this season, and I think that by the end of the season, she kind of elevates herself, not only in getting the snot beat out of her like Reiner during retrospective, but also coming to terms with it. She doesn't want violence anymore. She doesn't want to kill Eren. And she has a pretty prominent role in this season. So if I put Annie in S tier, I've got to put Mikasa up there too. Put Mikasa right here by Eren. And Annie too. I like the transition that we're getting with Mikasa, where she's slowly coming into her own and starting to make her own decisions. I liked Mikasa a lot in Dawn of Humanity, and seeing just how Mikasa's brain is working throughout all this season. We've gotten more with Mikasa in this part, I think, than we have the entire last 2 seasons, other than her fighting. So that's good. I like that we're getting more with Mikasa, and I feel like going into season 4, part 3, we're going to get even more of Mikasa there. So I'm really excited that we're going to see more of her, and I hope that carries on. So, you know what? The last 3 of these characters are S tier. Our boy Flock, we'll talk about Flock last. But our girl Gabby, a lot of people, I still don't get the Gabby hate. I don't. I get that she killed Sasha. Okay. And that's a really sad thing. But I'm like, if you like Eren, you almost have to like Gabby because they are so similar. And if you don't, that's fine. But I cannot understand anybody that loves Eren and hates Gabby. Like, if you're indifferent to Gabby, that's one thing. But hating her and loving Eren, they're literally the same character. They just end up going morally different routes, like at a breaking point. But they are so similar characters. I'm like, I like Gabby a lot this season. She comes around and she makes a similar journey like Eren's made. She just ends up at a different point, which I like. Her character goes through a lot of things. She tries to help Falco. She ends up like mercy killing Nile to save Kaya. She ends up like going off, like asking Armin important questions about the Founder Titan's abilities. She goes off with Armin to go get Falco back. She's a good character, and I'm really excited to see where her character goes. I'm excited for Falco too, but Gabby is a much more interactive, engaging character arc in this season than Falco did. Falco's knocked out for like half of it. Gabby had a very engaging character arc throughout this, and so I want to see her and Falco do things in part 3. We'll see where that goes. And then I miss Zeke. Put him up in S tier. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss Zeke a lot. Up until this season, I didn't realize how much I would miss Zeke until Memories of the Future. I felt bad for Zeke. I was like, oh, Zeke, you think that you've got the upper hand against Eren? Nope. I felt bad for Zeke and was like, yeah. And then by the time we get to Dawn of Humanity, where he's like, Mikasa likes you, that was like just a cherry on top for me. So I miss Zeke. Not that I like Zeke's character, but I miss him. I want to see more of his character in Season 4, Part 3. Although I think if we do see more of his character, he's going to either A, be suffering because he's stuck with Eren and the Founding Titan, or B, he's going to be killed by Levi. So we'll see, right? We shall see, eh? And that leaves us with our boy Flock, who we'll toast here in a little bit. But Flock is S tier. He is for me. Kind of like with Magath and Keith, Flock is one of those characters that I really did not like in season 3 at all. And everybody kept saying like, oh, he's such a necessary character. He's a relatable character. I'm like, he's a little shit and I don't like him. And I didn't like Flock. He was a love to loathe character. I didn't like his character at all, but I love seeing him on screen in the anime because he's so engaging and he makes things so interesting, right? And he is relatable, right? He plays a relatable part for a lot of people, and I think that's why they like Flock. And then in season 4, part 1, he has a really big part, and I was like, oh yeah, hell yeah. I like this a lot. I like your character a lot. And so then here in part 2, we get even more with Flock. And his character was so much fun this season. From his little badger face to him like staring at naked Zeke to him basically trying to like run the show with the cadets and everything, to him facing down and having like this chess moment of trying to figure out why Armin's doing the things that he's doing in Traitor, to even trying to defend, to the very end, trying to defend Paradis and doing what he thought was right. And Gabby shot him in the shoulder. Maybe that's why people hate... Maybe I feel like all the people that hate Gabby really like Eren and Flock. And I'm like, okay. But maybe that's why they hate Gabby too, because she shot Flock in the shoulder. I'm assuming Flock is dead, but we don't... I'm one of those like no body, no death sort of scenarios, but I'm assuming Flock is dead because he fell in the river. But after getting hit in the shoulder with that... it was a gun, wasn't it? I think. But in any case... She shot the gun at him. But in any case, I did like Flock's character a lot in this season. He was a lot of fun. So I am going to be sad if he's gone. We'll toast him later, but he's deserving of S tier, I believe, for this season. So that was a lot of fun, right? Sure thing. So that was our character tier. And I'm going to take a photo of this for posterity, just so we can keep track of it. I don't think I took a picture of season 4 part 1, which is sad. But yeah, so that's the character tier. That's it. So which characters changed the most? Well, honestly, I think Annie, her relationship with Hitch, her opening up to her past, everything we saw with her in this season and how she ended up, I think she's one of the characters that's changed the most. I would also include Gabby, her relationship with Kaya and everything just developing further. She's changed the most from like the start of her character to now, definitely. And then Jean's character, much like Gabby as a whole, has changed so much, especially in regards to how he views Eren, how he views like the concept of, you know, violence and morality as a whole. Like Jean's character's come so far, and I feel like we see that illustrated the best when he's with Anya and Kapan. Like how things could be so easy, like Flock tempted him, but then he saw Anya and realized, like, no, that's not morally right. This is the better thing to do. And it's like, ah. So yeah, Annie, Gabby, and Jean, I think they're characters that have changed the most throughout this. Characters I want to see more of, Falco. I want to see Falco interacting with the Titan Shifters more. I know he's young, but I want to see him and Armin have a talk. I'd love to see him and Armin have a talk. That would be really cool. him and Armin talking, him with Reiner, him with Annie and Peak. I feel like Peak and Annie would, I feel like Peak would like nurture Falco because she kind of has in the past. I'd be curious to see Falco interact with our three blondes, with Reiner and Annie and Armin. That could be really cool. I want to see more with Annie, Reiner, and Jean, especially after that conversation at the end of Night of the End when we talked about Marco and that whole relationship. I want to see more of those three characters together. I want to see more of Mikasa. We have not had enough of Mikasa, and I've had countless people tell me that the anime does her dirty and that Mikasa is so much better in the manga. I'm going to get to her in the manga, so I'm excited, but I want to see more of Mikasa, and I want to see more of her journey of self-identity and agency before we get to Eren. I want to see more of that develop and her converse with others about it too. And I want her to just get over that whole Ackerman blood thing. I'm like, girl, you are not bound by your blood no matter what Eren told you. Like, no. Peak, I want to see more with Peak. She's kind of the outsider of the group, so I want to see more with her. I want more in Eren's head. Whenever we get to see in Eren's headspace and see what he's thinking, it's really good, and I want to see more of that. I feel like going into this final part, we're going to get that with Eren, but it's just going to be, you know, what are we going to get? That's the question. But I want more of that. And I also miss Zeke, and I want to see him. Even if it's battling Levi, I want to see more of it. And so then, who is safe? Who's being replaced? I don't think at this point anybody's getting replaced. I don't think that's happening. As far as if anyone's safe, no. I think if anybody were to be safe, it's Armin and Mikasa. If anybody's going to be safe, it's those two. And I only say Armin because he's the narrator. So I feel like as the narrator, usually those characters live to the very end of the story. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. It could be that Armin's been writing all of this down, and then he dies in season 4, part 3, and Mikasa or somebody else finds what he's been writing. That could be. But I feel like Armin and Mikasa are going to live. Maybe Eren, but Eren could die. I'm kind of 50-50 on that, whether Eren's going to make it out of this next part or not. But everybody else, up for grabs. I would say Levi's safe, but I don't know. Levi's had so many injuries, and he's been out of commission. I wouldn't be surprised if Levi died in this last part as like a thing to Eren, like saying one final thing to Eren, or like him joining, like if he sees Erwin on the other side or some dramatic shit and Levi dies. I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised. I don't want Hanji to die, but we've not had a good track record with the leaders of the scouts, so that worries me. Hanji's got death flags. I worry about that. I worry about Levi. I don't want Jean or Connie to die, but they could. I don't want Annie, Reiner, and Falco and Gabby to die, but I literally, with this series, you can't say people are really safe, especially when we get to this part where it's the climax, and it's like, what do we do? So anything's possible, but I think Armin and Mikasa are definitely going to make it out. Eren's 50-50, depending on how Isayama wants to end the story, whether he wants to have Eren, like, redeem somehow and live, erase their memories and live, or die, or they spare him and he goes and lives off as a hermit somewhere. I don't know. I don't know about Eren, but anyone else is up for grabs, which is terrifying. So that leads us to RIP number 8, which, now that we're done talking about characters, there is a few more characters I want to talk about individually for these last two toasts. One of them is Keith Shadis. I did not think going into season 4 we were going to see Keith Shadis again. I didn't think we were. I thought Bystander was the last we were going to see of him. And he shows up like that meme and he's like, surprise, bitch, best bet you didn't see the last of me till now. And it's like, yep. I really thought that Keith was done for after Bystander. And in the last season, he surprised me by showing up. And in this one, he surprises me even more. Like, the whole thing with Thaw and him coming out, like, he was the thumbnail for a reason. Our boy Keith, like, saving Surma and them and just being there as, like, the lead. Like, it all comes full circle, right? We talk about how season 1 and season 4 kind of come full circle to each other. Keith, like, training all the cadets in season 1, and then season 4, him coming out and helping during the Titan attack and just doing his job and showing the kids how it's done. My boy Keith, I was simping hard for Keith and Thaw. And then he ends up with Magath dying in the end in retrospective. It makes sense, right? The saddest thing about Keith's character is that he dies without anybody knowing that he dies. Because the crew there, Reiner and Armin and them, they know that Magath died on the ship. So they know Magath died there. They had no clue Keith was with him. No clue. The only one that knew about Keith showing up was Magath. So in the end, he dies a bystander. But he does this heroic, selfless act to save countless people by doing it. So yeah. I've loved Keith's character since Bystander. I liked Keith's character fine in season 1, but he was just like, I thought he was a one-time, he's going to show up and be the mentor that teaches them in season 1 and we'll never see him again. And then we started to see him again, and then that day happened and we're like, oh, and then Bystander happens. It's like, and then you see him in season 4, and so I just came to love his character more and more each time we saw him and got more with his character. And so now he had a very full, complete arc as a character, which I liked. He started out with this one role and he fulfills it by the end and everything comes full circle. So I really liked Keith Shadis. I'm very sad that he's gone, but honestly, he thought he was going to die this whole season. So it's good that he went out on his own terms. He chose his own death, which I'm like, that's the most you can do, is be able to choose the way you go out. So for that reason, Keith Shadis, we are going to cheers you. You were an amazing you were more than a bystander. You were a badass that thought you were a bystander, and you were an amazing character, and we're sad to see you go. So cheers. I only have a little bit left of this giant cup, and it will be just enough for our final toast. So that's very exciting. I'll have to chug the rest of it for the final toast. But this next part is the OP and ED lyrics video, which I recorded separately because I figured at this point in the reaction, we're like probably 4 hours into this, maybe even longer. And so I was like, I just need to record it separately so that I can be at full energy when I talk about the OP and ED lyrics, because I was really excited about them. So I'm going to cut over to that. I recorded it a few days ago, so you guys can see that, and then we'll come back. So yeah, I'm recording this segment a little bit before the rest of the recap, only because I'm terrified of how long this recap is at this point. So if you've made it, usually when I get to like the end of the recap, I'm exhausted. So I was like, I was planning on doing the OP and ED reactions at the end of the recap next to the conclusion. And I was like, I'm going to go ahead and record that first. That way, not only will I have watched the OP and ED and read the lyrics for the first time all the way through, but I'll be able to talk about it with you all in addition to a few other songs that were requested that I hadn't exactly talked about in previous recaps. So I've done character songs, I've done some of the OP and ED lyrics and stuff in previous recaps. There were a couple songs I was requested. A couple of people wanted me to react to Red Swan, Barricades, You See Big Girl, and The Dogs. But if I'm being honest, I've already listened to those. I've listened to those like on my own time, so it really wouldn't make any sense to react to them. But I haven't really paid attention to a couple of the songs' lyrics necessarily, so I do want to go through those. And then I've listened to the OP for season 4 part 2 more times than is probably necessary, but I've never actually read through all of the lyrics because I knew I would eventually be doing it for this. But I know some of the lyrics offhand just because if you listen to it and it's in English enough, you know. But the ED I've not listened to all the way through, and other than being at the end of the episodes, I have no clue what the ED lyrics are going to be like. So everybody said that the ED lyrics are great and they fit Eren really well, so I'm like, I figured I would record this section before getting into the rest of the recap. I'm going to start recording it tomorrow. That way I'll be able to talk a bit, I'll have a better idea of what y'all are talking about when I record that. So we'll see. But before we tackle the OP and ED, I did want to make some notes about Red Swan, Barricades, You See Big Girl, and The Dogs, which were other songs that were requested that I look at. Red Swan is the season 3 OP, and honestly, I think I've talked about that in previous episodes, but it's a really good OP. I like it. I think I like season 4's OPs the most so far. I've listened to them the most out of all the OPs, even though there's something kind of nostalgic about season 1 and season 2's, about Sasagio and all that. There's something nostalgic about it, but if I'm being honest, if I want to go listen to one of the OPs, it's season 4. That's kind of like the rock vibe of it is more my jam, so I'm all about that. But with Red Swan, a couple of the lines did stand out. The whole, what is a lie, what is truth, what do we believe? And that kind of ties to it. It depends, you know, it depends on your perspective, what you believe and what you find to be the truth. It's kind of, there's capital T truths and little t truths. And it's, you know, what is the worldly truth versus what we know as true for ourselves. And so I like that OP kind of touches on it. The lyrics are a little bit more, are a little bit more basic compared to some of the other OPs. I do like the metaphor of flying to heaven, and that hiding one's fear is a lie, and that together, according to the OP, they can escape fate and get away. So I like that some of these songs are kind of connecting back. Songs from seasons 1, 2, and 3 are connecting to season 4 really nicely. I think that's pretty cool. I love barricades. I'm not going to spend too much time on barricades because I feel like in episode 6 in Thaw, we talked quite a bit about barricades. So I feel like I talked about it right before watching Thaw, which was kind of ironic and coincidental because it was like, oh wow, I was talking about the lyrics because it was requested. And then, so if you want to go back to my reaction on episode 6 Thaw, and you will hear me talk more about barricades. But I do like looking at the lyrics of it, realizing that it was talking about a beach the whole time. Way back in season 2, we were talking about that beach beyond the basement, you know, and realizing that they've been slaves the whole time, which, again, everybody in this story is a slave to something, right? So everyone in this story, regardless, all of humanity is a slave to something. Nobody is technically free by definition, right? By the definition that we think of. And then the idea of going back to the beginning, going back to being free, and is that freedom, whatever it means to you, worth the cost? Is it worth the price of your soul? And that's funny that, you know, you go back to season 2 and then we tie to Eren in season 4, and it's like, yeah, Eren's basically selling his soul to have freedom for himself and his people. And so it's like, well, is it worth the cost? And so that's kind of like the whole, God, at this point, if you've reached this point of the discussion, you probably have been listening to me talk for like 5 hours about the price of freedom. So, you know, won't dally too much further into that. But I do like the barricades. And barricades has such a fun sound. It's one of the reasons I really liked episode 6. I've already done the episode rankings at this point. I really liked Thaw upon rewatch because of barricades. So there you go. Now you see Big Girl. I really like that song a lot. It's so freaking good. Sawano is like bow down because it is his magnum opus. I feel like You See Big Girl is like one of his best works. It's just, it encapsulates, especially after this season, encapsulates Ymir becoming the Titan for the first time and everything. There is something though with the lyrics. I did write down the lyrics for this one because I'm like, oh, interesting. And kind of talking about Ymir and Eren. And sort of, I don't know if this is going to get brought up in part 3. That's going to be an interesting thing to kind of think about. But the lyrics in You See Big Girl talk about how death is supposedly inevitable, even though the Titan shifter powers go on, and even though Ymir carries on, you know, despite having died in the paths. But there's this line, is this an angel who falls from the cloudy sky? Is this a demon who climbed out of the rocks? And it's like, ooh! So, you know, an angel who falls from the sky, like her in her Titan form, and then the demon who climbed out of the rocks, like talking about coming back from the dead, like maybe when the Titans, like I think of Armin getting revived and brought back from the dead with the Titan serum. I think of the source of all living matter, the founder, like coming out of the pond to like strike her and make her into a Titan. Lots of interesting things. But yeah, again, it's what is an angel, what is a demon? It's all about perspective, right? And then this line, tears, anger, pity, cruelty. It's originally said in German. So tears, anger, pity, cruelty, peace, chaos, faith, betrayal. All emotions and things that this entire series has been banking on and talking about in much great detail. But then saying, we will fight against our fate. We will not give ourselves our destiny, which is interesting. So we will fight against our fate. We'll not give ourselves our destiny. That line is fascinating because, again, if we're tying back to Eren and this whole idea that he feels trapped, that he's always been meant to get to this point and he had no other options, there's a part of Eren that feels tied to a fate. And then Ymir, but the thing of it is, Ymir always had a choice. She just didn't think she did. And so only choice she really made in the end was, the only choice she really had in the end was that she could die. Like, she could choose her own death. That's the choice she had in the end, according to her. And so I find it interesting that she says we'll fight against our fate and not give ourselves our destiny. So there's a part of that you could probably assume ties to, okay, well, we're not going to sit here like Carl Reese wanted us to and sit here in the walls and accept our death. We're not going to do that. We're going to fight it. We're going to fight what seems to be our fate. But then on the other hand, you could also take it as, well, Eren, can you not do you have to fall through this destiny? Is there not anything you can do about it? So I think that's interesting. But then it connects even further to Eren in the next set of lines. With sadness and decisions in our hearts, we show our will to go further. No one can arbitrarily be deprived of his life. Meaning that, yeah, Eren's like, I'm going to keep moving forward. I was born into this world. I have a right to live in it. And this sadness and decision in his heart, Eren's struggling, being like, I've decided to do this, and I'm going through with it. You know, it's the path that he believes, or that we think he believes, he'll regret the least. It's very interesting. I hadn't really thought about the lyrics of You See Big Girl, and those, I was like, wow, those really tie to season 4 quite nicely, which we'll talk about predictions and stuff after this segment. But that was really, really interesting. And so then the dogs, which is actually from season 2. When somebody recommended the dogs, I instantly thought of season 4. I was thinking of Grice and his sister, Freya. I was thinking of her. I was like, oh, is this about him and his sister? But no, it's from season 2. And I when I listened to the song, I was like, oh yeah, it is. And so the lyrics, though, again, tying quite nicely to season 4, being like, do we fight to survive? Basically, the first part of the song says, do we fight to survive as David, or do we let Goliath win? So which you could tie to, do we let the Titans win? And that takes on a whole different context in season 4 versus season 2. But the world is collapsing, but we can rebuild it. Like the rumbling, like, oh God, they were predicting this way before. Woo. And then 100 more years in the fire. We'll talk about that line there, but that whole, the world is collapsing and we can rebuild it. I'm like, yeah, you could argue that the rumbling is what it's talking about, but also you could talk about how maybe the world's collapsing, but we can rebuild what's left. We don't have to destroy everything. I mean, there's multiple sides you can look at it, but I think that's really interesting that lyric's there in a season 2 song. I was like, foreshadowing indeed. But then there's these lines. Do you believe that we can just kill them all? Do you believe that we can conquer this? Can't delete all the mess that I've seen. Fall in the fire, but these burns will heal you. So just saying how, like a baptism by fire, like going through this bloodshed, going through this trial, it's going to heal you and make you stronger in the end. You can't delete all the mess you've seen. You can't go back and take away everything that you've experienced so far. But that whole line, do you believe that we can just kill them all? It goes back to what Eren says. Can we just destroy everybody? Do you believe we can conquer this? Is this possible? And at this point, we've exhausted the conversation about it, but I think that's rather interesting. And then we long for freedom and we have to hone our skills. And there's a line about waiting for centuries to do so. And so then there's that line about 100 more years in the fire. And in the song, they talk about that when we die, if we keep fighting, we'll just keep spending 100 more years in the fire. Like it's that cycle of violence just perpetuated, and it just keeps going. And as long as we stay in the fire, we're not getting out of it. It's just going to keep going. And if one group of people will die, the other will take up the reign and get vengeance for them, and it'll just keep perpetuating that cycle. And then there's the last set of lyrics to say, coming down to show you what to do, how to die with honor and dignity. We should delete all the mess from our sight. What is truth for me and you? So the idea of being able to show one another, how do you die with honor and dignity, and how do we delete? And this one says we should delete all the mess from our sight. What is truth is for me and you. But before in the lyrics prior, it said we can't delete all the mess that we've seen. So it's like, it says you should, but you can't, right? So what do you do with that? And so that's rather interesting. I find that very fascinating. But so yeah, those are the dogs, and You See Big Girl, Barricades, and Red Swan, which I've already watched. So I just want to kind of touch base on the lyrics with those because they were requested and I hadn't talked a whole lot about them. But yeah, I'm ready to talk about the OP lyrics for season 4 part 2 and the ED ones. I'm most excited for the ED because I've not listened to the ED all the way through at all. I've been saving it for this recap for months, and I was like, okay, finally going to get to it. But because of copyright, I am going to show the videos. I'm using the official video for season 4 part 2's OP, and then I was told to use the official video that has the lyrics for the ED. So I'm excited. It'll at least look really good, right? It'll at least look really nice. So we'll go through this video and then kind of talk about the lyrics and break them down here. But we'll start with the rumbling. With the ye old rumbling, right? I want to listen to ye old rumbling, and then we'll do that. So we're going to start that here in 3, 2, 1, and let's go. It's coming. I know this part. Okay, someone had talked to, I think Esteban had talked to on Tumblr about how the beware part could also sound, because it's so muffled and it's like crackly, that it could be like be free. And I'm like, ooh, I kind of like this. Right things. Yeah, didn't want to be the king of the world, right? Oh, this line gets me so much. Ooh, oh yeah. Tearless, fearless. God, this like the part where the chorus kicks in. It's like we can't see through everything, right? Oh, I love that line. God, I love the chorus of this song. It's so good. This was edited really well too, by the way. Oh my God, with Zeke, that's perfect. He doesn't want anything. Just here. God, that thing with the founder is so freaky! So freaky! In HD, it looks even crazier. To go out there, yeah. That's the image you pick, okay. Ooh, interesting. Nice juxtaposition there. No rent and innocent. Oh, like I'll stay up at night in a tent. So like Dawn of Humanity, where they stayed up in the tent. That's what that is. How do you see me? And am I who I used to be? Oh. Oh my gosh, what an edit! I haven't watched this one like all the way through. That's a perfect transition to do that part from Two Brothers. Yeah. Wow, that was timed perfect. Man, that actually fits with the sauna scene with Reiner. Yes, the sauna scene with Reiner. Reiner appears like the most in Eren's visions. I think that's what's influenced my ship. I will say in the OP, the part where Ymir like rises up right before it kicks in, so freaking good. Ooh, that line. Oh yeah! That, God, this is animated. This is edited so good. Yeah. Outside the wall. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, God, that's so good. So good. Oh, nice. And end it with Eren like that. Nice, nice. Okay. I'm gonna take out that one just for a minute. Okay. That was a good one. So yeah. I've like I said, I've listened to that song way more than I probably should, but I love the OP. I love this OP so much. But because it's like either muffled with screaming or it's just I have bad lyric narcosis. I just have bad time knowing what the lyrics are unless I actually physically look at them. So I knew some of the lyrics, but some of the lyrics I did not know, and I was like, oh wow, okay. So I mean, going for this, like the coming for you and the rumbling part, that all makes rather good sense. But then all everyone do is do right things. Oh, okay. So Eren wanting to do the right thing. And that this is the thing about this song. It is primarily Eren. It is about the OP and ED. The ED, from what I know, and the OP are about Eren. But I think you could apply a lot of these things. Like, the reason why it's all edited with all of the ensemble cast of the series is because a lot of these lyrics you could tie to other characters. So the idea of all I ever wanted to do is do right things, that can apply to Eren, it can apply to Reiner, it can apply to the Warriors, it can apply to Armin, it can apply to a lot of different people, like what they believe their concept of right is, saying all I ever wanted to do was do a good thing. So I wasn't out to be a bad guy, not really, right? All I ever wanted to do was do right things. I love this line, I never wanted to be the king, I swear. The I swear part gets me so good. But yeah, and that's so true. Eren kind of gets put up on a pedestal in this whole series when that's not what he's wanted at all. And it's been like that since season 1. Season 1, Eren, everybody, like people from the wall church, they were like saying he was a god and like trying to revere him. And Eren's like, I'm just like a 15-year-old kid, that I'm just trying to avenge my family and free my, get freedom for myself and my friends. He's like, I didn't want to be a king. And that whole thing about him becoming the founder, like he never wanted to become royalty. It was never anything about that. He just wanted to do what he thought was right, was the right thing to do. So I love that line. That's really, really good. Mm-hmm. And so then now this line I did get from having listened to this all over and over again. All I ever wanted to do is save your life. I never wanted to grab a knife, I swear. And that line, that part of him like stabbing the person to save Mikasa. So yeah, Eren being like, I just wanted to save you, but the only way I could save you is to kill that person. And that one act, that one small scale act, and I'm sure I've talked about it at this point, but that one act at the beginning of him killing that man to save Mikasa, to Eren, was justified. He's like, I had to save your life, and this was the only way I knew how to do it. And for the part with Mikasa and him, yeah, it's justified. The guy was gonna kill him and probably do something awful to Mikasa. Yeah. That part I get. I get why he had to do that. But it translates for Eren. For Eren, that one moment translates to the rumbling and destroying the world. And I'm like, there's a little difference there. but it makes sense for Eren, right? It's fully understandable. That line, I swear, yeah. And so him, like, and it just transitioning from him smacking the Titan to save Mikasa. Both instances of saving Mikasa, might I add. Interesting. So tearless, fearless, and everything burning. Yep, the burning line all makes sense, like being in the fire. You tell me, what have I missed? Still wandering through the damp mist. So saying like, you tell me, what have I missed? He's like, if I missed something, it's like going back to him telling Hanji, be like, you got a better option? You tell me, that line there, like if I've missed something, I want to know, right? And then the idea of still wandering through the deep mist, saying like, we're not out of the woods yet. That's kind of what that, he's like, we're not out of the woods. He's like, he's trapped in the forest. Either one, he's trapped in the forest and can't find his way out through the mist, or there's still parts of Eren's future he can't see. And that we've talked about that in the recap at this point. But the idea that there's still parts of his future he hasn't seen yet, and there's still parts of the whole situation he can't see fully. That's, man. But then this line, if I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. He's like, no matter what happens, whether I win or lose, I'm not going to look away. And I think that line, if I lose it all, if I lose it all outside now the line, if I lose it all outside the wall, live to die another day, that mainly ties to Eren. But the whole idea of if I lose it all, trip and fall, I will never look away, that could tie to a lot of characters in the series, right? But I like that live to die another day, the whole thing with Zeke. This line, I don't want anything, I'm just here to, and it says beware after that, but he's like, I'm just here to, and we get that little ellipses, that ... We don't get an answer to the sentence, right? So that's curious. I feel like it's left intentionally open for us, the audience, that we don't know, like, what is Eren here for? If he's like, I don't want anything. Eren's like, I don't want anything for myself. I'm just here to And you could tie that to season 4. Maybe it's tied to something that we, the audience that are anime onlys, don't know yet, that the manga readers know, you know. We'll see, right? And so going back to the second, God, when he transforms into the founder titan, it's terrifying. Ugh. Right? So I love, now this line is definitely all Eren saying, all I wanted to do was know what's out there. And of course they give us his beautiful backside all sculpted for this scene. I was like, I just got over Eren and his perfectly sculpted back muscles. Now you're bringing me back, Mappa? But yeah, all I wanted to do was know what's out there. And I refused to lose without a fight. So, I mean, that's all Eren. Like, Eren's like, all I wanted to do was know what's out in the world, but I'm not going to go down without a fight. Like, I was born to fight, right? Like, that's just his nature, right? And then we cut from, like, back to him in the Scouts. Now, this line, as many times as I listened to this song, I never really knew what this one line was. I was like, what is that? And so I knew I was going to go back and listen to this eventually. But when he says, we're just too young, ignorant, and innocent, meaning that, yeah, and then saying, like, kids stay up all night in a tent. Oh, my God. So that whole thing about being young, ignorant, and innocent, that could tie to his childhood, where, like, we didn't know any better. Again, tying to Bertolt and Reiner and all them, like, we were just kids, we didn't know anything, that sort of thing. But the line, like, kids stay up all night in a tent, that is Dawn of Humanity. It's them staying up all night in that tent with the family, thinking like this is our one night of happiness. And Eren just being like, yeah, everybody's just too young, ignorant, and innocent to know any better. That he's about to destroy them all. Oh my gosh. Gets me every time. How do you see me? So that line, how do you see me? Yeah, how do you all view me? Do you view me as a monster? Do you view me as an angel? Do you view me as well, not an angel. I don't think anybody views Eren as an angel, but it's like, do you view me as a monster, as a savior, as the enemy, as justified? Like, how do you see me? And then, but that line there, how do you see me? We get the juxtaposition of not only the cadets, but all the warriors too. And tying to Bertolt. Bertolt's like, we just want to be seen. We want to be found. He's like, we want somebody to view us as not just weapons, right? As more than that. So, and Annie being like, am I good to you? Do you see me as good? So that line of how do you see me? God, that connects to like so much of how they're viewed in this series, right? Just how people view them. That's crazy, right? Yeah, am I who I used to be? And yeah, that's the thing. Am I who I used to be? Have I changed? And there's a part of me that's like, no, Eren is different, but then Eren is who he used to be. It's like he's always been the same. He's just developed as time has gone on, right? And then, you know, the idea too of have the warriors changed? Like, there's so many different ways you can interpret that. But yeah, God, Eren's like stare there and then losing his head. Oh my God. The editing of this video is just absolutely perfect. And then nobody knows what's inside of me. Yeah, that's the thing. Tying to Eren's memories, to the founder, everything, like tying to all of that. It's like episode 3, Two Brothers was like, this sequence was made for it. Made for this song. I bet Isayama was like, yeah. The shot of Reiner in the sauna still kills me. It still does, because it's like literally, Isayama, you could have put anything in here and that's what you chose. All right. But then, yeah, the line of, if I lose, I'll slip and fall, will you laugh at me? Being like, if I lose it all at the end, and if I fall, you know, are you going to laugh at me? Will you ridicule me, you know, for what I've done? And just the idea if he loses it all, like what everything means to Eren. Oof. But the idea of living to die. I will never look away, living to die another day. Yeah, it's great. It's great. The OP is great. I'm all for it. But honestly, I'm really excited about the ED because I've not watched it all the way through at all. So I've listened to the OP several times, and I've watched like the official music video. I hadn't really watched through and paid much attention to the full animated one until this, so that was good. But this will be my first time watching the ED all the way through and listening to it all the way through. So we'll give it a listen, and then we'll go back and break the lyrics down. But I'm pretty excited to hear what this all sounds like, right? Yeah, so let's do that. We're gonna listen to the ED here, Akuma no Ko, here in 3, 2, 1, and let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Huh. Wings like birds. Yeah. Why can't Titans have wings? Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, no! Oh, shit, now I see what you guys are saying. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, right? Full of contradictions. And we're gonna tie to the train? Oh. Oh my God, wow. Wow. Oh. Oh. Damn. Oh. 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 Oh my God. Oh. I might have got a little misty-eyed at that. Oh my gosh. I know what you guys are talking about now. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh. Damn. Okay, let's go through this. Wow, I'm glad I'm watching this. I'm glad I'm watching this before I talk about Eren tomorrow. Because I have like 5 pages of stuff on Eren, and these lyrics do help out a lot in justifying Child of Evil. Oh my God. So, God, lyric-wise, I love this song a lot. This is interesting. So, okay, an iron bullet is proof of justice. Yeah. So the idea that that the bullet itself is a means to produce that justice. Like, we kill people in the name of justice, in the name of whatever cause we're fighting for. It's just that we use this as a weapon, right? Whenever I shot, I became closer to the hero. We'll talk about, at this point, we've talked about the concept of the hero in the recap. But yeah, so whenever I shot, I became closer to the hero. Like me using this weapon as a means of justice made me heroic, right? It made me this way, right? If you close your eyes and touch it, the evil who has the same body and same temperature. So that could mean, if he's talking about, you know, the evil inside of me, like Eren could be talking about one of two things. The idea that the person that he shot, that he killed, as the same body and same temperature as himself, that it is him, like we're the same, we are one and the same. But it could also tie to the fact of, hey, I'm a person too, I'm the same body and same temperature as yourself, so I'm no different than you, I just have done this. And saying, God, am I not good enough? And are they and it says, is they better for you? Are they better for you? Am I not good enough? Like, and that ties to like Annie's whole thing of, am I good enough for you, Armin? Am I a good person despite everything that I've done? You know, God, that's a good line too. And then saying, there was just a wall. Don't cry about the destiny we were born with. So he's like, there's no point in crying about this destiny that we've had since birth. Like, all we can do is change it, right? We can just try our best to change what's been given, because we're all free. Like, tying back to Carla's words, we were born free, right? We're special because we were born. Oh, great. And like, going back to the chorus, knowing what the chorus means now, oh my God, no wonder y'all were like, I'm crying, listen to the ED. I'm like, why? If we have wings like birds. God, this whole chorus thing, we could go anywhere. So saying like, if we were free, if we were outside these walls, if we could fly away, we could go anywhere, right? Which, you know, that reminds me of the one guy from Marley that was like, do we not have a Titan with wings? But then this line saying that if we don't have a place to return to, then we might not be able to go anywhere. That line of Eren saying, because there is a big part of this that you could say, well, why don't, you know, if they don't have parity, they can just go somewhere else, right? But he's like, no, this is our home. And if I don't have a home to come back to, we can't go anywhere. So it's like, even if we are free and we're able to fly away, we need somewhere to land, right? Oh my gosh, that line, if we don't have a place to return to, we can't go anywhere. And that ties to the warriors, but especially ties to like Eren's mentality about all this and protecting the others, right? Oh my gosh. But I don't want to just live. Oh my gosh, that line. The world is cruel, but I still love you. Oh man, and tying to Mikasa in that part. So as soon as it says, but I still love you, it ties to Mikasa. Okay. Okay, all right. And her being like, the world is cruel, but I still love you. Mm-hmm. And saying, even if I sacrifice everything, I'll protect you. So basically Eren being like, the world is cruel and I'm doing this. So it's like Eren has Bertolt's mentality from season 3. He's like, the world is cruel and I have to do this. I love you, but I have to kill all these people. And even if I sacrifice everything, my soul, my humanity, I'm still going to protect you because I love you and that's what I want to do. And just the idea, God, all this imagery with it too. Even if this is a mistake, I don't doubt it. So it's just basically Eren saying like, I know this is probably a mistake. I'm not going to deny it, that this isn't right, but what else can I do? Eren's like, what is right is believing in myself strongly. That's the whole season. That's the whole damn season. Oh my God. Yeah. The whole season is Eren being like, yeah, what I'm doing isn't right. I hate it. I loathe myself. I'm going to sacrifice everything that I have. But all I can do now is fight and believe in myself because I have no other choice in my mind. In Eren's mind, he's like, I have no other choice. This is the only way to protect the people that I care about. So that's what I'm going to do. Oh my God. You guys have had this at the end of every episode and you knew this? Oh man. man. So then we get the second verse of this, which is a little bit more meta. It's a little bit out of context of the thing that's crazy is the second verse kind of contradicts everything in the first verse, right? But that's the point. Saying the scene of the rain of iron falling, so like the bombs and stuff falling, it was on the TV, which looks like a movie, right? Which is the show itself. War is a stupid violence. Yes. And then showing us it's the story of an unrelated and unknown country. So yeah, being like everything, like the violence of war is stupid. It's about countries fighting countries that we don't know. And so then there's the idea that then why do I hate them? The reason why I can't hide my dark feelings. So it's basically saying like, if we're going to tie this back to Eren, the idea of, yeah, war is stupid. This is all ignorant. But then this second verse kind of ties to like everybody in the show. Like a lot of the characters, like if you talk about Gabby, the warrior, Sakaya and all them being like, this war is stupid, but for some reason I hate them and I can't hide the reason why I can't hide my dark feelings. I can't even explain why. So it's the idea that this part ties back to Eren. I feel like the first couple of parts about war being stupid and the iron falling, and it's about an unknown country fighting that's unrelated to us, but why do I hate them still? But this next part ties back to Eren. I can't explain why I have these dark feelings. Eren's like, I was born this way. And we've talked previously in the recap about Isayama drawing inspiration from the story of that serial killer and the idea that some people are just born that way. And does that mean we don't view them as human? What does that mean? You know, how do we view them? And he's saying, how come we are full of contradictions? Yeah, I've talked about this previously in the recap. Like, Eren's full of contradictions in this season, but that's just, he's human. That's just how he is, right? It's just human nature. And seeing him like on the train with all of them in this part here, and then seeing the guns, seeing them flying, and seeing Reiner, and seeing like Reiner by himself about to shoot himself, and Eren on the train with his friends, and then both of them pulling each other up. Oh my gosh. Once this word is translated. I love this line. Once this word is translated, then the real meaning won't be understood. Yeah, which is true of any translation, right? Like if you translate anything from one language to another, something is lost there. There is a meaning that's lost. That's why there's so much debate whenever you watch like dubs of anything or subs. People are like, oh, the subtitles are off. What they really mean is this, and it can be translated totally different than what you think, right? But that's the idea of once this word is translated, the real meaning won't be understood. Meaning like Eren saying, I could tell you how I feel, but for me to translate those emotions, you're not going to understand me. He's like, you're not going to really understand me. I can translate it for you. I can say these words, but it doesn't fully describe how I feel and my inner emotions, my inner thoughts. It's not completely accurate, right? Oh man. And then tying from that, so that once the word is translated, the real meaning won't be understood. And in the video, we cut from Mikasa getting the scarf to Eren telling her that he hates her. It's like, no, that's not what he's meaning. He means that he doesn't want you to get involved with him. Eren's like, I'm about to sacrifice my humanity and everyone's going to hate me. I don't want them to hate you as well. I don't want you to go down with this ship with me. He's like, I love you and want to protect you. Oh my God. And so, yeah, that's what that line's referring to. Okay. What I believe is when opening your eyes, only the world you touch. Okay, so what I believe when opening your eyes, only the world you touch. He's like, I want you to understand the world that you're going to live in, and that I want you to have the world and live this long life. And he's like, I don't want to just live. And the shadow of him, and then the sky, God. And then all going back to the world's cruel, but I still love you. And then opening up to the ED there, the scenes from it. God, this was edited beautifully too. This was amazing. This video is great. I had to stop at one point because I was I wasn't paying attention to the lyrics. And I was like, I need to stop so I can pay attention to the lyrics in this. Even if I sacrifice everything, I will protect you. Okay. Man. And saying, this part the shadow of the person whom I choose, the corpse of what I threw. Like what I threw away. So saying like the shadow of the person whom I choose. So tying to Eren choosing to become this monster, saying that I'm a shadow of the person, I'm, you know, the corpse of what I threw away, like I'm throwing away my humanity in place of this. Oh my gosh. And saying, I noticed that what is growing inside of me is the child of evil. Knowing that I'm gonna, behind justice, inside of sacrifice, there's a child of evil inside my heart. So it's like behind, so at the end of the day, Eren's saying behind everything, behind it all, he's realized, like when he talked to Zeke in Memories of the Future, he was like, he's like, I can hide behind justice of what I'm doing and claim that it's justice, claim that it's, he's like, I can say that what I'm doing is justice for Paradis, that what I'm doing is saving the people of our island, and that I'm doing it to get revenge on those that would have harmed us. He's like, I could do that. I could say that. He's like, I could say that I'm sacrificing for my friends and for the people that I love, and that's why I'm doing this. But behind all of that and inside all of that, it's just there's this demon in my heart, and I can't escape it. That there's a child of evil inside my heart. And it's funny he says a child of evil. Like there's just this little... It's like this little part of him that's just evil, and he can't refuse it. Man, and then tying back to the beginning where it all started. Damn. Ooh, it's like if you wanted to paint Eren as a tragic figure, here you go. Here you go. Here's your ED for it. Here's your ED for it. I hope you got it. Man, damn. That's just... Oh my gosh. Whew. I get it now. I get why y'all like the ED. The ED's beautifully sung. Like the ED, her voice is gorgeous. And the way that it's so melancholy, the lyrics are so melancholy. They fit Eren so well. And it's such a beautifully tragic song. It's beautiful, but it's sad. And that's kind of Eren's character. He's a tragic figure. And I know I've probably said that a million times in this recap, but he's just tragic, right? You relate to a lot of his struggles, and there's parts of him that you don't relate to, and you're not meant to. I think Isayama does that intentionally, but he's just a tragic character, and you're like, damn, okay. So, man, that ED was so good. The ED and OP, honestly, like I said, I like season 1's OP a lot. I do. I like season 1 and season 2's OP a lot. But as far as EDs go, this one's my favorite, and I think this pair here for season 4 part 2 might be my favorite OP and ED out of all of them. I think so. They're the ones. The OP is definitely the one I've listened to the most, and that I like the most. But the ED is really, really good. So thanks for getting me to listen to that. So yeah, I recorded this ahead of time. Good 45 minutes talking about these songs. That went a lot longer than I thought it would. But now we will go back to your regularly scheduled RIP toast that is going to come up here in just a second. So we're over 6 hours at this point. Granted, 2 of those have been pre-recorded, so I don't feel quite as bad, but I'm glad I pre-recorded now. I was like, oh God. Oh buddy. So we have one more toast before we get to the conclusion and predictions, and I saved the best for last. My dear, sweet Burger King. Our sweet Burger King. Flock has been such a journey in this series. I was so surprised in season 3 that his character popped up, because I was like, really? We're going to get this guy popping up in 3 seasons in? This random cadet that joined? Okay. But his character at first was very annoying, and then when season 3 part 2 happens, you're like, oh, this guy's gonna have a much bigger role than I thought. The whole thing with Erwin, and then you find out that he wanted to kill Erwin, but then thought it'd be much more suffering for him if he lived. And it's like, oh, and then you have the scene at the ceremony where he kind of calls out our protagonists for, all the things that have kind of plot armored them, and it's like, oh shit, Flock. And Flock just kind of comes out of nowhere and is this instantly relatable character. he's like, I love how everybody describes him as the dark version of Jean, because he kind of is. Like, for all intents and purposes, Jean and Eren do get along, despite their seeming animosity towards one another. They, at their core, find ways to get along. But Flock is kind of like the dark version of Jean. Like, if Jean is what happens when a coward becomes a leader. That's Jean. And Flock is what happens when a coward... Let me phrase that right, because Flock, he becomes a leader too. Jean and Flock both become leaders, but Jean ends up becoming a leader and becoming like someone to be a savior or a saving grace for people. Flock ends up becoming a leader by becoming a demon, and that's the difference. So Jean goes about it by becoming like the saintly person who does the right thing despite not really wanting to, and going from a coward to a leader. Flock, like, is the much more maybe relatable one that decides to become a demon in order to save those around him. So it's interesting. They're both kind of two sides of the same coin, Flock and Jean are. But Flock became a character that I always looked forward to seeing in episodes, not because I maybe necessarily liked his character, but you knew it was going to be fun whenever he came on screen. The very erotic scene of him handing that damn coat to Eren, that I swear if you play Careless Whisper over it, it becomes an instant BL series. Like, I swear, you play Careless Whisper over that, it's over. And so you have that, but then also his troll face in Children of the Forest, him like taking over and like doing all the things with the cadets in the military in season 4 part 2, and up until the point where he, like, you can't totally view Flock as like a villain necessarily, because he's doing what he thinks is best and trying to protect his people. And he's just like, you guys are betraying us, so what am I going to do? So Flock presents this very relatable, understandable view of the other side in a character that you just kind of love to loathe. And I'm really sad if he died, if Gabby did kill him. I'm going to be kind of sad because I really enjoyed seeing his character. Now, granted, I don't think we would have saw his character season 4 part 3 anyway, because we're moving away to Armin Co following after Eren, and we're not really going to be focused on Paradis for this point, I don't think. But maybe he didn't die. Maybe he'll wash up and be on Paradis when they get back, and that'll be real awkward. But I don't think that's the case. I think his character died, which is super sad, because Flock, I really am going to miss Flock. He was a character that he was always fun to talk about, and he incited such interesting discussions about shades of gray with morality and becoming a demon and doing what you think is right and all of those things attached. So I will miss our Burger King and chicken fries. We still got McShakes, Sermon McShake we still got, but I'm gonna miss our Burger King and all the antics that he brought with us. But he's S tier. As much as I loathe to say it, he's S tier, and he has provided a lot of entertainment for me watching the series. So to Flock, I'm going to chug the rest of this beverage in your honor. So you're our last toast. So cheers, mate. And that is the last of our RIP toasts. It's the last of it. So we've reached the conclusion, which also includes season 4 part 3 predictions. I'm going to take this off. So yeah, as far as season 4 part 3 predictions, at this point, I'm not sure. There's only 9. I say there's only 9 chapters to be adapted, but as Discord has told me, those chapters are like 50 pages long. So there's like, and one was like 60 pages long. So there's like 400 pages of content to be adapted. The moment they said that, I was like, thank God we're doing an anime and not a movie. Because if you can imagine trying to condense 400, that's 2 volumes of a manga, of a normal manga. That's 2 volumes. 400 pages. So trying to condense that into a 2-hour movie, no, I don't think so. So I do feel like it's good that they're making an animated series. I don't know how many episodes it'll be. Maybe 8 episodes. If it were 9 episodes for 9 chapters, that would be very fitting, because it would be like, 9 Titans, 9 episodes, 9 chapters. That would be a nice little round out way of doing it. But I don't know. I don't know what we'll end up with, if we'll end up with all of that or not. So I'm curious, but I do have some questions going into the final part to see if they'll get answered. So one, will we see or learn anything about the Ackerman family more by the end of the series? Just to know more about their past, about their abilities. Is Isayama going to give us? I feel like he might, considering that we still have Levi possibly versus Zeke, and Mikasa versus Eren maybe, that maybe considering there's 2 Ackermans aboard the ship now and there's only like 8 people there total, maybe we'll get more with the Ackermans. I don't know. Maybe Mikasa will ask Levi about her family, what he knows, but Levi's knowledge is pretty limited because Kenny kind of abandoned him and didn't say anything. So unless Levi's mom told him something, that could be interesting if we can see if Kuchel comes back for the final part. I don't know. What will happen to Zeke? Will Levi kill him and fulfill Erwin's promise? I almost want that to be the case. Zeke has less than a year to live. I think Levi will kill him before the end, which would knock Eren from the coordinate as the founder because he needs Zeke to connect to the founder. So if Zeke dies, Eren's going to get booted out of the paths and booted out of the founder Titan. So that could be a thing, right? That could be the way that they get to Eren, is if they kill Zeke. Now the question is Zeke going to be on the founder Titan anywhere? How are they reaching him? What does that look like? Or, you know what would be funny? It would be a horrible irony, and Levi would probably be really pissed off because he wouldn't get to fulfill his promise. But what if Zeke runs out of time and dies while Eren's in the middle of something, and he's just like, I'm dying. My 13 years are up. Bye. And that's it. I don't know. That would be interesting. My next question is Eren the last attack Titan? I wonder if, as the founder, if Eren will use his power one more time before Zeke dies to keep the Titan powers from moving on to the next generation. Sort of like euthanizing the powers without killing the person. I mean, if you can euthanize the people, why can't you take away the powers? I still don't understand that. It's, again, Isayama's the author. He can make it so. He can make it to where that's a possibility. If you can make Reiner transfer his consciousness to another part of his body so that when his nape cut, he doesn't die. If you can do that, Isayama, all bets are off. You can do that. You can make Eren euthanize the power of the Titans. I mean, if you think the world's done anyway, if a large chunk of the world after the rumbling is gone, the rest may not attempt to attack Paradis for fear that it would happen again. You wouldn't have to tell them that the Titan powers are gone. They just would be gone and nobody would know. You don't have to tell the world that, you know? You keep it a secret. There's only, 6 people that would know? So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. I'm not sure also how Eren can survive this battle. I feel he's going to die, or he's going to fake his death and leave the others. I feel like he's either going to die, or they're going to be like, no, we can't kill you, Eren, but he's going to fake his death and leave the group and the others, and then only those select people will know he's alive. But how that will happen, I'm not sure. How could he live with the others after what he's done? At this point, Eren doesn't think that he's worthy of love or deserves to live at all, or that he deserves to be forgiven. So I feel like Eren and Mikasa would have to talk to him for him to even remotely want to live those last 4 years. But I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. If he is able to eliminate the Titan powers from transferring, will that eliminate the curse of 13 years? Would allow Eren and Armin to live longer, and Reiner and the others too? I don't know. I've felt this way since season 3, but I feel like the story is going to end either bittersweet or in tragedy. But I'm hoping for the former. I'm hoping that if it ends bittersweetly, I will like that more than a tragedy. I'm not a big tragedy person, surprising no one. I like happy endings, so I don't feel like this story is going to get a happy ending, but I feel like it could get a bittersweet one, I could handle that. I could take that. Will Mikasa kill Eren? Will Armin kill him? How will they get in contact with him as the founder? And how can they even kill him? That's a big question too. Not so much how they can kill him, because I think once he gets separated, if Zeke and him get separated from the founding Titan, then how to kill him would be... I'd imagine that using the founding Titan would take up a lot of energy. So I'd imagine that once Eren is out of the founding Titan, he's not transforming anytime soon. He's going to be out of commission for a while. So that would be the chance they'd have to either kill him or talk to him. But the question is, how do they even reach him? How do they even get to where they can talk to him? That's a big question. I don't know how that's going down. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the big question in season 4, part 3. How are they going to reach him? Like, finding Eren is part of the struggle, because they have to find him amidst all those millions of colossal titans and the steam and everything. They've got to find him first, but then once they find him, then it's getting to Eren that's going to be the big problem. So that's going to be interesting. Can the colossal titans that are from the wall in the rumbling fight and move around, or are they just on a straight pathway and Eren's just leading them? Can Eren do more while using the rumbling like Gabby suggested? If the Colossal Titans that are in the rumbling can fight back rather than just walk forward, that's going to be huge. That's going to be a large problem. And that makes me nervous. I'm like, if they're just marching in a line and that's all they can do, then it won't be nearly as threatening as if they can move around and fight back. That's the scary thing. So that's going to be interesting to see, like, what kind of battles they have to wage to even reach Eren, right? That's going to be the thing. And then, will we get follow-up on Ymir? Will we get any more with the founding Titan Ymir's past? How will she and Eren part ways? If they do, will Eren end up in like a paths alongside her for all of eternity? Kind of like Goku and King Kai? Like, how's that gonna work? Like, will he like part ways with her, and will she finally be able to pass on? Like, if he stops the founding, if he uses his powers as the founder to eliminate all the Titan powers, would that essentially let her die? Like, her finally be at rest? And would he be able to like part ways with her and say his goodbyes to her? What will that look like? That'll be interesting. Armin and the others seem to be setting up possibly that they could serve as representatives of Paradis. That's what I was going to talk about, is that, like, what happens afterwards? I mean, if all of the world ends up being destroyed by Eren, it simplifies things that we only have Paradis to worry about. There's that. But I feel like I want them to stop Eren before he destroys the entire world. So then if that's the case, the big question I know a lot of people comment on is, well, if they stop Eren before he destroys the world, everybody's going to come after them. And I'm like, well, not necessarily, because, you know, they spent how many years, over a century, no one attacked Paradis because they were afraid of the rumbling. They didn't even touch Paradis. They forgot it even existed practically, except for Marley, because they knew about the resources, but the rest of the world just kind of ignored Paradis because they were afraid of that threat. So it's not unreasonable to think that if they manage to stop the rumbling before they destroy the world, because here's the thing, only the Eldians heard Eren say he was going to destroy the world. Only the Eldians heard that, right? Not the rest of the world. So if Eren stops and then they tell the rest of the world, here's what we could do, now leave us alone or we'll finish the job, I would take that threat pretty seriously if I were another country. If I was like, oh shit, Marley just got decimated and they're suggesting if we don't leave them alone, they'll do the same to us. And we don't have any means of fighting those Colossal Titans. I think we'll leave them alone for a while. I don't think we'll bother them. I think we'll just let them be for a bit, right? I think that's what could happen, and that would be, it's weird. It's an act of violence creating an avenue for peace, but I think that could open up the opportunity to where if the Azumabito woman and Onyankapan live, they could set up someone like Armin or Hanji to be representatives of Paradis and speak on behalf of the rest of the world for Paradis and for Eldian rights. I mean, for Marley, it didn't work out because Marley had so much ingrained prejudice against Eldians. Like, they were invited to the table, but they were like, no. And I know Udo, that's his name, says that the rest of the world is worse, but that's also the view of a 10-year-old kid. Let's think about that too. I think that if the rest of the world takes what Eren did seriously and they don't want to act out against Paradis under fear that it could happen again, I think it would open up the opportunity, like with Uri and Kenny, to create a dialogue. And I think Armin would be the one to do that. Armin would be the one to speak out. And if him narrating this entire story has been him writing the story of Attack on Titan, kind of like Frodo and Bilbo with Lord of the Rings, and he has the story at the end, he's like, look, this is the cautionary tale of what not to make happen, then I think that Armin would be the one that could be a representative for Paradis and speak out and advocate for Eldian rights and say, look, we want to work with y'all. We don't want to fight you. We're not like we were in the past. Let's talk things out, understand one another, and move forward. And not necessarily, it's not guaranteeing there won't be any conflict, because as Yelena said this season, it's human nature to have conflict. But conflict doesn't necessarily mean argument, and conflict doesn't necessarily mean violence either. Conflict can be simply people talking and disagreeing, but not getting violent. So, and that would kind of go in line with Eren saying that Armin was the savior of humanity and the savior of Paradis. Would make sense, because he would advocate for them and get them better rights. I don't know. That would be my ideal ending. I would like that to be the ending because it would kind of tie in with Isayama's message about getting out of the forest. It would be a perfect tie-in to that, but I don't know if we'll get that. So would Reiner be the warrior of Marley that could speak up? Would Reiner be a representative for Marley and be like, he's half Marleyan, so could he be somebody to speak up, and that would make him like the hero of Marley, like what Magath predicted? That would be an interesting tie-in to see if that comes full circle. I don't know if Reiner and Annie are gonna live. I don't know if Peek's gonna live. I don't know if Falco and Gabby are gonna live. I would like to think that they will, because they were in the original cadets, but Sasha died, so it's kind of all bets are off, right? So I don't know. And then what will be left of Paradis and what will happen with its people? Because right now there is no military. The military structure is just collapsed. I mean, there's Surma and the others, which may go back to what Keith told them, being like, you know, you keep your head down long enough, you'll be the one making decisions eventually. Well, if Daz and Flock and all them are dead, that we're attacking in retrospective, it may be up to Surma and them to rebuild the military. And Hitch might be able to help too, since Annie told her to stay behind. So it could be like Surma and Hitch working together to rebuild the military. And if Rico's still alive, that'd be really cool to see them all build it back up, right? And I'd be interested to see what's going to happen with Paradis. Is Historia going to have that damn baby? What are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that? Are we going to ever see Farmhand Coon? What he looks like? At least show us what he looks like. That's all I want to see, is him holding that baby. Or if the baby doesn't look like Historia, I'm going to be like, it looks like Farmhand Coon. So, but yeah, lots of questions. I am curious to see what happens in these last 9 chapters, but I'm most excited to be able to watch week to week with you all for the first time and see it all go down. We can all freak out together and not know what happens and just be like freaking out and enjoying it, and then having a week to rest in between episodes. That's gonna be a lot of fun too. So that's gonna be great. And then my biggest thing moving forward is please no manga spoilers. Please. Because I don't want any manga spoilers for the last 9 chapters. I don't want to be spoiled. But this coming fall, as we prep for season 4 part 3, I'm going to take a little break from Attack on Titan after this. We're going to do the audio drama next week, and then I'm going to take a little short break from Attack on Titan. But I'm going to start recording my reactions to the manga to get ready to premiere this fall. And so my hope is that I will be able to go through the manga volume by volume leading up to the chapters that have not been adapted yet. And when we get to that point, I'll wait until season 4 part 3 airs, and then when it's over, I'll finish up the manga afterwards before doing a final recap review in RIP. So that's my plan anyway. I'll probably do a separate video just to do like an overall character ranking tier and ship discussion. I'll probably do a whole video just on that to kind of be like the whole entire series when that's all done. And then I've been told we might do a live stream. I want to definitely do a final recap review in RIP to cover season 4 part 3, because I've done it for all the other parts. I might as well do it for season 4 part 3. When all is said and done, and I reviewed all the manga, done that final recap, did that final character tier video and ship discussion, I may do a live stream of Attack on Titan. It won't be 6 hours long, but it would be nice to spend like, you know, it'll probably be like 2 or 3 hours to talk with you all about Attack on Titan. And if my internet holds out, we'll see how that goes. But the only other thing I've got on the table right now is that someone told me back around the end of this season that there's mixed reviews about the ending of the manga. Surprising no one, because when you have a series like this and a season like this that's been so divisive, everyone has expectations of how this series is going to end. I've told you all kind of like my hopes of what I think might happen, but I'm not sure. I'm going to try to I want to keep my mind completely open with no expectations, so I can go in and be as surprised as possible and enjoy the surprises that are going to come. So that's exciting. But I've heard that there's mixed reviews about the ending. I'm not surprised by that, because I feel like people are either going to be okay with the ending, they're going to like the ending, or they're going to be like, that's not how it should end, and then, you know, have backlash. But I've heard that there's like a fan ending. That's all I know. All I know is it's called Attack on Titan No Requiem. It's a fan ending. And I've heard that that this was the answer to fans that didn't like the ending. So at the very end, after part 3 is over, and I've read the final chapters of the manga, and I have the entire full scale of Attack on Titan, the official version by Isayama, I may react to No Requiem and just see how it compares. Maybe. And if it's bad and I don't like it, then it'll just be a hate watch for fun, right? That'll just be what it is there. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to get to that point. I'm really excited to watch it week to week with y'all. You all have been amazing so far, and I cannot thank you enough. All I can ask is please no manga spoilers at this point. We can talk about the anime all day long. Please no hints, no clues, no being like, I think this is going to happen, because it's like, I don't want to be influenced by people that are reading the manga and trying to be tricky. I don't want that. We can talk about the stuff that's happened already in the anime, but please no manga spoilers, hints, or clues. I want to go in as blind as possible. So I've talked for a long time today. We've talked for a long time about season 4 part 2, but a season like this, it deserved it, right? So I hope you all enjoyed this recap, review, and RIP. Definitely going to have to make a table of contents for this one. That's for sure. But in the meantime, I hope you all have a wonderful week. Please stay safe, take care, and yeah, I'll talk to y'all next week with Attack on Titan, the audio drama, and the reaction to it. Bye.